Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to day 2 of the Dissemination Conference, the Future of European Studies in Asia. Welcome to the special session, Role of Project Eurasia in Revitalizing European Studies in the Asian region. So today, the second day of the conference, we are starting with a special session. We have 3 distinguished speakers and a distinguished moderator. Our speakers of the panel include Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, Director, Symbiosis Law School, Pune, and Dean, Faculty of Law, Symbiosis International Deemed University. Professor Dr. Daniela Herrera, Associate Professor, Department of Political and Social Sciences, University of Catania. Mr. Mirko Varano, Senior Advisor, International Projects, KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sweden. And Professor Dr. Maria Stojceva, Professor and Vice Rector, Sofia University, as the moderator of the session. This panel has all the members from the team Eurasia as participants, and I hope that this will be a very enriching self-reflection on the part of the Eurasia project family. Over to you, Professor Stojceva.
Thank you very much, Srijit. I would like to welcome all our participants, also on my behalf, in this special session on the Eurasia project. If you will allow me to start with several words introducing the topic that you have said. I mean, that's about revitalization, European studies in the Asian region. And if I would like, I would like to take some notes from yesterday's special session and opening ceremony. Our colleagues, representatives of the stakeholders of this project, mentioned that probably cooperation in the area of higher education is below potential. So we have a way to go. And we would like with this special session to see what is the role of our complex and 4-year-long project in this process of upgrading, introducing new life, a new perspective on the relations between the European Union and Asia in general. We would like to say that this is a project under the capacity building program of the European Union, but it is a very specific project in some sense, because it is not focused on a specific area, whether it is in a particular scientific or teaching field where we have a common interest. That's a more basic ground project in which we would like to enrich generally the capacities of our societies to cooperate through higher education, through introducing students to this area. And I would like to say it wasn't an easy project because we were interrupted with this global challenge, the pandemic, but I think we'll manage to go through. I would like to say that our partners of the countries from the European Union were not Asian countries, but these were the most natural partners in Asia of the European Union. 2 strategic partners of the European Union, and for us, that was a great responsibility. And the last thing I would like to mention as an introduction is that we know that all these universities we were cooperating with under the Eurasia project had previous bilateral cooperations with universities in the European Union. But probably this project introduces a cooperation which we might put into the line of cooperation of the European Union higher education institutions as a whole, as something that represents the European Union with our Asian partners. That is something I also am taking as a note from our previous, from yesterday, from the discussions that we already had. I would like now to give the floor to our participants, and you know the questions. So the first question will be, I would like to invite you to talk about...
Professor Stojceva, sorry for the interruption. We have one more member joined us, Professor Cherlai Associate Professor, Center for European Studies, Guangdong University of Foreign Studies, China. My apologies for omitting her name. Welcome, Professor Lai.
Welcome, Chair. Yes. Okay. So if we can start with the first question, because now when we are almost at the end of the project, we would like to go back and reflect on what is the impact of this project on our institutions, but also on our students, on the teaching staff in our institutions. And the first opinions or contributions are, I think, to our Asian partners. I would like to start with you, Professor Sushitala Gurupur. If you can start the discussion and this reflection on the impact of the project.
Respected Chair, Professor Maria Stoicheva, our dear Professor Srijit, Professor Galina, and all my respected co-panelists, a very warm good morning to each and every one of you. Now, in terms of impact of EURASIA project on our institute, Symbiosis Law School, Pune in particular, and all the other 3 law schools in the Faculty of Law within Symbiosis in general, and across Symbiosis International Universities, other 7 faculties in general, I would like to say that the impact has been huge. I would explain it as 3 E's. Now, what are these 3 E's? One is embedding the understanding and the knowledge of European studies in general across 7 faculties, where there are, you can call incipient forms or rudimentary forms of engagement. Some are little mature rudimentary forms, some are still taking shape. Whether it is the Department of Languages or the School of Languages, or it is engineering or humanities. So law school with its glorious trajectory in internationalization ever since 2005 and its participation in the Global Legal Consortium from 2005, which continued up to 2012 with special mobility being facilitated because of the results that we collectively achieved, including a partner from Brazil. We have had in EURASIA an opportunity to embed and enrich and also to emulate a kind of model. Now, what did we embed? We embedded what we earlier considered as a value addition course in European Union Legal Studies, thanks to Professor Rajendra Jain, our close friend and my personal associate since 2003, whom I invited as a guest faculty, and he said that you have the gold, so try to do it. So we started in 2008 itself, European Union Legal Studies as a certificate program, as an offshoot of the various collaboration we had. So in terms of impact, consolidated impact in an institutional context, in my opinion, is a course. And in my opinion, it is a course where the stakeholders are engaged constantly to develop the course, to review the course, to revise the course. So for us, EURASIA provided the opportunity to embed it broadly. Earlier, it used to be, it started with 10 students, went to 60 by 1 year, and then we made it a little bit of a skills training for global immersion program, which is part of our unique selling principle in Symbiosis International University. But with EURASIA, we got the chance of embedding it, where we developed the specialized masters. We developed a group of courses with human rights and trade in the focus, because that is where the job opportunities and lawyering skills were connected. And we were also able to get the online courses from the EURASIA consortium to be in lieu of COVID challenge in terms of assessment and teaching. So it was a very smart way of converting adversity into advantage. So we had 400 plus students taking advantage. Now, in terms of enriching, I don't need to explain again. It stretched the mind, it built the capacity in every stakeholder, whether it is my faculty, whether it is my co-faculty in sister faculties, whether it is the question of us cascading our knowledge which we received in Sofia, we received in Catania, we received in Poland, whether it is a question of our own understanding. To be honest with you, I lived in Europe for 3 years, but I never had a deep exposure to Eastern Europe, especially to Bulgaria and Poland, where whenever I was cooking food with spices, people used to say, this sounds very Bulgarian. Or they would say, this, a Polish friend of mine would say that teach me this art of pickling. So this kind of experience, when I visited those countries, I felt that particularly in Krakow as a cultural place where I had the accident, just to give me a deeper insight about the human side of Polish people and the deeper ties between India and Poland. So the bilateral ties between India and Bulgaria, for example, till Galina came, we didn't have an idea. Or when we came to Sofia, the way the predominant women faculty was greeting us, I felt another symbiosis there. So these are the deeper impacts at the subconscious level, at a spiritual level that we felt, at a sisterhood level we felt. Now, the other advantage is our own sister institution, Jindal. We never understood it. We went by the hype, we went by the brand, but we discovered someone as scholarly as Srijit, although I knew Raj is one of the eminent scholars. So Srijit was brought here as a faculty to inculcate that inspiration in international law. So it stretched the mind, broadened the horizon. It brought us new stakeholders. Now, what kind of new stakeholders? I'll tell you quickly that we had this specialized transnational teaching program where all our esteemed colleagues who are on the panel, like Professor Maria, Professor Daniela, were coming and teaching our students. Galina or Mr. Mirko was inspiring us to develop projects, although we failed once, we are again trying. And then there were offshoots of other projects, which gave us a new methodology, qualitative methodology. My faculty didn't have to do a special session. When they were participating in this project, whether it is Raj or Mohanty, they learned this new technique of Q research. And that is now proliferating among the faculty. That's their coffee time talk. So this is how impact is not one, it sends a ripple. It's like, throwing a stone into the pond. Although it disturbs the stillness of the pond, it also results in a kind of, refining and distilling or, subliming of existing experience to be replaced by the new experience. I also saw a kind of opportunity for interdisciplinary offering. We saw that we were already a receptacle, we were rich enough, but that was going in a particular narrow way. It got a broader showcasing short-term gain. If these were what I was telling you, in terms of long-term gain, I see all fraternity, scholarly fraternity that we have gained from a larger Europe, not just confined to the predominant German or the French or even for that matter, the Swedish, but we went further. We discovered our common roots. So it was a beautiful experience for all of us. And I think I needed that punishment in Poland. So that gave me a lot of friends. Someone like Agnieszka, who lives a cross-cultural life. She was the other side of my own life. Or with my Italian lawyer friends, we discovered how our laws had roots there. And being an international lawyer with Professor Tachik, one conversation was giving me the insight that here is a young man who has done 360-degree life in law in Poland. Now, these are the kinds of gems we discovered. So they are friends forever for Symbiosis Law School. They are partners in success in the long term. And they are going to be a kind of what we call as in collaborative online and international learning. They are going to be our partners and our, we can say, rather mentors as well as collaborators in developing new programs. I'm sure that we are going to institutionalize this. That is the long-term impact that I see. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Gulpur. And now if I can ask Professor Lai, if you can share your thoughts on the impact of the project.
Sure. Thank you, Maria. And again, thank you, EURASIA Project. I would like to briefly talk about the impact in 2 points, in quantity and quality. So in terms of quantity, because in my university, indeed, we already have European studies since 2007. So, but then we only have a master degree. So for a master and PhD degree in our university. So for the undergraduate, which in all university undergraduate is a larger community. So we don't really cover them with European study or any courses. So because of the participation into the EURASIA project, so we got the chance to rethink how to make new courses to reach these part of the student who originally don't have an opportunity to take any course related to the European Union. And then we started two brand new courses for the undergraduate. One is more a traditional one, introduction to the European Union, so mainly about politics, the integration history. And then I myself trying to be more innovative, because when you want to attract young undergraduate to a topic like European Union, I'm thinking we should use some innovative, funny ideas. So I started a course which is called EU in Food. So through the food culture, there's similarity and differences between member states in terms of food. Then we talk about unity and diversity of the European Union, also food-related policy, also the external relations of the EU, like how colonial legacy is reflected in different food. So these are the targeting to undergraduate, which without our participation to Maria's EURASIA project, we probably won't do that. So that's quantity, so more students, but then not only more students, but more colleagues. So we have lots of colleagues who focus on languages, economy, but then they teach normally about the discipline itself, but not focusing on EU. So because of the invitation of this project, so we are able to bring more of these kind of colleagues who work on international trade or work on international business, international law, who try to take a look on the European cases. And then they indeed start courses, or they change the courses, add the European Union element into the course. So also wider outreach because of EURASIA. And then in terms of quality, for example, myself and then my colleague Yan Xiao
turned out to be particularly useful. And yesterday I asked our colleagues from the IT department running the online courses. We have, for the time being, more than 1,660 students already gone through these courses, which is an impressive number. And more than 1,300 have the common certificates that we issue on behalf of the 4 universities within the partnership. So I would like to ask you about the challenges now. If we can have a round of answers on that. Who would like to start? Shall we start now with Professor Shashikala? Yes.
What about
you would like to start?
Mirko hasn't spoken, so shall we ask him?
because he's not our partner, I will invite him to say something about the challenges in a more general way after we go round now. Yes, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Maria, for the opportunity, and it was a delight to listen to our colleagues. One thing I missed was that we had the opportunity of knowing a neighborhood country, China, so beyond the political understanding of China that we have, but we did not have the good fortune of visiting this university. I had struck friendships with the representatives of both the universities, but we couldn't make it. So going ahead, for us, one challenge was that deeper knowledge about some of the other partners with mobility was thwarted because of the pandemic. That's one. Second challenge that we saw was that bilateral relationships we were forging with MOUs, those we could not take further. So now that has to be what we call as put in cold storage till we are able to travel. The third challenge that I saw was internship opportunities. And, students going and doing summer schools or winter schools or semesters as part of this, which could be bringing some kind of critical insights when we were developing the courses or we were trying to fine tune. Now we are coming to the revision stage of the courses. The fourth challenge is that we did a little capsule course of one of the parts of European studies. We had a huge reception for that outside of Symbiosis. We have some colonial kind of linkages with the Europe in Goa, in some other places. We could not take it further. So those ambitions were put in cold storage. But on the other hand, we built on the challenge to create new opportunities. And one of those opportunities was integrating or embedding the online courses into our evaluation system, which was getting thwarted for about one component due to COVID. So we offered this, and there was a wonderful cooperation from Sophia's side with Nina and others. So we were able to get these evaluated for the students, and students who studied that later on came back to us and said, ma'am, if we want to continue our masters in EU, how do we do that? So there is going to be a large positive outcome out of this, despite these challenges. And the last challenge is, if we wanted to give more exposure, see, one of the ways of exposing is that giving them materials on films, on dances, on cooking, holding a cooking festival, holding a kind of dance festival, that we could not do much. But with these, we were able to get those connections. We did a student enclave just 2 months ago. So we had some of the European students coming there online and participating in conclave on, online obscurity, which is a very high level kind of debate, very critical inquiry into the impact of social media. So we were depending on social media, but looking within and looking without in a critical way was facilitated, where European and Indian students debated on their common challenge. So this was the opportunity that this limited access gave. Therefore, this is how I would like to reflect quickly. We also got the challenge of preventing the mobility of our friends from this one. Like, for example, every year we created, in last 2 years, a very special track in our research conference called EU track. Now, Daniela was there earlier, Natasha was there, Professor Maria was there, Professor Galina was there. Now, this was defeated this time, but we did not get defeated in our spirit. So we were able to do online session. So we continued that. Similarly, we had created a new thing, thanks to my colleague, Professor Arya, who is seasoned at internationalization. She looked at this idea of what she calls a distinguished faculty program. So there we had all our colleagues from all over EU, some connected through other fora, like one of the former judges of European Court of Human Rights coming and talking. So this is how our students got better exposure despite the limitation of COVID. So I would always like to address challenges as challenges and opportunities. Our challenges and how did we overcome or address it by investing it in a kind of alternative. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Daniela, you started talking about the challenge of not being able to get real experience. Yes, but how would you say, what were the biggest challenges we had to face?
Yeah, it's true. I said that, of course, physical mobility may look like the most important challenge. It was certainly a challenge last year, and it continues to be. But I would say that the real challenge is, as Professor Shakishara has already said, exposure. Because we realized, especially when we had the chance to visit India, unfortunately not China, we had no time to do that. There are so many students, so many universities, and I believe it's the same in China. So there are so many, let's say, people, recipients of our activities, and the good thing would be to be sure that as many people as possible have allowed access to all these activities, did it at least the virtual one. So if I have to envisage, let's say the biggest challenge for me is that one, because one may say at first sight there are some cultural diversity. No, not at all. I experienced that it was so easy to learn from each other, to dialogue, to immediately adapt to different students' population. I experienced when I was in Pune and I was asked out of the blue to make a seminar on populism. Because there was a class of students interested in knowing what was happening in Europe in that period. I think it was 2019. And for me and my colleague Natasha from Jagiellonian University, we started to reorganize in half an hour or something. So it was so easy and we had lots of questions and discussion with the students. So there is no cultural diversity, which is impossible to manage, not at all. So the big challenge is to expand the number of people who can access activities like the ones that we have developed within EURASIA.
Thank you. And what about, Cher, what about your situation? What was your biggest challenge?
I think the biggest challenge for me now is the point I want to mention I already told by the two colleagues. So it's very similar here in Guangzhou. The mobility thing, the whole lockdown, it's really a big problem. But then as Maria said, because we have prepared online courses, so that's help. And if I want to tackle my current challenge by not repeating what our colleague said, then I think of one challenge to myself. It's how to evaluate the result, because I think it may be a Asian thing. I don't know whether it is true in India, but in China, if you ask the student to evaluate the work of the teacher, then they will be very polite. They always said, well, we love that. It's very interesting. We learn a lot of things. But then if you want them to say, is there anything that you don't like or you think as a student you want to learn more or less? So these kind of critical things, especially when you ask them to fill in a form black and white in China, sometimes it's very not pragmatic. The student will still try to be very polite. So that's maybe our problem here in Guangzhou.
Yeah, probably I should mention, particularly with your university, the Guangdong University of Foreign Studies, the issue of mobility has been somehow solved because you have this continuation project of the Campus EURASIA project,
Yeah, we
and
have
actually, you have undertaken as a university this initiative to continue working with us. And we will be receiving, I think, 7 or 9 students even the next academic year. Hopefully everything will be fine with the pandemic.
Yeah, we hope that we can send them out this time, because some are graduating, so they have been waiting.
Yeah, and we are so happy that actually this initial project that you set within the university carries the name of our project, and we have very we are going deeper into our collaboration and trying to solve the mobility issue. Probably it's now to ask Mirko, who has been watching us as a critical friend and to whom we have relied very much in showing us what we are missing, what we are not doing well, because in our, that's a continuation of what Sherke says. Evaluation is very important, and the evaluation culture within the European Union always requires, when we do something, to have an external, independent person that we can refer to. So can you say something, Mirko? Can you add something to this particular situation? Yeah.
Yes, of course. So obviously, not being from any partner university, and that's my role of external evaluator, I didn't have much to say about the institutionalization process, but this is covered by the final evaluation report that we are carrying out now. So it will be an important section of that. So if this conference had happened in 2 weeks' time, I could have presented that part, but you will have to read it in the final report. But when it comes to the challenges, from an external perspective, of course, there's been some challenges. Some are obvious, some are less obvious, but I have to say that I've been impressed by the efficiency with which the project has been run and by the volume of results that have been produced now after 50 months in the pandemic. Most of other projects I have observed, some of which I'm also partner in, they've been striving for survival, basically, and they've been running a damage control. But in this case, actually, activities have run and have continued to run, and results have been produced. When it comes to one challenge that I have observed, but again, this is not specific to this project, is common to many other capacity building projects, is the interaction between the beneficiaries from the 2 partner countries. For projects that involve more than one country, usually there is a tendency to treat the 2 actions as individual projects almost. It has not been really the case in this sense for Eurasia. I was involved in the trainings also, and there were both Chinese and Indian colleagues present. So this has been done to some extent, but this is a recurrent issue in most capacity building projects. This is justified because, of course, there are different legal frameworks and national and local requirements and regulations, so they have to be addressed specifically. But there is always a need, a proactive action to facilitate the interaction between the 2 parties, the 2 partner countries, and this is not easy and doesn't happen by itself. So this requires an extra effort. And a second challenge, again, not specific for these, was the pandemic, but it has already been mentioned many times. But this has also created new synergies and led to creative solutions. And I think now the real challenge is to keep up with these solutions and exploit them turn them into opportunities. And this has been done in many ways. For example, this could be a boost for internationalization at home as an unexpected spin-off result for the project, because this is very popular concept in Europe, but not necessarily in Asia. So let's hope that this will also support the Asian partners in creating internationalization at home culture. And this is also very relevant in Europe when inclusiveness is so high on the agenda. So this could include in the exposed to internationalization actors, meaning students and academics that were excluded by physical mobility, for example. So by producing all these online courses with this very high participation, I think you have shown that this challenge could be also turned into an opportunity. And finally, dissemination, of course, has been affected, but this is also a result of the pandemic. More could have been done in a normal situation, but I see that also through this type of conferences, you are finding alternative solutions. So that is very positive, I think.
Thank you very much, Mirko. What I would like to add in terms of this collaboration between Chinese and Indian university is that we really put a focus on that. Of course, the pandemic stopped us from the bilateral exchanges, and that's obvious. But we use the opportunities, and 2 small research projects have started in which we have involved both partners. One is on the evaluation of the attitude and perceptions of the online courses. And the second is because we had a special focus on young researchers and PhD students. We also involved 2 partners in a small project related to examination of PhD students. So these are additional activities which we supported. They were not part of the project, but we supported the participation of our partner universities from Asia, so that they can have a collaboration and we can have a basis for comparison between them, which can actually also strengthen and develop their internal collaboration. And this is the dissemination conference for Indian, and we see how many our colleagues from the 2 Chinese universities participate. But before that, in the end of April, we had a conference organized by Beijing University, for instance, and we had a very large participation from Indian colleagues. So I think we were trying really to find this way to compensate in this difficult situation for what we definitely have missed as a personal interaction between our partner universities. We have about 20 minutes to go, and I would like now to ask a question: where we go from now on? So what do we plan? That's the end in 2 weeks of the project. But that's not the end of our cooperation. That's how we feel it, and you've been talking about that. I have given some examples, but we would like to continue this cooperation. Again, I would like to say, not on bilateral basis, but also involving, this group of universities that we represent in Europe, and collectively also in introducing to new options and new formats of cooperation, our partner universities. Who would like to start first? What do we think of the future? What is the way? Where should we go from here after the end of the project? Who would like to start? Shashikala, Professor Gurpur, probably you are raising your hand, okay? Yeah.
So as we discussed already, one of the way forward that I see, as you rightly mentioned, will be bilateral relationships between all of us, one-on-one basis on the one hand, and involving others. For example, I may be having bilateral relationships with Catania, but that would be very focused on one particular dimension, but then which is law. But then I would have enough of exchanges there in terms of translating to my other faculty within the university. So that would be one. Now, there is a lot of interest and there is a lot of richness that has come in last 20 years in the post-Berlin Wall collapse era, what we call as post-Cold War era. Now, that interest in Europe was reflected by a few of us in islands of interest, So now there is a chance with the technology and with this kind of global, what we call as trans-border exchange of knowledge and life, there's a lot of newfound interest. So for me, way forward is opening up and cascading it outside of our universities in our respective countries. Today we have Jindal and Symbiosis leading this, but we have more than, almost 1,000 universities in the country. there are not more than about 50 who take lead or interest in European studies. So we could do a bit of need analysis and take it forward in specialized programs, which could be, our new education policy has come up, which gives the possibility for audit courses for students. Students could travel from one university to other, or there could be a repository of courses at the national level, which could be taken, where we could develop collaborative courses within our countries, where we will have our university partners in this project to become our knowledge partners. So that's the way forward I see, because as I told you yesterday in my special session, that already I have got queries about, you're talking about those courses, are they open to all? Can we come and take those courses? That means that I can't think of the law lingo alone. I'll have to think of what they expect. So it will be interesting to once again go on a research and review and what has transpired in last 4 or 5 years or 3 years during this project. We came with a certain expectation to the table, and today things have changed a lot, and COVID has put the economy behind, but humanity forward in terms of collaboration and new discoveries. Therefore, I would say that way forward would be institutionalizing, internationalizing what we have done, and expanding our horizon, expanding the possibility, cascading it further, communicate it further, what we have discovered, what we have accomplished. That would mean that designing more programs, designing more courses, making it more flexible, engaging more students, allowing more kinds of mobility, tapping more financial support. I'll tell you, today, no one will pursue a course with 65% youth in India. I can speak about India, unless it is connected to some kind of utility in their job. What kind of skills, what kind of career impetus it will give. So making it more practically relevant to their dreams and aspirations will be a challenge that we'll have to address. And then that's where our future direction is going to be. The last one I would like to say, that large part of humanity is embedded in India and China. Although we have our bilateral openness in a strained manner, we have a lot of underlying trade relationships. So that is one reality. Second, we have a lot of shared history. We have a lot of shared commonness culturally, although our political experience has been different in the last 1 century. There's a lot of growing interest in Mandarin language, in Chinese law, in Chinese excellence in higher education. So we foresaw this in 2005 itself. So we have been having our Jiaotong University collaboration and friends on board with us. So with having 2 more universities with this project and a few more in our other projects, I'm sure that in our context, this will be paving a way for a very peaceful common discovery. And it's going to be more strengthening of peace and peaceful relationship within Asia. So that's going to be the way forward.
Thank you very much, Shikala. And Sher, what would you say? Where I mentioned something as a way further, but probably you can add something to that, yeah?
Yeah, as you see, we are very proud of our Chinese Asian efficiency. We indeed one step forward already. We launched we call EURASIA Campus with Sophia University, but also some other university. It is just launching. We hope we can add more of our partner, including our partner in India and our more partner for Eurasia project, or which we know from this project, so to create these Eurasia campus. So not only the exchange of students, but also exchange of lecturer, researcher, but also the organization of summer school, as we are doing with Maria next week with my colleague. And of course, the courses we have revised and we started will go on. So it's not just an end, because Eurasia as a project itself end this summer, but then we are still teaching the course. So these will still go on. And especially if we look at the sustainability, I really look forward. We have students who do not choose to study European study, but come into our introduction of European Union courses or EU and food course. Maybe as Shikala mentioned, some students will grow their interest in European study and become new Chinese student who want to further the study. So that's what I'm quite optimistic on that.
Thank you very much. And Daniela, can I invite you to share what we have already done? We have created actually a new and designed, we will see what will happen, a new master program, yes, together, which we can develop further, okay?
Yeah, right. And first of all, I would like to say that EURASIA has launched, in my opinion, an unstoppable process. So it cannot be an end because there are so many things that we have put together, which they inevitably will continue. And we also we have learned from the pandemic as well. So we have just started to work on a new proposal on a Erasmus Mundus master degree. And so trying to combine the courses which are already exist in Catania and Sofia with other courses in our partner universities. So the sense is to bring what we have learned from EURASIA and to develop in something more most focused on teaching, but not only, because we are also trying to include some innovation as well. So the courses which are already established with new courses for fostering mobility of students, of teachers, and also involving practices like internships, simulations, hopefully, because it's my obsession that I work a lot on simulations. So the point is to develop more joint courses. So Erasmus Mundus is an option that will be offered by the European Union. Hopefully we will be successful and we will have the chance to put in practice. But I believe this is the kind of, as Professor Shakishala was saying, what we need is to continue investing in applications. So you continue applying for new projects, new funds, trying to bring the expertise we have established into something more sophisticated. So what we are doing is just an example of what can be done. But then, of course, there are more options available, and we need to know it's very complicated to invest in new projects. It takes a lot of time, and also we need people like Mirko. Luckily, we have Mirko, so we can count on his help. But we need to do that because we need to continue investing in these activities. And once again, this is an unstoppable process that is going to continue. So it cannot be an end.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniela. Before giving the floor to Mirko, who can also open some opportunities and give us some advice where we can go from here on, I would like to say that we started working very seriously on creating, on the basis of this set of online courses that we already have, developing it into, we have not devised the name, but I mean like a small nano degree, a micro degree in European studies that can be offered by universities in Asia, but also by our universities, because we know how important and how much on top of the list in discussing the strategies for developing the higher education micro-credentials came to the floor. So I think we have exactly the opportunity to offer a small nano degree on the basis of our online courses, and we have tried them, we have piloted them, we see how interested students are. They have received certificates assigned by our 4 universities. So I think that's something that will come out of the project, and we are looking forward to incorporating that, some of the courses developed by our partners in Asia. So Mirko, can you just say something about from now on, where we can go? Yeah.
Yes, of course, a lot has been said already, but I wanted to say that there is 2 sides of the coin. So one is the sustainability and the other one is exploitation of the results. So, of course, promoting the results of the project among the stakeholders after the project closure is a very important measure, and it should be done for an extended period of time. So it sounds a bit obvious, but after the project closure, there is always a tendency to, move on and assume that the sustainability of the results will happen by itself, but this requires a lot of effort actually. And also something that Professor Shashikala mentioned is the updating of the contents at the target universities with the support of the program country partners, of course. This is also another very important component of the sustainability measure. So this has to be done continuously after the project. But in this case, the project approach was rather traditional, which is an acritic remark because there's nothing wrong with that. It was a traditional approach in the sense of the disciplines that were involved. And this is the case for many other European projects in the field of European studies. But it would be interesting maybe to see follow-up projects with a more interdisciplinary profile. So to expand the concept of European studies with a more mixed partnerships covering, of course, political science, international relations as a core, but also bringing in other actors, for example, from other sectors, to explore how European approach is tackled in the different fields. For example, European approach to arts education or European values in medical studies or science and technology, European approach in sustainable development and so on, with the two components that would be very interesting. And this would, of course, also produce a wider and deeper impact in the regions outside of the EU by exporting also the European values and so on. So also as a typical EU soft power measure, so to speak, not imperialistic as it was in the past, but to export what we have developed in Europe in this sense. And then, as Daniela said, also, of course, to define follow-up project is an obvious way to proceed, but it's always difficult. In the past, the European Commission was very skeptical on this approach of follow-up projects. They thought that this is exploitation, you should do it with your own means. Now they have changed a bit there. They had a very conservative definition of what double funding is also. So they were always seeing cheating going on. But now they themselves, in particular under the new generation of programs, they present the actions as linked to each other in a sequential way, so to speak. So they invite to develop project idea from its simplest form to more complex and comprehensive initiatives by making use of all the possible tools. So it was also mentioned here by Daniel again that making use of your updated and revitalized curricula could be a first step to develop joint collaborative programs. You mentioned now that you have these micro credentials as an inspiration, but you could develop these to full-fledged joint programs. For example, under the Erasmus Mundus, a set of joint programs, even since you have developed so many courses. Or you could also look at the PhD level, for example, through the Marie Curie actions. So now you have focused on the undergraduate level, but it could also be something for the third level.
Thank you very much, Mirko. I think that was very interesting. I would like now, before giving the last words, just in a sentence to all the participants, say that we have an interaction from the audience, and I would like to read, there's one question that you can probably incorporate in your final words, but also there is an opinion. So there's someone from the participants watching on the YouTube channel says that thank you to the panelists for this wonderful session, which also allowed us to understand the different subject areas which have been covered under the Eurasia projects. Countries in Eurasian regions have formulated remarkable environmental jurisprudence in their respective jurisdictions. Given the increasing importance, this is ascribed to environmental conservation today. What opportunities exist in the Eurasia project for the individuals specializing in this area? So that's a question and an opinion. And also we have another opinion says, with all its limitations, the current pandemic has made collaboration easier, someone says. Has online mode of teaching collaboration enhanced opportunities, growth of the Eurasia project? If yes, what have these been? Furthermore, do you think this practice will sustain the test of time and become the new normal? So we have 2 questions and opinions from the audience, which is very nice. We have just 1 minute. I would like everyone to say their final words just in 1 sentence if you can, and also if you can also respond in this brief interaction final to these questions and opinions. Shall I start with Cher now? Yes? Final sentence.
One sentence, I will try to be quick. I think the whole thing moving online and then new normal is kind of true even after the pandemic. I think we are used to moving part of the teaching, part of the activity online. So we won't be back to the normal. So I think that will be a mix. And in this term with less flying, I guess it can be environmentally friendly.
Thank you very much. Daniela, what would you like to say as your final contribution to this special session?
We are definitely already living in a new normal, so we need to adapt to that. And we need not to be scared of innovate more and more and launch more innovation, and also try to be more sophisticated as possible. So don't be scared of making new things.
Shashikala, what would you like to say at the end of this special session?
In my opinion, the new normal is something that we brought on ourselves. So we need to change our approach and go more with the environmental ethics of the European approach. And secondly, that new normal, I wish, I pray, and I believe is only transitory. It's not that the civilization that we existed so far and which is going to come is going to be put to a halt. So I'm very optimistic, incorrigibly optimistic that everything will become normal with the new normals in sight to remind us always to follow the ethics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I enjoyed particularly this session talking to you on issues that we have been discussing so long. I would like to ask the final words to Mirko. Have you enjoyed this session? Has this brought some new knowledge to you when you will be evaluating us at the end?
Yes, exactly. It happened at the right time. So I got a lot of information that I will not have to ask to our partners in the evaluation process. And about this new normal, I think that yes, of course, it was before. These were exceptions, and now what were exceptions became the normality. But I think that the real challenge in the future will be to find a soft spot between the online or offline, both in teaching, but also in running internationalization. So let's not get fooled by this situation, and let's not forget everything that was good before. Homo sapiens is a social animal, so we should not forget that.
We shouldn't, because we so much miss our personal interaction, looking into each other's eyes, understanding our emotions. So that's from us. Thank you very much to all the participants. And I'm going back to our host, Srijit. Yes.
Thank you, all the participants and the moderator. Thank you, Professor Irera, Professor Gurpur, Professor Stoicheva, Mr. Varano, and Professor Lai. Thank you very much. I particularly liked the prompting factors which you people have discussed in continuing with the project. And I also witnessed that there is a determination now among the members of Eurasia family to move forward, probably with the second and the third and the fourth phase of this project. Thank you very much for this wonderful self-reflective session. So dear audience, please stay tuned. Our next session will start in 15 minutes from now, which will be on European studies in Asia, expectations of the Asian region. Please connect to us or stay tuned. We'll start at 1:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the 8th technical session of the Dissemination Conference, The Future of European Studies in Asia. In this technical session, which is entitled European Studies in Asia, Expectations of the Asian Region, we have 3 distinguished speakers and a distinguished moderator. Our speakers for the day are Ms. Zhang Jiaqin, lecturer, School of European Languages and Cultures, Beijing Foreign Studies University. Professor Diego Varela, Associate Professor, Faculty of Philosophy and Social Political Sciences, Alexandru Ioan Cuza University. Ms. Yuchen Wang, Head Danish Department, Beijing Foreign Studies University. And our moderator is Professor Dr. Santosh Aghab, Associate Professor, Symbiosis Law School, Pune, Symbiosis International Deemed University. I welcome all of you on behalf of OP Jindal Global University to the technical session. Over to you, Professor Aghab.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much to all the panel speakers and all the esteemed guests here, Maria Stoicher ma'am, and all the panel speakers, participants, audience, beneficiaries, students, research scholars, academicians, and various stakeholders of this entire discussion. As we are meeting to this in this conference, the Global Jindal University EURASIA Project Conference 2021, 2nd July to 4th July, session 8 on European Studies in Asia, expectations of the Asian region. As the session is mainly is objected, or it has objectives to discuss in the light of how this European studies will be cascaded, how this European studies will influence and accordingly will accommodate and will be blended, and it will enhance along with the Asian studies for multiplying the objectives, multiplying the outcomes of the studies to benefit the larger group of global community and various stakeholders of the European studies to learn a new approach of the studies, to understand the new values and different values and perspectives of various disciplines in the light of past, present, and future in the east, west, north, south region of the Asia as well as the Europe, and understanding with the help of European studies to various aspiring researchers, academicians, students, and various stakeholders to learn new disciplines and understand in the light of socio-economic political structure various, I would say, the aspects which will contribute, enhance, and understand a different perspectives of those studies and scope of those studies for global community, as well as the various stakeholders, all stakeholders who can be benefited by the European studies. Now, while doing so, as the theme expect to understand, to have a dialogue on the expectations of Asian region, due to the paucity of time, we all know that we may not be able to complete all expectations in the entire hour. However, there will be multiple the questions, or there will be a dialogue or the various points which will be emerged, which will also will give a different idea about what are the core representative main expectations of the Asian region in the light of European studies. And while doing so, we have panel speakers, three panel speakers with us. Ms. Zhang Jiachen, Isme Zhang Jiachen, she's there with us. She's from the Beijing Foreign Studies University, China. Welcome, ma'am. Then we have Professor Dr. Diego Varela, Alexandru Lon Coza University, Romania. Welcome, sir. We have Ms. Yuchen Wong, Beijing Foreign Studies University, China. She will be joining quickly because there is one program is in progress, and she just will complete and will join as she has conveyed to us, and she will be joining for the discussion. Now, the discussion will be in the light of this core theme of Asian expectations in the light of European studies. We will have speakers to discuss first, and after that, or in the midst of discussion, we'll take up the questions accordingly in the light of overall discussions. So, as the theme expect to understand various core expectations, now let me invite Ms. Isme Zhang from Beijing Studies University, China, as a part of the language courses and various experiences, closely observing various scopes of the European studies, as well as evaluating the expectations, participations, and objectives and outcomes. I invite her to have her introductory comment on the topic, on the theme, and then we'll continue with Professor Diogo sir. Over to you, Zhang ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, online colleagues, distinguished guests. My name is Esme. That's the name I use when I communicate, when I cooperate with my foreign colleagues, but it's also the name that I've chosen when I first started learning Dutch. So my background is quite a bit different, I think. I started as student of Dutch in China. So I did my bachelor in Dutch languages and culture, in Dutch language and culture for 4 years with my bachelor diploma. And then I moved on to studying in Belgium for communication. And I did that master communication program in Dutch. That's the combination of a language and a specific discipline. And then I continued my learning career with PhD program in global communication. But at the same time, I started my teaching career as a lecturer of Dutch at our university. And it brought me in connection with the EURASIA project, because for language teaching at university level is not enough for us to just teach the language. We started with language, and then we move on to the culture, to the history, to the introduction to the society of the country or countries in our case, where the language is spoken. For example, as Dutch students, they get lessons in Dutch language, but at the same time, they have to learn about the Netherlands and Belgium. And at the same time, because this is European, that's not of much relevance, but we also have Suriname to consider in the Dutch case. Excuse me. And for that, we have the need need to develop courses that's in close relation to the area studies, region studies, or the country studies. And that's why I developed a course called European Union Public Diplomacy, because when we think about the European Union, Benelux, Belgium, the Netherlands and Luxembourg, they are actually the founding members of the European Union. So quite naturally, they are our students. I mean, they are quite familiar with the European Union, but their knowledge of the institutions of the European Union, their knowledge of the history or the integration process of the European Union are not sufficient. And that's why we want to build this courses related to the European Union or to European studies. But at the same time, I'm a language major teacher, so I chose a direction that's most close to my study, that's or my research in this sense, and that's public diplomacy, because aside from a topic in international relationships, it's also a topic in strategic communication, and that's why I chose this. And from as for our topic today, expectations from European studies, or in this case, our expectations. I cannot speak for the for all Asian scholars, of course, but I think I speak mostly for language teachers at university level in China, because at this moment we are in close cooperation with both European countries and the European Union as whole. And that's why we wanted our students to be familiar with the European Union institutions, etc., at the bachelor level. And our expectation is for them to function, excuse me, for them to continue their study or their research in European studies or in European Union studies when they became master students, when they became scholars, when they become, for example, when they become teachers of European languages in other universities of China. And in this way, we can cultivate more scholars or more experts in this field, so that we can we can create an academic sphere that can combine language region studies with European studies. For example, for our students, they have prior to my course, they have already learned about the Dutch political system. And when I teach my course, I have reserved a special session just to use the simulation teaching technique to combine the Dutch political environment with the European Union administrative or lawmaking process. It's quite the simple experiment, but I think from the report that I received, I think that means a lot for the students, for in the sense that they can really experience what the European Union means for a relatively small country as the Netherlands. What can they gain from, what can the politicians of the Netherlands gain from participating in the lawmaking process of the European Union? I think that summarizes our expectations. We would really want to channel in the studies in European Union to let our students have more broad understanding of the language that they are learning and of the countries where these languages are spoken. And that, I think that concludes it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the elaborative introduction of your profile, as well as the contribution you make toward the education, as the education is one of the means to connect as well as to contribute for human development. And we appreciate the contributions you are making with your colleagues in the light of this overall studies. And as the language is one of the medium by which this has been facilitated to understand various disciplines. So thank you so much. We'll take up the questions later after the discussion. But before I quickly move to the next speaker, would be interested to know your idea about that. How can we language or the culture will be one of the medium to accommodate the new studies? How can the languages could be one of the medium to learn a new discipline? And it should not be a barrier to adopt or accept the approach. So what is your comment about this? When sometimes, while having expectation from our courses, sometimes language is one of the question by the student that will that be a limitations to them. So what is your opinion?
I think language itself is not a key that opens the door to a new discipline. It's the knowledge or the experience that you gain from learning that language. For example, for our students, when they started my course, when they start European Union public diplomacy, they have already learned about the history of the Dutch, the mentality of the Dutch people, and the political system of the Netherlands, and of Belgium, of course. And they have already been to the Netherlands. They know the people, the culture, and that's the key to open the door to European studies. Because when we talk about the lawmaking process, how parties have to work together to achieve the common goal, or what they have to compromise, they understand because they have already seen a similar process in their courses regarding the Dutch political system. And so that's why I think language is the key, but it's not directly the key. It's the key that opens the door to another country, to another culture, and then that in turn open the door to another discipline. Because without knowledge of that historical process or that historical development, they won't be easily understanding how European Union works. And that's my understanding.
Thank you so much for the explanation and the idea about how it can complement the learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Now I invite the next speaker of today's theme on European Studies and Asian Expectations, Professor Dr. Diego Varela from Alexandru Loncuza University, Romania, to have his comments and his experiential sharing on this entire theme. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very much has been discussed in this conference about the meaning of European studies, what European studies is. And there are many different opinions about this question. But even the European Commission, which is a major actor promoting European studies, she has nowadays a very broad definition of European studies. European studies are anything that is studied with some kind of European dimension to it. So they promote courses not only in politics, economics, history, sociology, traditional courses in European studies, but any other discipline that has some special connection to Europe. I was very interested in participating in this conference precisely because I wanted to know the expectations of potential students of European studies in Asia. And I am very happy that the participants, they come from the field of languages, because I believe that the field of languages is usually the easiest way and the first way to get in touch with another culture, with another field of studies. And I would like to mention here this concept of content and language integrated learning, CLIL. This is a very important concept nowadays in Europe, where most universities are starting to introduce courses in languages other than their native language, because these courses are useful for students to better learn a foreign language at the same time that they learn a specific discipline. I believe, therefore, that courses in European studies could be possibly, but this question will be later for you, could be interesting for students of languages in general. European studies, as I said, many people have different ideas of what they mean. The European Commission has some ideas, teachers, researchers have some other ideas. But what European studies is not what one of the actors wants it to be. What it is really what is really happening. Yes. So from a positive perspective, I would like to stress one thing. There cannot be European studies without students. Teachers and researchers may be interested in promoting some particular discipline. The sponsors, the policymakers, the governments may be willing to subsidize a specific discipline. But without students, there is no European studies. And that's why I wanted to participate in this conference, to get to know what the students' perspective is about European studies. And this is my approach to European studies, therefore is more demand-driven approach, right? So European studies is not decided by teachers or researchers or by policymakers. It has to be the place where these teachers, researchers, and sponsors meet with students. So students are central. And this idea of languages, I believe it has great potential. I coordinate a network, it's called the EURASIA network, that is nowadays present in 3 continents, 24 universities of 13 countries, and we promote this idea of exchanges and also benefiting from the opportunities of educational technology, from these new technologies that many universities now have become familiar with and that we have been promoting since 2016. And I believe this could be an option for, let's say, Chinese students, Indian students, to be able to participate in courses offered by European universities that they are already offered through educational technologies, online technologies, meetings like this one, like Zoom. This is a great thing, this great platform. Many of our courses in the past were offered with other technologies that were not available in China. But I believe that Zoom is available. In fact, it's a Chinese platform, Zoom. So this is my idea. I came here to listen to you, to get to know what you are interested in, because you are central to European studies. European studies is not what policymakers in Brussels say it is. It's not what teachers says it is. It's where all those 3 interests, teachers, sponsors, and students meet. And that's why I'm interested in knowing what you think about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, Dr. Diego, for very aptly you have highlighted the connect of students to sponsors and to the ultimate users and those who are also benefited by the educational outcome. After the degrees, after the courses, how the entrepreneurs, employers, and those who are utilizing this educational platform for for giving more and more benefits to larger community by their technology, by their involvement and engagement and reinvention, by the use of this education for various purposes. As you rightly said, that it's not only designed by the faculty or by one university in ASA, it's a common initiative to share and care. So it's a share and care. So where we are sharing our disciplines or our values or our approach towards the studies from one country or one region to another, we're also carrying the regional values, regional culture, regional the expectations, and as well as by sharing and caring, it ultimately try to advance already somebody who is benefited, again trying to give the same benefit to others and trying to give different dimensions to the students to learn and experience a new journey of discipline. So thank you so much for this inputs. So quickly, one question to you is in the light of sustenance. Sir, how do you feel, or how do you think? What is your opinion about the sustenance or to retain by acceptance of European studies or other studies, and with your own country or the Asian countries' own values and educational standards, and meeting with the European studies expectations, approach and standards? There are some of the commonality, but at the same time, how to balance these standards in the light of expectations? So what is your opinion, sir?
I believe that the most important thing is this idea of intercultural dialogue and mutual respect for the other side. It's not the idea of trying to impose certain standards on the other universities, not just try to teach something, it's also trying to learn something from the other side, right? So how I see the opportunities of this meeting through European studies in this case, but could be any other subject that is taught in Europe, just by the fact of being taught in Europe, intrinsically it is in a way some kind of European studies. But how I see this contribution of Chinese, Indian students is a contribution to make the learning experience of everyone richer. It's a better experience for teachers, it's a better experience for the other local students. So I am not so worried about standards, but about the opportunities of this interaction.
Okay, so thank you for your kind response on the sense. So in the light of this, so it is in those new disciplines when we are accommodating and when we are maintaining our own standards as well as accepting other standards. So when we try to balance this, there could be some challenges, but at the same time there are always some options or alternatives or solutions which work out from country to country. So even those solutions which can also help or guide to experiment and again try to overcome and again continue with this socio-economic political structure, and to set our own standards by integration of European studies with the regional studies, and we may have a new different standards by which it can be cascaded to other countries. So thank you so much for your comments, sir, with the student-centric precisely and giving the deliverables of the European studies, which are accordingly can be extended to the Asian countries. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker and the next resource person from Beijing Foreign Studies University, China, Ms. Yuchen Wang, to have her comment about the topic on expectations of the Asia region on the European studies. Over to you, ma'am.
Sorry, I just 1 second. I have to set this.
It's set now.
Okay. Yes. And I'm sorry for that I am a little bit late because another schedule. I'm sorry for the time. Yeah. And because I didn't follow your first part of your discussion, so I don't know if I'm interrupting or repeating some of the things you've just mentioned. Maybe I'll just first shortly introduce my background and my interest in this topic. And I come from Beijing Foreign Studies University, the same university as my colleague Esme. And my major is Danish language and literature. So, which means my job is to teach Danish. And I did my bachelor in Danish, and during my master's study, I switched the discipline to international relations and international studies. And the reason why I did that was because I saw the opportunity that in China or in our university, there is a stronger tendency that the regional studies and the country studies are more like popular and are gaining more interest. And at that time, I thought, okay, if my major is language, what can I contribute to to this tendency to meet the requirement of the knowledge the knowledge world and the universities. So I chose to study international relations and international politics. And in order to get some research methods and to learn some theories, to combine my own language background with the non-language disciplines. And so during my master, I found that it was quite a different thing from what I'm used to during my bachelor study. And it was also during my master's studies when I gained interest in European studies, because I did my master thesis in Denmark and European integration, which I thought could be an interesting topic. And because Denmark has always had a special role in the European Union, when you think about its entrance to the EU and its sorry, I lost the word, and its participation of the whole process. And up to now, Denmark still has 4 requirements or 4 things that it doesn't join in the EU. And that's why I took interest in that. And together with the knowledge of the Danish language, and I used my source in a lot of Danish materials and background papers and a lot of things that I learned or saw when I studied in Denmark. And now for my PhD studies, I continue the research about Denmark and European integration, actually. And now I'm finding it difficult because it's hard for me to find my own perspective in this process, because I get questioned a lot of times that why do you choose Denmark as the particular case? And everybody knows that my major is Danish and I teach Danish, but they still ask me, why do you choose Denmark? Why do you think it's special? Why do you make it a case in your study? And it must have some general rules or regulations or something the research can contribute to. And I used to just answer that because I think Denmark has a special role in the EU. And but the further I dig into this research, and the more puzzled I become. So maybe today, as for me, it's rather a discussion, or I have my own questions that I would like to ask and to discuss with you. So for us, for like Chinese scholars or Asian scholars, why do we choose one or some of the European countries as our research, as our aim of research? And how do we relate ourselves to this research? And especially when I tried to use some qualitative methods during my research, and the qualitative research, they emphasize on the researcher has to have some own relations or perspective in your research or in your findings. So I find it even harder. And if I have to raise one most important question, that might be what can we really learn or gain from our research in the European Union or European integration? Why is it important to us, to the Asian scholars? And what is our own role in this research? So I'm sorry I ended my my speak with a question, but not a remark. So I really want to know your opinion about this. Yeah. So just for now, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you so much, Ms. Yu Chen Wong from Beijing Foreign Studies University, China, for doing her experiential sharing the details about the courses, what are the programs which she deals, and why she chose Denmark as a study, and what was the purpose, and how the outcome was matched, and how it is really further been what was the strategy, what was the outcome accordingly, and also to know as her question is to know why the European studies can be accommodated in the Asian region, and what are the major benefits that we will have accordingly a dialogue about that one. So one thing to know from your side also. So while doing this international studies or various studies, what kind of a core discipline or core questions are the major factors you think to be studied further by the European studies, or what kind of core factors or any major sectors, maybe in the light of trade, commerce, economic developments, educational developments, and otherwise, which type of sectors and foreign policies where you would like to even contribute, or you'd like to know further? Any sector specific, any discipline specific?
So that's the question for me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. For me, I'm most interested, and also my current research is about the European foreign policy. So that's maybe the current issue that I'm most interested in.
Okay. So thank you so much for your comment in the light of this. Now, some of the questions which we have received, and out of which some questions which I will pose to the esteemed speakers, and we all will can take the efforts to answer some of these questions. For example, the questions from George Vasilas, in the light of academic discipline, It mainly speaks about, his question is in the light of how the language courses can help in the light of foreign policies, how the language courses can contribute in the light of foreign policies and studying the foreign policies and foreign relations in Asian region. So that is a question. So anybody would like to answer in the light of this? How the language courses can be more useful in the light of the foreign policies, foreign relations, and foreign studies, and particularly in the light of European Union. Partly, I remember one thought is given by Ismi, and also partly by Dr. Diogo in the light of expanding the relations. But I would like to know responses from any of the speakers on this.
Okay, so it's still something about foreign policy or the EU's foreign policy. So I might just raise one of my ideas for you to think about. Just still out of my own experience of what I'm doing right now. Because I'm doing European foreign policy, so it's very important for me to use the online materials. And when I dig into one of the countries, like for instance Denmark, or the Netherlands, or Germany, it's very important that you, on the very first phase of your research, when you gather your ground materials, it's a very important ability that you could have access to the the Danish the Danish materials in Danish, and if you can't do that, your research or your materials will be very you lack a big part of it, because a lot of the most important things or the most updated policy and policy explanation is stated in their mother tongue. So for me, in the ground phase, in the first phase of the research, this is quite important thing. This is quite significant. Yeah.
Okay.
One idea. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your kind response. Ms. Zhang, you would like to speak anything further? You would like to add anything?
Yes, if I may. What Catherine just did, what Ms. Wang just did, is from the international studies point of view. But from my background, I'm doing my PhD in communications. So my research interest is mainly in strategic communication. I think in this case, we can take a page from the American practice, because I'm mostly interested in the strategic communication or communication strategies of America post 9/11, and in that period or from that time, the communication aim of the American government shifted actually from promoting the identity of America to solving a question: why do they hate us? In regarding to the 9/11 event, according to the literature that I have read, for example, in post 9/11 communication studies, scholars think that the main goal of the communication practice of the American government would be to solve the question of why they hate us. And the solution was to dive into the languages and cultures and to find the difference, the ideological differences or the differences that has been caused by miscommunication. And that's how the practice of the American government used to solve this question. I think that's and scholars call that communication strategy or language strategy or linguistic strategy, and that is what language can contribute to the studies of foreign policy. Because if you implement a foreign policy, you actually need the understanding of that culture, a cultural background, of that societal background, and most importantly, that's done through language. And I think that's my idea on this matter.
Okay, thank you so much for also adding to the point that though the language may not be a barrier, but it can enhance the quick communications, and it can clearly indicate the intentions, as well as it can also help to facilitate the understandings in the true spirit, and accordingly it helps in multiple ways for larger purposes. So thank you so much for this the thought which you shared. Now I would like to invite Dr. Diogo of any further thought in the light of European studies, where further alignment or further cascading of any disciplines or any particular disciplines or any particular sectors in which more European studies can be cascaded to the Asian studies, where the Asian universities expect certain types of courses, certain types of disciplines to be taught in Asian studies. So what is your opinion in the light of what types of courses may be introduced or may be further reached to Asian regions, east, west, north, south region of Asia? If you'd like to any comment on this.
Okay. Yes, that's a very good question. What I believe is that generally teachers and researchers tend to focus on a very narrow field. And usually there's this professional deformation of teachers and researchers that they just want to teach what they research. They want to teach the very specific and narrow area of their research focus. What I believe are the courses that could be most successful for cooperating with the Asian region are the most general courses. Courses, for instance, about introduction to economics, courses about development, courses about introduction to international relations, courses that are core courses in the curricula of the Asian universities already. So I believe that the European studies, as I understand it, it's not just about promoting a certain agenda by the European Commission. Right? It's about making it possible for these Asian students, European teachers, but also the other way around, Asian teachers, European students to meet. And I believe the general courses, imagine in a country like China, like India, in European countries, a course in economic development, or a course in international studies, introduction to economics. These are courses that are of interest to students everywhere in fields such as not only economics or international relations, also students of law, students of sociology, students of languages. In the field of languages, it's very clear because usually when you take a summer course in some country, it's not only a language course. They usually call it language and culture or language and civilization. So I believe that the opportunity is there. And that's why I think that the students of languages are the natural leaders in this process, the first students that could participate in these kinds of courses.
So thank you so much, sir. And you have also spoken about the network which you have established, and I think you are also taking some of the initiatives in the light of building the dialogue, whereby it also additionally supplement the concerns with the European studies. So thank you so much for very nice input on the courses, mainly about economics, because economic interest is one of the prominent interests at along with the other interest, of course, but one of the common interest to all layers is the economic interest in the light of various purposes. So the economic studies to early age group will help them to develop their visions, develop their ideas about how to take up the economic studies, then how to contribute in the national economic I would say policies, relations, as well as organizational, institutional, economic interest, and how to redesign, reallocate, and what are the strategies by the scholars in European studies. And as you rightly said, sir, let's not to narrow down the studies only to the research which anyone has done. It is to go beyond that research. Either it is done by the scholar, by the faculty, by the student, by any other person, or even if it is the joint research. It's not to narrow down, it to go further and even to take from others, to add, to revisit, and may come up with the new theories also. Normally, it has been found, dear research persons and scholars and participants here, that sometimes there has been an understanding that the theories which are evolved, studies which are evolved, maybe in the European countries are done with the European conditions, European samples, European case studies, European experiences, and then the outcome of the theory will be based on that. But I think going beyond that, when it comes to those theories which are introduced or studies which are introduced in Asia, it also helps even to how to develop the premise of the theory, to how to study the factors, interlinked factors, how to develop your conclusions, and it talks about the problem, not necessarily only one region or other, but it helps you to understand how to study the problem. And the theory in the Europe, by introducing that same theory in the Asia, helps even to advance learning about, or even the learning about the how to study the problem, how to connect all pillars, and accordingly to come to the solution. So that approach is accordingly introduced, and that is underlined. So now I invite, if there are any other questions which are there, if the host or co-host, if they have come across any questions additionally, let us know in the chat box to continue the dialogue. If there are any further questions from your side.
Professor Akaf, if I may,
yes.
May I add something? I'm
Please.
Inspired by what Diego just said. Actually, we are in the wrapping up phase of the EURASIA project right now. But what Diego just said just reminded me when we first started developing courses in the framework of the EURASIA project. We were actually reminded that please just don't go too deep into your own research subjects. You have to what you have to deliver to the student is a more broad perspective, but restricted by our own background, we cannot really deliver a course like introduction to the study of economics or things like that. But we were actually reminded, and we were hugely supported by the EURASIA project in the sense that we have a series of online courses, for example, in intercultural communication. For example, European multilingualism, courses, online courses like that, it really helped our students to not only learn when they sit in our classrooms, but also online they have a more broader choice, and they can choose from multiple. I think that's more than a dozen courses, and they can choose what they are interested in. And I think, inspired by what Diego and you have just said, I think the future of cooperation maybe lies in that we can cooperate together to build the online courses, like Introduction to Economics or Introduction to International Studies, that covers both the Asian side and the European consciousness, and then we can combine the both understanding, and we can deliver what Diego just mentioned, that broad perspective to our students, and it aims not only at Asian students but also at European students. With this and with the technical platforms that we have right now, we can really achieve. For example, we can build a platform, or we can use the existing platform provided by the EURASIA project, and then those broad perspectives can be better delivered. Okay. And that's just an idea that's inspired by both of you. So I hope that's not an intrusion, and I hope that maybe we can cooperate further on this topic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving the idea, for sharing the status of these studies, number one, and number two, of talking about the expectations, parallel expectations, if I have to say, in the light of how to go about the vertically and horizontally in the light of studies. There is one audience question which is posted in the chat box. May I ask these questions to, and it's open to all of us. It speaks about that how much do you think a critical component in EU studies model is necessary to conceptualize it more meaningfully for Asian students? So how much critical component is expected? Though we may not limit to the extent, but probably how critical component is expected in European studies, or what type of critical component is needed? That is, audience want to know. And after this, due to paucity of time, we'll summarize the discussion accordingly. So over to all the speakers.
Okay, may I reply? What I believe is that the critical component should be the highest possible. This is an academic initiative, right? This is, of course, it's sometimes subsidized by certain government or certain institution, but it's mostly academic, and you should keep the highest critical academic standards for the initiative. So that's why always but I believe that most sponsors agree with this, that when they are subsidizing the activities of a university, they respect this critical point of view that is always present in academics. I believe that if a project is run by academic, this is guaranteed, this critical approach.
Yeah, I agree with that. Any other panel member would like to contribute, and then we'll accordingly summarize. If any other thought. Okay. So the critical component, of course, it may be needed, and it is probably partially is there in various disciplines. But the critical component probably will be varying in the light of time, in the light of regions, because critical component will keep on changing. When we conceptualize by one way of one perception by critical component, probably the same critical component may not be common in the light of conceptualization under European studies while cascading to Asian studies, in the light of regional interest, in the light of even the periodical progresses of the concepts. So that will be emerging. For example, when we take an example of data protection. So what we study in the Europe, and when it comes to Asia, and when we conceptualize certain rights and interests connected to data protection, then we go and progresses. So it will be evolving, and that's what. But of course, as the critical component is definitely to be underlined and to be open, but it could be revisited as a time and again, even in Asia, by studying this and can come up with a new framework. So with this, we come to an end to today's our session 8 on European studies in Asia, expectations of the Asian region. And there is a lot of scope even further to know in coming days, even to understand the expectations. And I'm sure that expectations accordingly will be mitigated by all the due efforts from both sides, from European studies as well as from Asian studies, of blending the discussion sustenance as well as adaptability, and accordingly developing with the growth. So with this, I come to an end of the discussion on this topic, and I'm thankful to organizers and all the panel members, Mr. Srijit, Dr. Srijit, all Manmin, then Karthik, and then IT support, and all the panel members, Ms. Jan Jachin, Dr. Diego Varela, Ms. Yuchen Wong, and Maria Staucheva, and all the European EURASIA project team leaders, and even my dean and my director, Dr. Sheila Gurpur, and my university, and all the facilitators and contributors of this conference by the Global General University EURASIA Conference 2021. Because while bringing all this, it takes a lot of efforts behind the screen. And I'm also thankful all those who are also behind the screen to bring this entire discussion and to plan and to execute and accordingly to perform. So thank you so much, each one of you. Over to Srijit sir.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh Aghaf. We have come to the end of the session. Thanks to Professor Varela, Ms. Wong, Ms. Zhang. Thank you very much. The idea behind a session like this is to lay down particular Asian expectations, which would help the Europe actually to form the idea of Asia, which is predominantly lacking. This will also help Europe overcome the main challenge of design your own Asia when it comes to inter-regional collaborations. Thank you very much, all the participants. Audience will soon connect with you for the 9th technical session, which will start at 2:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. The session will be on European Studies in Asia, experiences from the Asian region. Please stay connected or reconnect at 2:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the 9th technical session of the Dissemination Conference, the Future of European Studies in Asia. The 9th technical session is going to be on European Studies in Asia, experiences from the Asian region. We have 3 distinguished panelists and distinguished moderator. So our speakers for the session include Professor Dr. Holger Bunche, President EU Institute in Japan, Kansai, Jean Monnet Chair in Regional Industrial and Economic Development in the EU, Kwansei Gakuin University, Japan, Professor Dr. Malcolm Murfett, Professor, Department of War Studies, King's College, London, United Kingdom, Professor Dr. Bindu Ronald, Professor and Deputy Director, Symbiosis Law School, Pune, Symbiosis International Deemed University, and as moderator, my dear colleague, Professor Dr. Gaganpreet Singh, Associate Professor, Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University. Welcome to the 9th technical session, and over to you, Professor Gaganpreet Singh.
Thank you, Professor Shirijit. Welcome all our distinguished panelists. Our session, as announced by Professor Shirijit, is on European Studies in Asia, experiences from the Asian region. At the outset, please allow me to introduce the topic of this session briefly, and then we'll give the flow of the session to each of the distinguished panelists. The European Union and Asia are deeply intertwined by our histories, economies, and foreign relations ambitions. The EU, enjoying intra-company ties largely due to its single economy, is an important stakeholder in the current global scenario. On the other hand, global economic power is shifting to Asia. The rise of an Asian nations has been quick and assertive, so much that 21st century is projected to be an Asian century due to the possible cultural and economic dominance. Therefore, enhancing Europe's capacity in Asia is vital for the future of Europe. A deeper understanding of both cultures and regions in a symbiotic manner is essential for the regional integration and inter-regional cooperation. In this context, there has been growth in the knowledge transfer between the 2 regions and a growing interest in the European studies discipline in Asia. With the increase in interest in the discipline, 2 critical parameters need to be met. There must be sufficient physical and intellectual infrastructure to account for the increase in students and other stakeholders. Second is continuous reorganization and reorientation of the discipline through experiences of teaching European studies in Asia. This will ensure that it continues to be relevant and beneficial for both regions. Many institutes of higher education in Asia thus offer courses, degrees, collaborative research opportunities, scholarships, intercultural opportunities, and training events for the furtherance of European studies in Asia. The curriculum focuses on European integration, foreign policy, European laws, politics, cultural studies, and other subjects that make up the diverse gamut of European studies. Therefore, great strides have been met in this respect of the first parameter. The interest in European studies is not recent, and the discipline has shaped in many ways by its historical precedents and most recent experiences from teaching in the Asian region. Asia is referred to be a pedagogic laboratory for European studies. Therefore, the experiences of teachers in the classrooms, exchange of ideas and knowledge between students' responses to different pedagogic tools, the expectations of students from the region, and does continuously inform the development of European studies in Asia. Asia can also be a testing ground for new curriculum ideas. These experiences are key if there is to be a high level of competence in European studies. The learnings from the past experiences become even more crucial during the current global pandemic. The importance of physical structure cannot be undermined when the entire world has gone online. Virtual learning has its advantages, but also poses many challenges. The capacity to study online is often seen as a function of privilege, and many residents of Asian region do not have the ability to study online. Herein, we see challenges being posed in respect to the first parameter as well. Therefore, in addition to experiences from the Asian region informing the general growth of European studies in Asia, these experiences must also inform the growth of discipline in the light of COVID-19 pandemic. So that's the broad scope where our today's discussion would revolve around. To further structure the question, we have drafted set of questions. To structure the conversation, we have drafted the set of questions, and now we will request our distinguished panelists to share their opinions and experiences on a few things. Right. To begin with, let's say, like we see, there are substantial differences between Asia and EU, right? So we have vastly different cultural and religious identities. Different factors have supplemented the growth and development of two regions. And students from both regions have different learning styles. So now I'll request our panelists to share their opinions on aspects that serve as a common thread and encourage interest in the region that is so different from other. And maybe we can request Professor Holger to share his experiences and the viewpoints to begin with.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to distinguish a little bit between interest in Europe and interest in EU. Based on, first of all, interest in Europe, well, Japan might be a very, very special case indeed. First from history, Japan was never colonized, which is, I think in Asia, there's only Thailand as well, which was never a colony. And this is one aspect. And the other aspect is because of that, Japan is not mainly focusing on one country, like for instance, India and Great Britain or Indonesia or the Netherlands, for instance. The other context historically is that, of course, Japan was linked to Europe over centuries. There was already in the 16th century, 17th century, where Japan was close to the world, the so-called Rangaku, so the Dutch studies, because the Dutch were the only country which had access to Japan at that time. And then particularly from the historical perspective of interest is, of course, the modernization of Japan at the end of the 19th century, so 1868, where everything was taken in from abroad, particularly from Europe, and everything which didn't fit with modernization and the modernization purposes was thrown overboard, so to say. From this experience, Japan has a very, very long tradition and has absorbed much of influence from Europe. On the other hand, also this has to be mentioned, there is quite some influence on other countries, particularly in Europe, from Japan, also over a long period of time. So we have, for instance, the influence in painting from the wood block paintings here in Japan on the Impressionists. We have manga, we have Japanese food, etc. So from this perspective here, I think we are in a very privileged position, particularly also for teaching European studies, EU studies, because there is a long tradition of interaction and intercourse here. And of course, development, industry development, economic development, and the global reach of the Japanese companies worldwide. More particularly than on EU and EU studies, which is of course a little bit more difficult because many people are not so much maybe interested in that. Many people perceive it as very difficult to understand the whole EU thing. But nevertheless, a third of, from the economy, a third of world trade is done by the EU and Japan together. FDI, Europe, EU is one of the most important investors here in Japan and vice versa. And there are, of course, on the government level, constant or regular meetings between the EU and the Japanese government. Japan is perceived from the EU as a strategic partner because of democracy, because of human rights record, free market economy. So this has also quite dramatically changed since the 1980s, where Japan was more perceived a competitor, often unfair competition methods with regard to European industries. So from this point of view, I think we have here a very, very privileged position, and we enjoyed quite some interest in European studies, not just at university, but also broader in society at large.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for sharing your insights. May I request Professor Bindu to share her experience on, what, in her opinion, are the aspects that serve as a common thread and encourage interest in the region?
Thank you, Professor Singh. When we look at Europe, Europe has been on the world power politics for some time, and there's been a huge shift when we look at Asian countries today, and countries across Asia have today become very assertive global players, which may not have been so a couple of decades back. Now, talking about these two continents, we see that there is a huge difference that is there between the two continents in every way. Now, whether we consider life of people, whether we consider food, whether we consider political ideologies that are there, or religion, or even climate for that matter, there is a lot of difference that is there between what we see in Europe and what we see in Asian countries. However, even though we are geographically apart, yet there have been many things that have been there which connect Europe and Asia. And somewhere I think education becomes a very strong cementing force, which puts together these two continents and the countries that are part of these continents. We know that today there is globalization of education, and there are many factors that are there which are responsible for this exchange. And globalization has changed Asia's role as far as the world is concerned, and very obvious that globalization has had a major impact as far as Asia's role in world economy is concerned. Now, in the context of this emerging multipolar world, Europe and Asia being two regions that are there, which are now playing very, very vital role as far as global politics are concerned, there's a way in which they're designing themselves also. And definitely we cannot ignore the size and the significance that is there of these two economies, Europe and the Asian countries. Over a period of time, we find that both Europe and Asia, they've created their own path as far as economic development and industrialization is concerned. And Europe and Asia are major trading partners. For Europe, China, India, Japan, etc. are major trading partners. And so also for Europe, or so also for Asia. And EU's interest in Asia and vice versa is to a very large extent commercial. Probably I look at it that way. And there is a high degree of interdependence that is there between these two economies. And of course, they try and make use of every strategic opportunity that is there. This transfer of technology that is there, which is happening. There is a rise that is there as far as foreign direct investment flows that are concerned. And, this is about foreign direct investment from Europe to Asia, or from, even from Asia, where we talk about businesses that are there which are growing. Now, in a globalized world, you can't stay in silos. Countries can't stay in silos, and there has to be exchange of policy and law. And when we talk about exchange of policies, laws, etc., this has a very great impact as far as policies and laws of other countries are concerned. I'm just going to give you one example over here. Let's just take a look at the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation that was there, which was agreed upon by the European Parliament and Council somewhere in 2016. I think it was April 2016. And this particular legislation has had far-reaching impact on all the trading partners of EU. Now, if somebody wants to start a business in EU or in India with trade relations in EU, there's no option but to, kind of internalize this GDPR laws that are there in our own domestic system. Or let's say that I'm working in a German company in India, or a French company, or a Czech company in India. I definitely benefit from the EU laws that I know, or politics that I know about, or the culture that is there. So, there's this thing that is there, which is forging this connection that is there, or this definitely serves as a connection between the two countries, creating a further interest that is there as far as learning about EU is concerned, or EU studies are concerned. And so I think these factors that are there serve as a connecting force to learn more about the EU and learn more about EU studies, or through EU studies.
Thank you, Professor. I agree with you that, there are a lot of, common factors. Like the specific examples you gave, that serve as a common thread for us, and that invokes the interest of European studies in the Asian region. Yeah. And thank you, Professor Holger, for sharing the specific example of Japan. That was very interesting as well. Moving further, we see that, there are a lot of several courses, that are being taught in the Asian institutes of higher education, that focuses on foreign relations. For example, the European Union Foreign Trade Policy, Asian perspectives, that is taught at Jindal also, right? There's a diplomatic foreign theory and practice taught in Beijing Foreign Studies University. However, many courses focus on European integration as well. Considering the difference in the context and the expectations between the European states and the Asian region, so do experiences show that it would be more relevant to have a wider array of subjects focused on teaching foreign relations? I request Professor Malcolm to share his thoughts on this thing, that, how does that having a wider array of subjects is going to benefit?
Well, thank you very much, Guggenbrun. And first of all, may I strongly support my colleagues on the panel for their comments and answers in relation to question one. The one thing I would say, if I can say something about one as well before I go on to two, is that I think language instruction is absolutely essential. I think this is the thing that provides a window on another world. And until you've got, whether French or German or Italian or Spanish or some such thing, you don't really fully understand the country which you are studying. And my experience, I'm older than both Holger and Prof. Bindu, much older actually, is that I was in Asia for over 30 years. I taught in Asia from 1980 through to 2014. And I taught at the National University of Singapore, which is, a pretty world-renowned university now. And I was in the process of developing European studies from the outset. We did this in 1991 in response to Lee Kuan Yew, the Prime Minister of Singapore at that time, who believed that suddenly the EU could be a great help and support to Singapore. And he thought that the best way of getting Singapore to be linked more closely with the EU, with Europe generally, was to create a European studies program. Now, if you know anything about Lee Kuan Yew, his will usually prevailed. And so the university began to start the process of building a European studies program from nothing. I was involved in those discussions from the outset, and it was fascinating because we came at it from different angles. We had political scientists, public administrators, sociologists, lawyers, historians like myself, economists, of course, and they were all heavily involved in trying to fashion a curriculum for this thing. But it became pretty obvious, certainly to me early on, that the key winning factor for students was language. It really was. And we could talk ourselves silly about history or econs or law or whatever. It was the language that did the business. And so this is, I think, something which, we need to consider if we're talking about European studies in Asia. Now, you asked me a question because I said I would be very happy to answer that question in advance. And it's, I would say, the wider, the more compelling the story, the better. I really believe this. I think it needs to be contemporary or pretty modern. I come from Oxford, and late modern is the last 200, 300 years. And most of the stuff I did with my students in Singapore was late modern stuff, 1815 through to the end of the 20th century. And that had a kind of a relevance factor. Early modern history is fascinating, but man, it is like another world. It's often like another world to Europeans, let alone to Asians. So I think, you're really struggling up Everest when you're trying to do something about the 13th or the 14th centuries. But if you're dealing with 20th century stuff, and for example, the kinds of courses that I ran, 1815 to now, Europe of the dictators, Europe in the two world wars, the Cold War, obviously, because it was still ongoing at that stage, leadership in the post-war world, things of that order, proved to be very popular. I would like to think that it had something to do with me, but I think it was also to do with the fact that the kids could relate to it. It had something about it. Now, I would say there's a real issue here. Institutional histories, such as history of the European movement, the EU, or the United Nations organization, much beloved, by the way, by examination boards, can be an absolute turn-off for students. They can be bored stupid by that kind of institutional thing. You have to have somebody who's teaching it, who is inspired, by a love for the institution, if you're going to get that across. Otherwise, it becomes really sedentary and very slow. And then the kids are mugging up stuff to remember stuff, but they're not enthused rather by fascinating characters, by stories, case studies that really bring alive the institution and the individuals involved in it. So I think European development is, again, a fascinating subject in the right hands, but a dreary one if taught by someone who's just going through the motions. So it comes back, and I'm sure Holger and Prof. Bindu believe this too, it comes back to the teacher. It all depends upon whether you've got somebody who's teaching a course that they like, that they love, that they find compelling. If they are, you can make it attractive. But if you are not convinced, you won't.
Thank you, Professor Malcolm. May I request Professor Holger to share his experience on this, or thoughts?
Let me first express that I am 100% behind everything what Professor Malcolm had said. 100% agree. Particularly the emphasis on languages. Because language teaching and learning other languages open up a different world to the students. And for instance, we have compulsory at least 2 foreign languages to be learned at university. We have also compulsory that our students have to go for at least half a year of studies in foreign countries, wherever it is. And by, I don't think mere accident, but about half of our people, so from the School of International Studies, are going to Europe. So also this is showing the interest in Europe. Talking about the question you raised, I would like to share a little bit the experience we made by setting up an EU institute here in Japan more than 15 years ago. And at that time, it was the requirement, obviously, from the European Union that not one single university, but more a consortium of university is running this institute. And so together with my university, Kansei Gakuin University, we have Osaka University, so the old Imperial University, and Kobe University, a very well-renowned university, particular for business. So we created a program that, first of all the students enrolling in the program could attend the lectures at all the universities, get all the credits for that. And we decided also, in line with what Professor Malcolm had outlined, be as broad as possible. Not to confine it to some narrow niche or whatsoever. And so we set up 5 different areas. So law, economics, social history, policy studies, and all the students had to finish this course, take classes from all of these areas. And they had on the undergraduate level to take, I think, 22, to obtain 22 credits, on the graduate level, 20 credits. And this worked out very well. And now, well, we have run out of support from the European Union, as all other EU institutes worldwide as well. But we continue with the focus on our EU program, and offering something like 70 classes per semester across all the 3 universities. And well, it's hard to say, but we have something like 200, 250 people enrolled in the program. And also with this regard, my personal opinion is not so much quantity, but quality. Interested people is the most important thing. It's not that we have to have thousands of people, but if you have 200 people and they are interested and they are doing that, that's worthwhile then to put efforts into that. And again, I'm completely agree with Professor Malcolm. If you are nuts about your subject and you are teaching that, the students feel that. So
I'm sure everyone will agree to what Professor Malcolm just said. Okay, thank you for your thoughts. Moving further, I want to bring the context of, COVID-19 that, the pandemic has put us in. The COVID-19 pandemic has opened the gates for whole new dimensions of learning, like that's virtual learning, online learning. So a lot of courses, universities and schools have gone online to conduct their activities. So do experiences from teaching European studies in Asia during the pandemic show that virtual learning is a way forward, or there are too many challenges of virtual learning to succeed? I request Professor Bindu to share her thoughts on that.
Thank you very much. I think the pandemic has turned the world upside down. It's turned I think the world topsy-turvy, and each one of us in some way or the other is hit by the consequences of this huge global concern that we have in front of us. The impact of the pandemic, it has been felt by the education sector also in a large way. However, when we consider the impact of COVID-19, to some extent, I also think that it has actually opened the gates for a whole new dimension as far as teaching is concerned. Earlier we were very bound by the problems of time, distance, finances, especially when we wanted to, and all these things became a big factor when we wanted to invite guests to universities. When we wanted to invite guests, perhaps they wouldn't have the time at that point of time, or, the distances would be also a matter of concern, as also the finances. But somewhere when we look at COVID-19 and we look at education, I think there are some of these problems that have been taken care of, and technology has actually helped as far as connecting people in the field of education is concerned. Today we are talking about virtual learning, which was not the fact earlier. There were certain courses that were there which were available and which students used to take, but things have changed today. Today, when we look under the National Education Policy 2020 of India, we see that the government of India is introducing blended learning, with students becoming very empowered in terms of deciding to choose the courses or decide who the faculty who they would want to be taught by, or even taking courses which are taught at foreign universities. Now, when we look at the pandemic and we look at the virtual learning platform that is there, I'd just like to maybe give a couple of examples that are there, where we thought at Symbiosis Law School that definitely things have been good as far as student learning is concerned. So at Symbiosis Law School, Pune, I'm sure it is the same in Jindal and in many other universities, or perhaps all the universities across the world, perhaps, that we're able to conduct a lot of lectures with international faculties on a virtual mode, which prior to the pandemic was very difficult. In fact, we've organized our moot training session, which is, where we conduct a month-long training for our new students who join the law school to this training session, which is taught by American professors. And this time, because of the pandemic and because travel was not possible, we initially we were wondering how it's going to happen. But thanks to the virtual platform that is there, which was available, this whole program for a month was taught by American professors completely online. We've had other programs. We've had this EURASIA Distinguished Speaker Series that we started off during this period of time. And we had a number of experts, and through the virtual medium, they delivered lectures on various topics to our students. Now, I think that is extremely important, when, especially when we talk about courses that are there which have an EU factor that is there. You can have passion to teach a subject, passion added with knowledge, and I think the multidimensional aspects that are there which are required in teaching a subject can be even more enhanced when we have somebody from there teaching a subject. So I think our students, or all of us, had a very good learning experience when we had these EURASIA speaker series that was there, which we had started off. We had judges from various countries who were disseminating knowledge to our students, and our students and faculty definitely benefited from these virtual interactions that is there. I think it's been a great learning season, I must say. But again, I think when we talk about this virtual platforms, I can't say that these this particular platform of knowledge sharing is without challenges. When we speak about the affluent class, those staying in cities, the virtual mode of teaching and learning has been definitely a boon. But in a country like India, or for that matter, in many other Asian countries also, perhaps, the economic disparity is very stark. And for those who don't have access to maybe high-speed internet bandwidth, or don't have access to computers itself, there's a huge gap that is there. So, where we say that virtual platforms are good, there's also been a problem. As far as the virtual platform for teaching European law is concerned, or European studies, or the related subjects are concerned, the virtual mode of teaching definitely has been a boon. And overall, I think that this mode of teaching has been a lot of benefit to a lot of people. And we can't compare it with the physical presence. The experience that is there of physical presence and interaction and networking that is there, which we have in a real-time world, is definitely missing on a virtual platform. The human connect is extremely important, and it's a very important aspect of learning. Saying that, I would still say that, when we've been in this period of time where we've not had an alternate, the virtual mode of teaching has been extremely good. And during this period of time, we also introduced a number of certificate programs. We had 3 or 4 certificate programs which were there, and they were relating to EU, such as, we had competition law in EU, we had e-justice, we had IT law relating things. And then we've been running this certificate course in European legal studies for the last 10 years, and which has been very popular. And because of this virtual platform, we were able to provide the learning to our students. And now we also had experts from Europe who could deliver the lectures. So I think it has been a good experience, or should I say that we've learned, and we've learned to make the best use of the technology that is there with us. And it definitely helps.
Thank you, Professor Bindu. I think it was very interesting to, to kind of showcase both the bright side and the dark side. So there has been both the parameters. Technology has made some certain things which were not considered to be possible. We are experiencing it right now. I'll just have a very quick view from Professor Holger, on this. How has COVID-19 things in Japan or general?
Very quick, yes, indeed. I was a little bit long before. I concentrate on the positive. There are several downturns as well, but on the positive side, for our programs, the Shomone programs, it was quite helpful. For instance, we did online, so Zoom visit to the EU delegation here in Japan. So we didn't move physically to Tokyo and visited the delegation, but online, and got presentation on various things on COVID, the response in the EU. That was very good, very, of course, cheap. The people didn't have to pay for the travel expenses, and much more people could attend than if going down there. Also, for our the students enrolled in our program, they don't have to go to Osaka or Kobe for attending the classes. They can do it at home by the computer. That's also was a positive thing. And we have one issue, for instance, is is an EU debate club where students come together and debate recent developments in the EU. And also this profited much from being able to do it online. But as also other people pointed out, online teaching doesn't substitute for in-person teaching.
Thank you, Professor Holger. Moving forward, bringing another context of motivation, like, a student may be motivated to take European studies due to a variety of reasons. For example, international organizations have their headquarters in European nations. The United Nations is one such organization, or they may have an interest in the region due to direct exposure through travel. Other students might be considering careers, the scope of which is greater in Europe. So, I request Professor Malcolm to share his experience that do these motivations play a role in how curriculum is designed or which courses are taught?
Thank you, Gagan. First of all, may I thank Prof. Bindu for her talk about the situation, the teaching situation in COVID. I was both in Italy at the University of Trento and also at King's, and I taught all last year in a kind of very peculiar situation. I had some people in class and some simultaneously online. It's enormously difficult to keep control of the characters who are online. You can see the ones in class, but it's the ones online And even if you request that they have their videos on, you can't be certain, of course, what on earth they might be seeing on their screens. But it's challenging. I think there's a lot more work for those of us who are teaching. The preparation for it is quite considerable. No matter how much you love the subject, it was, I thought, significantly more time consuming in terms of prep than under normal circumstances. Now, I love teaching. I love kids in my class. I love interaction with them. And surprisingly, we got something going in both Italy and England. But nonetheless, it is challenging. And so I understand where Holger comes from. And we had a few moments before the conference, this conference session started. So I know where he's coming from with regard to virtual teaching and so forth. But Bopindu was quite right. I mean, I think it has opened up things, but she's also absolutely correct in saying it magnifies the differences, the disparities between those who have got all of the stuff, all of the kit, all of the high speed internet and so forth, and the kids who don't. The kids who come from poor backgrounds, who don't have the money, don't have the internet hookup, don't maybe have the computers. I mean, you know, it's once again distressing to see this huge diversity and dispersity in terms of, you know, those who are lucky enough to have those things and those who sadly don't. But no question from my side, as I stressed earlier on, it was the language thing that the kids recognized. This could put them in a different league. And again, I have to say, Holger, you are my man, because you said more doesn't mean better. And that's exactly it. We had a relatively small European studies program, up to about 100, I think, whilst I was there. But these kids were bright. They were bright. They were really interested in doing something different. And they were significantly brighter, I have to say, than my own history students. And certainly the political science students, but I won't say too much about that. But I have to say, it was staggering. My European studies students were significantly better. They used to come kind of like first, second, and fourth in the class, year after year after year. No matter what we did, they had something more about them. I think language helped in this regard. And of course, they were attractive to companies. Asian companies, Singaporean companies, trading in Europe, involved in Europe, based in Europe. To have one of their own with them who had language skill, maybe not the greatest fluency in the world, but decently, was a huge plus. But also many European companies who were based in Singapore were also attracted to these Singaporean students who had a language and had background in European studies. It was a win-win factor. And the kids themselves, the students themselves, were in a different kind of league. I don't recall, and this is the honest truth, I don't recall any of them being out of a job. After they graduated, they got jobs like this. Whereas many other students in the social sciences or the humanities struggled to find jobs, certainly decently paying jobs. And the EU students would say, I think with some smile, yeah, well, actually our starting salaries were greater too. So my experience clearly would suggest that language is a key determinant. I really do.
Thank you, Professor Malcolm. I'll direct the next question to you again because it is slightly related to what the discussion has been going on. That do experiences from teaching European studies in Asia show that it is popular enough to be taught in schools, and therefore increase the visibility of Europe-related topics to a wider audience? So if it could be taught in the school, what do our experiences teach us in terms of designing curriculums? Since you had been designing curriculums, like you mentioned in the Singapore. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, thanks, Gagan. I don't want to take up too much of the time, and I'm very conscious of both Prof. Bindu and Holger also needing to speak. So shut me up, for goodness sake, quickly. I think the key here is whether the schools are doing languages. If they're doing languages, if they're doing, say, French or German or Spanish to 18, then I have no problem necessarily with European studies in the schools. I think without the languages, I'm not so sure. I really am not so sure. We had kids, many of whom didn't have languages, but who were interested for whatever reason in learning a language, which I always think is a wonderful thing in any case. And in 4 years at the university, they achieved a fairly decent amount of fluency. And like Holger, there were built into these programs summers in either France or Germany, where they would be in language programs, or where they would be with families and so on and so forth. And subsequently then, a term or a semester abroad. These are fantastically attractive things for students. Back in my day, and I do go back a very long way, we had no such opportunities to go off and spend a year in Leipzig. Are you kidding me? There's no chance of that. Not least because, of course, it was in the DDR at that particular time. But the key, though, is that I think at the school level, if you've got good teachers who are good language teachers, then you can run some courses that would stimulate that, whether it be in literature, whether it be in econs, whether it be in history, whether it be in political affairs. I don't think that matters too much. What you need of a key element is the teacher. It really is.
Professor Bindu, any last minute your thoughts on incorporating European studies into the wider audience of schools?
I think I'll just connect a little bit of opportunities that are there and connect to what school offers as far as teaching grounds are concerned. I think today when we look at the opportunities that are there, businesses going beyond boundaries, jobs opening up overseas, opportunities that are there. I think even lifestyle changes that are there are things which are attracting students to take up certain courses, or take up courses maybe in European studies, or they look forward to going to Europe to study, etc. And there is definitely an increased attraction that is there to take up some of these courses, which perhaps was not as attractive earlier. And there are many factors that I think to that. Today, there is more incomes that are there which are available. There is availability of funds that are there with parents perhaps for sending students to other countries, and that's becoming popular. And with all this, what I think is, introducing certain things, European studies in Asia, particularly in school, or languages, I think that is a very, very important point that was there, which was put by Professor Malcolm, that teaching languages in school, it actually can make a lot of difference, because yes, to understand something in the depth is possible when you know and understand a particular language. And they say that, introduce a person early in life to certain things, generate the curiosity to explore the world and even specific regions. That interest will be further fueled when these young students who are already introduced to maybe languages that are there, German, French, Spanish, etc. When it'll further fuel their interest in things later on in life when they are looking for higher education and shaping their careers and future. So I definitely think that introducing certain things, particularly, yes, languages in school, but not just languages, also, the basics that are there is going to go a long way in taking things forward. Thank you.
Thank you all our distinguished panelists for their interesting insights. We have 2 questions from the audience, and if I may request your opinions on that. So question number 1 is, to what extent can academic collaborations between Asian and European universities help in the effective dissemination of European studies for Asian students? For example, joint teaching programs or semester exchange programs. I'll request maybe Professor Holger to take this question.
The point, yes, I understand this question very well. The point is a little bit, for instance, cooperation with universities which run in Europe, European studies. There might be a gap in knowledge and quality of, not quality of students, but a knowledge gap between the European student and our students here in the first place. We are looking to attract, but this is also quite difficult, students that are interested in Europe in Asian studies. So that we come together, that students have interest in Asia and students have interest in European studies, come together and discuss together. But this is also not so easy to achieve. But we are trying that.
Professor Bindu, can I have your thoughts on this? I mean, how do you think that academic collaborations help in the effective dissemination?
I definitely think that academic collaborations make a lot of impact. I think it's also coming from a person who is teaching in a university which has collaborations and which has sent a large number of students to countries such as Germany or France, etc., European countries under that program or Erasmus program. And they have definitely benefited from studying there. It's about a lot of experiences that are there which the student gains when he goes there to study some of these subjects. But yes, language again over there can be a barrier if you are not accustomed to maybe a German language or to the French language. So that part of it is extremely important, but I think collaborations make a lot of difference. It is that experience and the exposure that is there that a student gets when he is able to go on the exchange programs.
All right, thank you. And one last question, I'll request Professor Malcolm to take this because it's more related to languages. So I think, so the question is, when we speak of inclusivity, how do we achieve inclusivity of people not only from various countries, but among people of different economic and social backgrounds? What are the, so what do you think about inclusivity?
Well, as I've said several times this morning, what worries me is when you see students who don't have the advantages, the economic, material advantages of their peer group. It really does make an enormous difference if you come from a background where your parents have got some money and can support you, and you can go abroad on one of these semester exchange programs or go to a language institution. Because, these are quite expensive things. And even though we subsidize the students to a very great extent in Singapore, they still had to come up with quite a lot of Singapore dollars to ensure that they could make that transition. Now, those who went benefited enormously, but I always felt incredibly sorry for those who just didn't have the financial capability of doing that, because they weren't less bright. They just didn't have the economic wherewithal to get there. They would have benefited just as much as those who did. And I always worry when it's the rich who win out over everybody else. And that's I'm sorry, but that's an issue. I do love the idea of engagement, foreign travel, foreign immersion. Yes, but let's try for goodness sake to make sure that it's a level playing field, because if it isn't a level playing field, it's really tough. It's really tough.
All right, thank you so much for sharing your experience. I mean, that's all from the session. At last, I would just like to thank all our distinguished panelists for sharing their experiences about teaching European studies in the Asian region. I'm sure all the stakeholders would immensely benefit from the insights. I would also like to thank the organizers for bringing together the distinguished panelists on our common platform. That's all from my side. I'll now pass on the floor to Professor Shirijit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. It was absolutely a wonderful session. We consciously constructed this session to become one of the mainstay of this entire conference, particularly given that this is a sort of review. This is a sort of feedback which we actually need to think about a second phase of the project after taking due stock of to what extent the first phase of Project Eurasia has been successful. It has been a phenomenally informative session. Thank you so much, Professor Bangshe, Professor Murphet, Professor Ronald, and Professor Gaganpreet. My dear audience, please stay online. Our next session, the 10th technical session of the Dissemination Conference is Science and Technology in European Studies. So please stay tuned or log in exactly 15 minutes from now. Our session will start at 3:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Until then, goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome everyone to the 10th technical session of the conference, The Future of European Studies in Asia. This technical session is on science and technology in European studies. We have 4 distinguished speakers and our moderator. Our distinguished speakers for the panel include Professor Dr. Raphael Heffron, Professor Jean Monnet Chair in Just Transition to a Low Carbon Economy, University of Dundee, United Kingdom, Professor Stephanie Shallow, Professor and Head, School of Law, University of Central Lancashire, EU Fellow, Law Department, European University Institute, Cyprus, Professor Nikolina Sledkova, Associate Professor, Department of European Studies, Sofia University, Professor Raj A. Verma, Assistant Professor, Symbiosis Law School, Symbiosis International Deemed University. And as the moderator for the session, my dear colleague, Professor Dr. Manveen Singh, Associate Professor and Associate Dean, Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University. Welcome everyone to this technical session. Over to you, Professor Manveen.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that kind introduction. Welcome everyone to this 10th technical session on science and technology in European studies. Science and technology find a natural place in the realm of European studies. Several legal and policy frameworks concerning science, technology, innovation, and competition in the European Union serve as hallmarks of optimized responses to the contemporary socio-political shifts brought about by technological changes. Policy initiatives like the creation of the European Research Area and the Joint Research Center and several other programs for research and technological development have successfully cemented Europe's place in the modern knowledge-based economy. Having said that, the study of science and technology in European studies is by no means restricted to law and policy. Rather, it involves the examination of science and technology from a wide array of perspectives. Defying the conventional notion that science knowledge is a conjunction of purely objective facts and theories, and that technology is merely an application of the knowledge so accumulated, the larger body of science and technology studies paves the path for a systematic social, historical, and economic examination of science and technology. Focused on European history and experience, science and technology in European studies emerged from a similar vision, that it is necessary to consider the social, cultural, historical, economic, and political factors that affect the evolution of science and technology and their impact on human affairs. These characteristics attain further significance in the context of the future of European studies in Asia, which I'm sure can be extensively discussed over the next hour or so. On that note, my first question to Professor Raj Verma, if I may, is, considering that science and technology in European studies are naturally situated in the context of European history, culture, and society, in what ways can European studies in Asia be adopted for the Asian context such that students of the scholarship in Asia not only intellectually resonate with the same, but also implement the learnings in their own personal context? Professor Raj, please.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, sir. One thing that is very common to both Europe and India and Asia in general is the concept of democracy and the foundations of rule of law. And as Reinhold Niebuhr says, that man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible, but man's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary. Now, we do have a plethora of legislations. We do have a lot of them. Some problems would be in terms of implementation. For specifically to jump to science and technology, since time would be of essence, I would say that some ethical parameters for science and technology, which could be adopted from the European context, would be of note. Let's take the case of artificial intelligence, for example. And one of the main problems of artificial intelligence is enforcing accountability. How do you enforce accountability on something that is not a legal personality yet, for example? We have a situation of AI being used in various other aspects like deepfake videos, for example. And deepfake videos, I mean, some people have proposed the acronym of REAL, I mean, record original content to assure deniability for deepfake videos. Now, EU has come up with a framework of electronic personality for AI, and somehow because AI is applicable to many new advances. And along with enforcing electronic personality, they have come up with a set of ethical parameters which would be important for India. For example, they have come up with some things like ensuring the primacy and dignity of human beings, ensuring individual rights and freedoms, respecting the rule of law, thrust for equality. Now, with equality, I come to a framework called as FAT framework, that is fairness, accountability, and transparency, and having a ART kind of framework, that is accessibility, responsibility, and transparency. While science and technology innovation is great, but in the Asian context where disparities are very high, while the foundations of law, the constitutional framework, it has ingrained that Article 14 says right to equality, there should be no discrimination. But if a human has a bias that is practically visible on the streets and in our day-to-day life, and nobody is probably free from that, if we make technological developments, well, to put it simply, they don't fall from the skies. They come from, we make them, humans make them, and the regulations are made by us. There is nothing to say that our biases will not be transferred, so as to say, or given off to the AI machines. Therefore, what laws are applicable to us, that what rights we have to ensure for others, what are our responsibilities as a good citizen of a modern state which ensures access to all, justice and equity, not just equality. Our job is to ensure equity as well. So thrust for equality is there. For example, in AI, there was a study for an AI system where some data was being given to Asia in the Asian context, and the Asian researchers had just flagged pictures of homosexual people as something that is bad or something that is wrong. Now, that is an inherent bias that comes across our mind, and if we teach, quote unquote, if we teach that AI that some things are wrong and it gives us a certain output, that would put us on a dangerous footing. Now, another important point that we should be choosing is independence and primacy of human beings in decision making, speaking from a slightly generic perspective rather than going to a purely technical legal thing, ensuring privacy and data protection, which is extremely important. Now, just taking one example, in the healthcare sector, for example, there was AI being implemented, and in Spain, I believe, AI is being used to scan 30,000, 50,000 patient records so as to help doctors come up with a faster outcome, spend more time with the patient rather than sifting through the small nitty-gritties which the AI will do for you. Their important point is of no discrimination, lack of bias on race, gender. Important point is for data protection. EU already has a well-established GDPR, General Data Protection Regime. India, we are bringing up a Personal Data Protection Bill 2019, which incorporates some of them. Along with that, one more point that I would say before I hand it over to you for shifting around is social acceptance, social and cultural acceptance. Now, what may be socially and culturally acceptable in India, it may be very different. I mean, put it simply that when you go to a doctor, a woman may be hesitant to expose her face in a rural area. Starting from those small things, they would not be they would be more comfortable with a more local physician rather than an expert whom they have trust in. Therefore, for a newer system, a newer technological innovation to build up and develop, that trust would be of essence rather than anything else for it to build up social acceptance. Now, I have done some work in that, and some of the empirical analysis that was done for my work is people want, it's a bit of a dichotomy that people want newer innovations, they want AI, but at the same time, they are not trusting it so much in the Indian context also and in the Western context, that it may be lack of jobs, etc. So I think ethical compliance and a soft law kind of approach. Basically, if I would put it in such a way that a regulation to have soft law, basically to ensure a code of conduct, ethical compliances that is there, would be helpful for us in this context. Yeah, I'd hand it over to you since I would not want to take too much time.
Thank you so much for those insightful comments. I actually had a follow-up question. Since you talked about artificial intelligence and the fact that probably the Asian region, or specifically the South Asian countries, may not be that well suited for the immediate rollout of artificial intelligence. Now, one thing that I wanted to know from you, and maybe I'll allow the other panelists also to come in on this particular question from their experience, of course, is we know that the law and enforcement in the European Union is far ahead of how it is in the Asian context. And we can pick up a country like India for that matter, right? People don't really abide by the laws in the manner that they would ideally do when they are traveling abroad. Or you observe people in the European countries and you see, oh, well, if you don't do this, you're going to be fined and there's no escape. Artificial intelligence is, of course, going to be highly dependent on people following rules. And this is just one example. Traffic rules, for instance, right?
Yes.
A self-driven vehicle is going to be working around a system or a scenario where everyone is following rules. But if people are not following rules, there is bound to be a disastrous situation where it's very difficult to find out who is liable. Was the person who was crossing the signal when the light was red responsible if there's an accident, or was the so-called self-driven vehicle supposed to sense something like that? And we know there are issues, and I'm sure your research would culminate in some of the solutions to these aspects regarding the liability or the culpability in this particular case. So do you think there is any specific impediment when we talk about science and technology being taken into the Asian context and then the actual implementation happening? Any specific comment would be highly
okay. Yeah, absolutely. Law, firstly, it is basically a tool to modify behavior, basically, to put it in very, very simple terms, a tool right from following traffic rules. It is a method to modify behavior, and for some reason, it doesn't seem to work in India. Probably one reason, as you would put it, is that people feel that they can get away. They feel that I know somebody in the high office, I can make a telephone call, and even if I jump the signal, well, it will be there. I think people, and the same people, I was just seeing a promotional video of UAE. Now, there are a lot of Indians in the UAE, and that video itself said that the same Indians who don't follow the rules in India seem to be very well behaved and the most progressive minorities outside. One reason could be that the trust in the democratic institutions, they see that things are functioning. Now, if I would take the example of the 2014 elections, now, our personal political views aside and how things have panned out, it's a separate issue. But one reason probably that I would think is that people did vote for a particular person or a particular ideology is that they thought that things would work. If I vote for X person, the things may become better. Whether they have or not, a completely separate debate altogether. They did feel that it will become better. And to some extent that they did not mind some of the hardships that they underwent because of that, and they did want to follow the rules. At least that was that is what I feel in some way. Now, because of a lack of trust and accountability in the government systems, that we can get away. It does not matter if we don't follow the rules, while the same people will follow it because they have trust and faith in the systems outside rather than here. Now, the point is to build up trust and faith in democratic institutions. That is a bit more of a long-term process, like nation building is an everyday process, that is said. And in a place like India, it does take time. Hopefully, when we move up with our business indicators, its human development indicators, that will improve eventually. Now, with respect to accountability specifically, we can't start with extreme accountability measures of criminal sanctions. For example, there was a recent case of a doctor performing a surgery when he was 50 miles apart. He was not even there. Now, if something goes wrong, do we hold the manufacturer responsible of the robot? Do we hold the doctor responsible? In India itself, it was in Gujarat. Now, one way is that I think I read it in some place that they have built in an insurance scheme that is there to start with, that they impose some sort of a civil liability initially that ensures civil compensation to the person with a decent amount of money, which will eventually turn into something like corporate criminal liability eventually, which imposes non-punitive measures as the law evolves, because this is a very dynamic field. Every 6 months, this thing is changing. A regulatory sandbox kind of approach initially to go about it in a controlled environment, as all of us know what is a regulatory sandbox. In a controlled environment, if we test out some measures, whether it is a mix of civil sanctions and criminal sanctions, whether it is some sort of a joint liability, that would work to start out the process. Eventually, what we aim to do is an aspirational thing that we will get there, I'm sure, eventually. But to start out, this would be a good idea, I think.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So moving on to the educational aspect of science and technology. And the relevance of science and technology in furthering European studies in Asia. My next question is, beyond being exclusively the subject matter of inquiry, science and technology can also serve as instruments of dissemination of European studies in Asia. Now, in the post-COVID-19 period, which of course we all have witnessed has brought about a plethora of changes in not just our lifestyle, but so many other things. Digital education has received a major impetus for what was already an ascending curve of adoption in many parts of Asia. However, significant challenges still continue to remain in ensuring parity of access to such education, in addition to qualitative issues around the digitization of education. I was just wondering, how can these issues be addressed in the context of European studies? So probably we could start with Professor Nina, and then I could come to Professor Stephanie, and then if Professor Hevron also have some views to offer on this particular question. Professor Nina, please.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. It's a very interesting topic that we're talking about today, and it has a lot of perspectives that we could look at it from. But while I was thinking about this session, this is something I wanted to share with you. I'm sure you must know or must be familiar with the Bohemian study, foresight study from 2018. There is a particular scenario there called targeted scenario number 19, which is called Towards a New Knowledge System. It's a very interesting read, and because of time, I'm not going to go through the whole of the scenario, just read out an excerpt from that, a summary. So in summary, the scenario is for us to imagine that it's the year 2040. Ubiquitous digitalization has transformed all possible realms of life, science, technology, research, and education, to a new integrated knowledge system. Abundant data, real-time and historical, are easily accessible through AI devices. Education makes extensive use of the digital tools. It empowers young and older people to make effective use of data, information and knowledge for social and economic ends. As knowledge becomes pervasive, people lead more productive, fulfilling lives. But established institutions are still challenged to adapt to this profound change. And somehow I also think this scenario has to do with what Professor Verma was talking about. You know that we all experienced a very quick transition, although the roots of this transition to using more and more online sources of information, communication, learning, teaching, doing all sorts of jobs online happened very quickly over the past year and a half now. But of course, the roots of that were not, I mean, they didn't appear last year. And if I go back in time and if I can draw on some personal experience, in the year 2008, I was involved in a very interesting project which aimed to develop teachers' competencies in using an alternate reality game for fostering multilingualism. I had been very well prepared. There was an online course that teachers were supposed, to be introduced to and do some things online in a specially equipped computer room. Computer rooms at universities were not very common, I mean, in Bulgaria, at least at that time. So everything was perfect. All the preparation was there. And we were prepared to meet some colleagues online. But you know what happened? During the night, before the actual training, there was a sudden snowstorm at the beginning of October, which is very uncommon for this geographical area. And due to the heavy snow, some cables were cut and there was no internet connection. So my first online training had to go completely offline. And now, last year we experienced something which was the other way around. We all had, I think, because universities are at the forefront of developing science and technology, developing cutting-edge thought in different spheres. We have tools, we have experience, we have tried out and more or less implemented various ways of incorporating ICTs in our everyday teaching and learning. But somehow that was, perceived as something additional to face-to-face learning, to the things we used to do physically when we are together. And because I've been listening to several other sessions on this wonderful conference, I could hear colleagues referring to this transition over and over again in different perspectives. But here, due to the particular topic of our session, I would like to share very briefly a piece of experience we had, something we developed under the EURASIA project together with our EU partners from Italy, the Jagiellonian University in Poland, and the Languages Company in the UK, and also the University of Versailles in France. We developed an online module. It was, the project started in 2017, so we couldn't, anticipate in any way the times that were supposed to come. But actually, we were prepared with this online module in EU studies, which we opened to all our partner universities in Asia. And I must say that the very recent numbers are that around 2,000 students have enrolled in these courses. There are 11 courses in different EU study areas. And around almost 1,300 have actually got a certificate for finishing them. But the thing is that because we were aware of this suddenness of having to go as an emergency sort of teaching online and to rely on this online module, and being aware that our partners, and I mean partners in Europe, partners in Asia, they were developing in parallel their own ways of bridging this necessity to go online in order for the study process not to stop. We decided as a team that it would be very important to get to know how the whole thing is perceived by the students and teachers who were involved in this emergency situation. So we set up a research team, and we resorted to using a very specific methodology for researching personal attitudes, perceptions, which was developed originally to be used in psychology, but we put it to this particular purpose. And we started this Q survey, because the methodology is called Q. We started the comparative study between Bulgaria, France, 2 Indian universities. One of them is Jindal Global University. The other one is Symbiosis International University. Professor Verma is representative even of this research team, and in China. So the main focus of this research is to find out the prevailing discourses among students and teachers about online learning. And it's very interesting to see the results. Actually, we're developing we're finishing the research. We haven't come up with a publication yet because there are some more steps to be done. But we have been able to identify the prevalent discourses here. And I'm just going to give a couple of examples, and probably Professor Verma would be able to add something on their side because he's also involved in this research. So for the Bulgarian students, interestingly, there were 3 discourses. This means 3 different prevailing perceptions of this situation. One of them, because the discourses go from something that person strongly disagrees with to something a person strongly agrees with. And here the discourses are defined by these extremes. So for the first discourse of the Bulgarian students, the statement they agree with the most is that there is a better relationship disagree with the most, that there is a better relationship between teacher and students in the online context. Interestingly enough, this coincides with the first teacher discourse, because that was the statement that the Bulgarian teachers recognized as something they didn't agree with. On the contrary, what the students from this discourse mostly agree with is that they find it difficult to concentrate for a long time in front of their screen. So you see, it's quite on the negative side. The perception of online learning is quite on the negative side. And it is similar for the teachers from the first discourse, because they say that they mostly agree with that online teaching induces passivity in students. I'll mention briefly the second discourse. For the students, they disagree with, most strongly with, I find it more stressful to take an online assessment than a paper examination. And they agree with most strongly with online teaching is very helpful for slow learners and shy students because they do not have to interact with many people. So this is a more positive way of looking at this online learning experience.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Nina. Professor Stephanie, I would want you to come in now and give your perspective on what do you think is the relevance of technology in the dissemination of education in general and and European studies in the Asian context. So any specific thoughts that you would want to share?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've been listening patiently and carefully to the previous speakers. And I think I would like to add a few things. So I will probably try to answer your question first and then go back to some of the points made. So as colleagues, in the rest of the world, the dissemination of online education or the dissemination of education online has given us, I would say, a more level playing field for institutions and students who are perhaps not in the heart of big cities and big countries or wider regions. And I think this is very important when you talk about building bridges across regions, as you are doing today with this conference. So in my view, provided institutions were sufficiently equipped in the first place through the use of various online modules, as was indicated before, and equipment, the dissemination of education was facilitated. And not only the dissemination of education, scholar education, but I would say even informal education was facilitated. In particular, also professional education, what we call, lifelong learning, or sometimes we call it also continuous professional development, CPD. That was also facilitated in the sense that basically, although physical borders have been resurrected, online borders don't exist. And this is very, very true in the field of education. Now, my concern, however, and this has been expressed already by the previous speakers, is of course along the line of digital divide, which we have not really spoken about yet. So unfortunately, globally, there is unfortunately no level playing field in the access of students and youngsters and vulnerable groups and poorer groups to education, to digital education in particular. So that gap has unfortunately not been solved during the COVID crisis. The European Union has taken major steps in the field of digital education. Last year, at this time of the year, there was an action plan put in place around digital education, but that concerns mainly the European Union. And of course, we may occasionally have issues of internet or equipment, as has been pointed out. But I think what we need to work on is rather at the global level, using benchmarks such as, the UN principles of leaving no one behind, and truly working on digital education that could benefit people in the most remote areas of the world who do not have access to this. So it's a little bit like the discussion that's currently ongoing with respect to vaccination, COVID vaccination. You can see, a pandemic divide, or you can see an immunization divide, what could say. And this is something that must be tackled quickly. Now, if I may come back to a few points that I found interesting, particularly because I do a lot of work on AI, so I was very interested in listening to what Professor Varma had to say about AI. I'm happy to delve into, the legal framework of AI, not only at the EU level, but somewhere else. But what strikes me is the way the EU framework is sometimes ideologized, or sometimes found as a flawless system. Well, it's not the case. Let me disappoint you probably. It's not the case. So we do have discrepancies within the European Union as well. We have discrepancies in the way member states comply with the EU legal framework. We have discrepancies in the way even basic principles like rule of law principles that were enumerated before are perceived in member states. And of course, that as a result has an impact on how it is eventually perceived outside of the European Union. So particularly in neighboring countries, neighboring to the European Union, such as Turkey, Russia, Ukraine, or now putting the UK as a neighboring country as well. So that is one thing that I wanted to say. In terms of AI, liability and accountability that was actually mentioned, there is a lot of work going on, and Professor Varma was right to say that it's a very dynamic field, and there are policy papers and there are position papers every single month. So it's a little bit too difficult to follow. However, yes, we have sort of made our way into the techniques or the technicalities of responsibility, of AI responsibility, whether we are talking about civil responsibility or criminal liability. And we have used existing instruments of secondary legislation at the EU level, a little bit like the GDPR, but existing instruments primarily concerning consumers protection, the insurance sector, and also product liability. We have tried to expand those to catch some aspects of AI. However, I do agree with our chair that if we have a massive breach, because you were referring to the fact that citizens may not be following rules in India, but we have the same issues actually in Europe. If we have a massive breach of data, which means that you basically have a concurrent interference with private life or data protection across the world, I'm not sure the European Union is much better equipped than the rest of the world to deal with this. So we are traditionally trying to deal with crisis situations. Think about the financial crisis, think about the migration crisis, think about COVID, or think about the rule of law crisis, which we currently have in the European Union. But what we are trying to do is incomplete, and it is at a high level of compliance, because you referred to law and enforcement in the European Union. It is indeed at a high level of compliance, but there are discrepancies in this level of compliance, both within societies, within the EU, and also among member states. So this is where the fact that the European Union has strong law enforcement instruments plays a crucial role. And this is where perhaps a large nation like India could look at lessons learned from the European Union and try to see whether anything can be of use in the Indian context. I think this is more or less what I wanted to say. But I do think that in conclusion, we need to go much further than soft law principles around new technologies or around technologies. We need to think about a much stronger framework than an ethical framework. And it seems to me that the rule of law framework is a good framework to actually even frame technologies. And I would say that rather than have a piecemeal approach, such as privacy through, the e-privacy regulation and GDPR, and then human rights through various other instruments, and then AI accountability through other instruments, I would suggest that we need an overall approach, which could be in the form of a sort of rule of law due diligence exercise, which would be applicable not only to states and their citizens, but also to multinationals. So that's where I will leave it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Stephanie. That was really thought-provoking. I want to now kind of step aside from the larger discussion on technology and artificial intelligence and into the sole domain of science. And Professor Heffron, I would want to direct the next question to you. Now, the Energy Charter Treaty, or the ECT, promotes cooperation in the energy sector. However, of late, claims have been filed against states who have sought to regulate foreign investments in the fossil fuel industry in line with their commitments under the Paris Agreement. Now, that kind of has hit on the legitimacy of the ECT, those claims. And in light of those, I would want you to kind of address the question as to whether Asian governments will now shy away from regulating fossil fuel based foreign investments in accordance with their international obligations, because they too may be faced with these costly claims that have already come the way of a few of these European countries. So your thoughts on that?
Thank you. And thank you for the question. Yeah, I think this is obviously one of the biggest issues today. And we should remember that the energy sector is crucial to economic development, will be crucial to our recoveries post the pandemic. Energy is around 10% of global GDP, so a very important sector. And having stable energy supplies improves and increases economic stability. So we need to remember the statement by the Secretary General of the UN last year. We are living in a phase where all countries should be declaring a climate emergency. And as a result, we need to think we need different types of legislation in order to achieve that. So just the same way everywhere across the world approved emergency legislation for the vaccine rollout for COVID, we need to be thinking about the same way. So when you think about protecting investments, the question is, well, what type of investments would you be protecting in the energy sector? And what I would say to you is, I'm not sure any more investment, because we need to think that because of the climate emergency, there is going to be a need in order for countries to meet their Paris Agreement energy and climate targets of 2030. There is going to be a need for countries to consider turning off some of these fossil fuel energy investments. And I think India is a great example where there has been a huge growth in solar energy, and there could even be further growth. There's huge untapped potential in India. Many of the projects have not been completed they have started, they have delivered solar energy, but they haven't completed all the way to, let's say, what they should have done. They've only been, some of them 50% or 70% built. But if they were built to 100%, they'd be providing even more solar energy. But India had a target in 2022 to have, I think it was 22 gigawatts of solar energy. Already today in 2021, it's overachieved. It has now 37 gigawatts, nearly double the intended target. And that was through essentially energy law and obviously technology, but through the encouragement of the industry, through the changes they brought in terms of energy law. So when you have that potential in clean energy, you have that technology available, why would you protect the investments for, let's say, the dirty energy sources? So I would say developing countries, even other countries will be looking to stop using the ECT or stop using any type of protection of foreign investments, because remember, the more, research shows the more obviously you use fossil fuel-based infrastructure, not only do you get more problems with health because of the carbon dioxide emissions. But actually, it's also shown that you increase societal inequality. So, there are numerous reasons for ending this, and especially, I think, in India's case, where it has been shown proper legal frameworks in place for new technology do actually work. And we should, just a final quick point, we should actually remember, what are we talking about here? Well, in a similar way, if I told you for COVID-19, I wanted you to take a vaccine that was produced 20 years ago, you'd turn around to me and say, no, why would I want that old technology? Why am I going to inject that into myself? And in a similar way, we should be saying, well, coal technology, it has existed nearly for 200 years, nearly burnt the same way, producing the same waste. Frankly, it's not our fault. The people who built coal, they have not been innovative in developing coal as turning it into and making it clean. That's not our fault. That's the people who own the coal plants, who probably, some of them have very substantial bank accounts, and they're not concerned. So why should we be concerned about the protection of these old world technologies? Essentially, they are the technologies of the old world, and we shouldn't be using them anymore. And that's why, let's say, from an energy law perspective, I think in India, it's hugely exciting to see the legal framework that they brought in, and that has created this massive boom in solar energy. And I believe this is only going to get bigger. So if you have students out there listening, energy law is going to be even bigger. That's where you can have a long career. Thank you.
Right. Absolutely. I concur with you, Professor Heffron. I think it's high time that there's some innovation in that sector as well, because we've already seen innovation in the technological field, or let's say the ICT sector or the high technology sector. But that's one area which probably hasn't seen enough innovation. And of course, it could possibly be down to the personal or private interests of the people involved rather than the larger public interest. Because when we talk about the high technology sector or the ICT sector, we always think about the benefit of the public or humanity at large. I mean, talk about 5G or 6G or whatever is going to be the future. It's not like it's going to benefit one individual. But when we talk about this technology, you're very right when you say that if people who are directly involved in it do not want to innovate, do not want to move ahead, don't want to move forward, what can we do? Or what could actually be done? So thank you so much. And my next question would rather be to the entire panel, but I would probably only give about 1.5 minutes each to everybody. Pardon me for that, because I also want to keep time for a few audience questions. So the next question is, the centers of higher education in several Asian countries like India are constantly increasing in number as well as geographical dispersion. Should science and technology in European studies in the Asian context now also envisage its outreach to all such institutions, considering that they've grown a lot? If yes, in what manner can the differences in access to technology as well as to technical awareness and education amongst students in different institutions be accounted for by the strategy in this direction? Should this be such that it could be catered in a manner so as to ensure everybody has access to technology, albeit a bare minimum access or access at a level where they could do multiple things? And if that is the case, then should we be saying that capacity building could be kept aside for now? We should just try to touch the bare minimum. So probably we could start with Professor Raj first, and then go to Professor Nina, and then Professor Stephanie and Professor Heffron. Yeah, Professor Raj, please. Professor Raj, can you hear me? I think we lost him. Professor Nina, would you like to go first?
Okay, I think Professor Raj Verma is ready to speak, yeah.
Okay, Professor Raj.
I'm sorry, I got slightly...
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. earlier we were talking, somebody was talking about the digital divide, and I absolutely agree. Am I audible? I'm not sure.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Yes, okay. So earlier we were talking about the digital divide, and since we're sitting in Jindal and I'm sitting in Symbiosis, and most of us are privileged, and that's why we can talk about some things like screen fatigue, etc. People don't have screens to look at, which they're very eager to. So there's no, and while it is a bit of a first world problems that we have, that we are having too much of screen fatigue, too much of this. Now it would be good, and we have taken measures, just to talk about that earlier. We have taken measures that we don't have more than 2 to 3 classroom lectures. We do have independent guided study and such kind of measures at Symbiosis, which we have taken, not only screen. Now, with respect to the digital divide, now governments are taking some measures to make smartphones accessible. And personally, I would note, because some of the underprivileged sections in my area, they are also have access, and they are attempting to buy smartphones. And how it is working out practically is like, if there are two to three children in one house, there's one smartphone, and they are sharing that smartphone to access the digital classes. But at least there is an effort to that direction which has been made, probably whether it is through their own enterprise that they're making, that the effort has been made, or whether it is through government subsidies, let's say. That is a separate issue altogether. Now, it should access. Your question was that should they target all such institutions? Yes, we should. But probably whether the rural areas and the backward areas, vulnerable sections, do they really have such kind of access and affordability? First of all, I don't think they do practically. I frankly don't think that they do have. Whether it will improve, yes, it will, because, and how it can improve is if privileged institutions like us, we do take measures that we adopt some villages. We, through our community programs and outreach programs, we do undertake measures wherein we ensure access to not only quality education, we give them legal aid and advice also, to just to extend your question a little bit. So it could help in that way.
Yeah. Thank you. Prasanna, 1 minute. Please go ahead.
I'll try to be very short. So to the question of whether there should be more universities encouraged to become centers of knowledge, development, and education, my answer is yes. I agree with Professor Rajvarma here. The thing is that if this is kept only to some elect institutions, that will increase the divide even more, and not only digital one. But now, thinking of capacity building, I think we've already established models, standards, and these can be shared. And these universities which have been experimenting and this is not a good word, but implementing viable ways of introducing science and technology in European studies, they can serve as multipliers and lead the way and impart what they have done, what they have learned to other institutions, and somehow create this ripple effect and reach out to further areas.
Okay, thank you. Professor Stephanie, would you like to offer your views on that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, definitely. Are you aware, I suppose you are aware of the various capacity building programs of the European Union for higher education institutions across the world. Am I right that you're aware of that? Very good. So to me, capacity building is the key word. It is the most important aspect of our work, because knowledge transfer and dissemination does not have much meaning without capacity building. So I would encourage capacity building at multi-levels. So definitely centers of excellence like yours should strike alliances. Alliances is obviously one of the 17 SDGs, is the last one. Definitely partnerships are the most important way to reach those alliances. But I do think that capacity building within the country, within India, is key. We have heard some very good practice from your colleague, from Professor Varma. And I do think that focusing on rural areas is something which is of a duty for all of us. So using capacity building at the international level to spread more light into that problem of divides in rural areas in particular is a beautiful project, I think.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Stephanie. Professor Heffron, your views on that? Quick 1-minute response.
Yeah, I think I would echo that thought. Capacity building is very important. And I think given the need to do things fast, I think Europe provides a great example. So many different countries, lots of different things happening in terms of policy. And, you know, again, different policies that work in different contexts. And I think the opportunity is there to do some kind of best practices and, you know, see what works in different contexts in India. You know, India has its own successes and as well. So maybe it's also about opening the door to communication. And I think the communication of the best ideas, the best policies is vital. And there probably isn't enough of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Heffron. Well, you didn't even take 1 minute. So grateful. With that, I just come to the audience question now. So the first question from the audience is, scientists and technologists are not immune to the growing global ethical concerns of the modern society. Are the esteemed panelists of the view that the policy studies around the development of science and technology should be reflecting perhaps a renewed role of ethics for global knowledge convergence? So what do you think should be the role of ethics in this entire debate of science and technology in European studies? I would go back to Professor Stephanie for the first response on this. Yes, Professor Stephanie, please.
Thank you. Actually, I raised my hand because I did a lot of work around this. So what the person in the audience has called ethics is what lawyers would call by largely rule of law, and I don't think that, you know, the considerations of ethics in a technologically advanced world are very different from the considerations of the rule of law. In fact, I was a couple of weeks ago at the EUI in Florence, and we were discussing that very point, that, you know, it's more a matter of terminology than anything else. So there is a very important role for ethics, widely speaking. But that role for ethics needs to be embedded into artificial intelligence and other technologies. So, in other words, we shouldn't think of ethics the way we think about law enforcement, which is, you know, what if there is a breach, but it needs to be built into the technology, which is what we call by ethics by design. And I would say rule of law by design is what needs to happen. There are several ways that this can be achieved. At the global level, ethical considerations can be achieved. One would be to actually have an AI sort of ethical body at the global level. Another suggestion is to have an AI ethics officer, a little bit like we currently have data protection officers in companies. And of course, all those sets of ethical guidelines that have been produced across the world in the past few years, they probably need to be strengthened. And this is why I said in the previous intervention that soft law, which is very close to ethical considerations, is probably not sufficient. That there needs to be an enforcement mechanism, and ethics is part of this, and is an extremely important part of this.
Right. Thank you, Professor Stephanie. We still have 1 minute left with us. So, Professor Raj, since you worked on the aspect of artificial intelligence and your research continues to be in that domain, I would want one last quick response from you on the aspect of ethics in the larger realm of technology and science.
I would agree with Professor Stephanie on that. I don't mean soft law as an independent thing. Soft law is a guiding principle, basically, to enforce hard regulation. Soft law not independently working by itself, but as a guiding factor for enforcing regulation. And I would agree that with the suggestions there, I would say that every country would have its own scenarios, own unique features that are unique to its own situation. So a regulatory sandbox kind of approach that what works for your country, you can start off with that rather than arriving at an initial one-size-fits-all approach. I would feel that what may be good for us maybe not be very good for somebody else. So each country can choose for itself initially what kind of a framework they would like to go in for. And then after a controlled framework and a controlled environment, then you move on to a larger global regime wherein you can have a bit more of a uniformity. Thank you.
Right. So of course, there's no one-size-fits-all formula. We should rather have a custom-made, tailored framework of sorts for every country. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. I really wish, looking at the depth of the knowledge that has come out of this session, we had more time to get some more views from all the esteemed panelists. But I'm grateful for whatever we've got. I think it was very insightful for me personally, and I'm sure people who had logged in to this session did take in a lot back with them to this session. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Srijit. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an absolutely wonderful session, and it leaves me with the conviction that if polity and society are the means for present Indo-Asian or Euro-Asian relationship, I'm sure that the future means of collaboration would be on science and technology. Thank you very much, Professor Heffron, Professor Verma, Professor Nina, and Professor Shallow, and to you, Professor Manveen Singh, for a wonderful and very enlightening session. I request all the audience to please remain online. Please stay tuned. Our next session, the 11th technical session of the conference, will start at 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time. The session will be on EU law and Asia. Please stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
good evening, good afternoon, and in certain parts, early good morning. Welcome to session 11 of this dissemination conference on the future of European studies in Asia. And the title of the session 11 is EU Law in Asia. I have with me 4 highly distinguished panelists and a highly distinguished moderator. Professor Dr. Eliseo Bartolaselli, Associate Professor and John Monnet Chair in Business Law in the European Union and Sustainable Economy, University of Macerata, Italy. Professor Dr. Xiaowen Jin, Assistant Professor at the Law School, Beijing Foreign Studies University, China. Professor Dr. Hans van Meerten, Professor EU Pension Law, Utrecht University, Netherlands. And Professor Dr. Yao Qi, Associate Professor and Assistant Dean at the Law School, Beijing Foreign Studies University, China. Professor Merton and Professor Yao would be joining us in a short while. We have with us the moderator for this session, Professor Dr. Chandrasekhar J. Ravandale, Director, Symbiosis Law School, Noida, Symbiosis International University, India. Professor Ravandale, I would like to hand over the reins of the session to you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manvi. And I welcome the colleagues who would be taking on the questions so that we are able to disseminate the information which we have, which the participants may convert into knowledge. The session will go as follows, that there would be first the prelude in the form of concept note about the session, and then questions are designed which would be asked to fellow panelists, and they will respond to the question. The unique system of European Union law has been designed to uphold the tenets of democracy, good governance, as well as rule of law to safeguard human rights and ensure economic stability for the Union and its trade partners. The foundation of the European Union's inter-regional cooperation with Asia has been institutionalized and transcends beyond trade relations. For example, in recent times, European Union has mobilized relief packages for mitigating social and economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic for countries in the Asian region. The European Union considers Asia to be geostrategic importance and works extensively towards institution building, peacekeeping, and technical advancement for manifold emerging economies in the region. Title 5 of the Treaty of European Union regarding external action, Articles 206-207 for trade, and Articles 216 to 219 for international agreements of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, and multiple partnerships and cooperation agreements are some of the instruments that have created EU's bilateral and multilateral ties with SAARC, ASEAN, and Central Asian countries. In the South Asia region, the European Union, being India's largest trading partner, provides preferential tariff benefits to India under the EU Generalized Scheme of Preferences, has signed the Euratom-India Agreement to develop and research nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, and agreed to renew EU-India Science and Technology Agreement in July 2020. EU recognizes Japan, China, and Republic of Korea as strategic partners in the East Asian region and pushes for democratization in the Central Asian countries. EU constantly emphasizes on the importance of connectivity of Central Asian countries as it links Asia with the European continent and focuses on border security issues in the region. Furthermore, TIFU establishes a customs union for the harmonious development of world trade by eliminating international trade-related restrictions among the member states, addressing the issue of dumping and flow of foreign direct investment. The European Union has been instrumental in shaping a competition law regime for the world economy through Articles 101 and 102 of TAPU and landmark decisions taken by the European Court of Justice. The ECJ has consistently upheld the European Commission's finding for sectors such as utilities, e-commerce, and pharmaceutical. Be it geographical restrictions in the form of vertical agreements that we saw in GlaxoSmithKline 2009, or vertical restraints banning online sale in Pere Power 2011 and Coty 2015. EU laws have also played a special role in emphasizing the commercial aspects of intellectual property and its intersections with competition policy restrictions when it comes to big data and big tech corporations. Competition law related restrictions have been widely used by the European Court of Justice to protect and develop its unique single market model and has given to the world watershed moments for addressing novel competition law issues. Apart from law enforcement, competition law enforcement, there has been significant development in the area of company and pension law to develop a unified market. The European Fund and Asset Management Association and the Cross-Border Benefits Alliance promote the sharing of best practices, especially when it comes to multinational companies establishing cross-border pension funds. Similarly, Article 49, 50, and 54 of TFEU harmonizes the company law to give an effective and seamless corporate governance framework by amending the law with dozens of directives. The freedom of establishment in the EU encourages cross-border incorporation and functioning of companies throughout the EU in a uniform legal framework. This framework becomes all the more important to understand cross-border mergers, division, conversion, and transfer of registered offices. So today, we'll be discussing the importance of analyzing the EU legal framework and its application in the Asian region, keeping in mind the above examples of how EU law has influenced or has the potential to influence policymaking in the Asian region. Our esteemed panel of scholars from different disciplines of EU law will be throwing some light on the emerging trends in the EU law and its influence on various emerging and developed economies in India. So, how can European studies as a discipline play a crucial role in achieving its goals of interregional cooperation will be the central tenet or the theme of today's session on EU law and Asia. So, to begin with the first question, which is for Professor Alessio. Alessio, how the EU company law has been developed in the years and how is it doing now? Do you think that such a model is replicable in Asia? Over to you, Alessio.
Thank you very much, Professor Ravandal. Thank you very much, Chandra. Well, let me first thank very much for the invitation, the organizers of this conference. It's an honor for me to be here. And I will now describe the key outlines of what of the issue that you raised, and leaving for the question and answer for the Q&A at the end of this panel. Well, in my opinion, the European Union law, the European Union law, but the European Union company law in particular, is a consequence of an economic need. And this means that the European company law in particular mirrors this very well. We must remind the very first European community was the European community of coal and steel. That means that was a European community that aimed at regulating an economic phenomenon. So the European company law is the outcome of several different inputs. On the one hand, it started after the World War II. And so there was the desire to avoid a new war, to create a shared prosperity. And this shared prosperity should create the conditions to minimize the risk of a new war. This was the key assumption at the basis of the European law and of the European company law. in general, the basis for this was the idea of an handful of visionaries, Altiero Spinelli, Robert Schuman, Konrad Adenauer, Alcide de Gasperi, these that were the fathers of Europe, and the idea of a common Europe and the Europe as a single entity. This was the key assumption, but you cannot have the Europe without its own member states. And so the key point is how to balance the supranational entity that is the European Union and the national identities that are the member states. And the European Union company law, or the European company law, reflects such an idea with a vision and with a project. We must remind that the very first project on European company law dates back to 1968 and took in consideration companies as they were held to be the main actors of the prosperity throughout the entire European Union. And this is the principle. And the enactment of such principle means that, well, how can we have a common European company law? Actually, we don't have it. In Europe, we don't have what we could name after a European company law or a company law, because when we think about company law or corporate law, we are thinking a complete set of norms and regulations, while European company law is not complete. European company law deals with selected items that were held to be the most important in order to create what? The common market, a single common market. This was the key idea. And so the principles that are the key goals established by the European community and later and eventually by the European Union left a relative freedom to member states. It was that the European Union gives the goals, but gives also the member states the freedom to decide how to achieve these goals with a stricter or less strict freedom to enact. This is a problem. This is the problem. Why? Because by this way, we don't have a single European company law. We have 27 different laws, company laws, that are coming from under certain point of view, from European Union law. And so the good part of that is the fact that they are to some extent, to a certain extent, harmonized, and this should help also the freedom of establishment, and perhaps we are going to discuss it later. But this has also a huge flow. The fact that states seem currently to be increasingly more suspicious and more jealous of their own internal competencies. They don't want to give such competencies to the European Union. They want to retain such competencies for them. And this is a big problem. Why? Because we don't have those big, old founding fathers that we have named before, and we are somehow losing the idea of a common Europe. And as a general idea, we can say it's a pity that when we are talking about company law, we are finding a European company law as something that is missing the idea of a common corporate governance or a common group law. This has not been achieved for it's because some member states simply did not want to share or to lose some power in order to create common rules in these fields. And this is the big flaw, that we are missing key elements in the big picture. As an overall assessment, it looks like that a new ambitious vision is currently missing. It seems that we are going increasingly much more in the field of financial law and in the field of banking law rather than in company law properly speaking. And in particular, we also must highlight the fact that there is an increasing space for, or increasing room for a regulatory competition, intended for private companies, for instance, but also non-intended. That is in the case for public companies, where we have some areas that are not harmonized at all. And this leads naturally to a regulatory competition and possibly for a race to the bottom. What about Asia in all this picture? Is this a replicable model for Asia? Well, I'm not an expert of Asian law. I beg your pardon, but it seems to me that a single Asian union with a common Asian law is not currently feasible, because we have so many. You have so many different states, different countries, and so many different interests and so many different priorities that it's very hard to think about in an entire union. What it seems to me much more feasible is the fact to have different regional unions for regional groups of countries that are sharing more or less the same values and the same interests, and eventually a dialogue between these unions. Naturally, this could be a driver for a future development in the same direction of the European Union law, but this implies a common basis that serves as a foundation. Without such common basis, in my opinion, a union is not thinkable, and frankly speaking, perhaps it is not even useful. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Alessio. As you rightfully pointed out, when it comes to the regional arrangement or the agreements, the situation has been different. And when it comes to Asia, as it is well known that there is no regional arrangement as such, though, like for example, on the cultural grounds, we do have SAARC, but it is greatly, when it comes to nations, it is very international arrangement rather, So it is one-on-one, it is based on the principle of reciprocity, that those benefits are shared or given to each other, but there is no common agreement as such. Thank you very much. So there is the next question on this line. Well, of course, as Professor Yo joins, we'll have him. So on this line, Professor Alessio, I have the next question coming for you. Like EU company law promotes freedom of establishment of and conducting of business within restrictions. This ensures smooth functioning and incorporation of cross-border corporations in the EU. So the question to you is, do you think a similar model will be beneficial for trade blocs and associations in Asia? And the second following question would be, in what ways the EU company law or the law in Europe can influence the incubation of small and micro enterprises in emerging markets of Asia?
Thank you very much, Chandra. It's a wonderful question. Well, let me say one basic thing on freedom of establishment. In my opinion, freedom of establishment is some kind of a myth. It is mythical. I mean, freedom of establishment naturally, it's useful, it's necessary in order to expand the logic of free trade agreements. It's much larger than free trade agreements. I mean, with free trade agreements, we are trading with other countries without paying any fees, or we're paying just small fees for exporting and selling abroad our product. But freedom of establishment is much more, because the freedom of establishment in the European idea is the freedom to establish in another country, so in another member state. And this means opening an office or a branch or a subsidiary abroad. And this is directly dealt with in the treaties. So the treaties are already establishing that. And naturally, it makes sense. Why? Because if we have a common single market, we should be able to operate wherever in the market with no restriction at all. This is the key assumption. So if we are in a single market, we should be free to go wherever in that market with no need to pay anything more than we should pay in our natural or our own country. Okay. But besides, or a part of the freedom of establishment, is also the freedom of movement. The freedom of movement, not just of natural persons, that's naturally clear. In the European Union, everyone, a citizen of Portugal can go to Poland or to Italy without having to require a visa or something else, no problem at all. And the treaty, as they already told before, and the treaties already say, okay, but even if you are not a natural person, but a legal person, you are entitled to do the same. And so, fantastic. But this is a part of the freedom of establishment. The freedom of movement of companies is a part of the freedom of establishment. But it's not that easy to achieve it as it seems. I mean, even if we have it, black letter of the law in the treaties, actually, we have not direct right to do that. I mean, we have naturally the freedom of establishment and the freedom of movement as having a central position, because it is central from an economic point of view, the possibility to expand wherever you want within the market. But naturally, you are doing this because you should create wealth. You should create wealth, you should create workplaces, and so on and so forth throughout the entire European Union. The idea is extremely clear. The enactment of this idea is not as clear as the idea itself. And it is left, for the reasons that I already told you before, and it is left to a greater extent to the member states. And this means that each member state can give some kind of enactment of this principle. Well, a stronger or weaker enactment of these principles, depending on the stronger or weaker idea of integration, of European integration that each member state has. This system itself does not promote, in my opinion at least, a real freedom of establishment, because the member states are left free to maintain their own rules, even if they are substantially against the treaties, until the moment in which we have the other big actor of this play, that is the European Union Court of Justice, as Professor Rowandale already pointed out in the keynote. And so when there is the decision by the European Union Court of Justice against the law of one of the member states, that member state must change its own law to make it compliant with the treaties and with the European Union law. But if I am another member state whose laws are the same of that member state whose law have been held as unlawful by the European Court of Justice, well, I have no legal duty to change my law until when my law will be held against the European Union law by the European Court of Justice. And so this system is a Byzantine system. It's a rather it's a rather strange system, but it does not promote the European freedom of establishment. Even if we must say that if the European freedom of establishment, freedom of movement of companies has been really enacted, is thanks to the European Union Court of Justice. Because all those case law that you very well know, Centros case, Daily Mail case, Cartesio case, until the public case in 2016. So all these case law has been extremely important in order to enact the freedom of establishment and the freedom of movement. And in Asia, Indonesia, well, it depends. It depends very much. My idea is that the freedom of establishment is not to be overestimated. That's why I called it a myth at the very beginning of my answer. It's not to be overestimated because several scholars in the European Union also say, pay attention, because yes, we have the freedom of establishment, but no one actually uses it. And so it's a wonderful principle, but in the law in action, it's not that useful. There is a very small amount of companies that are really enjoying the freedom of establishment. So perhaps the same goal could be achieved by bilateral or trilateral or multilateral agreements between between states, even without a union. Naturally, if you have a union, should you have a union, this would be much more, much easier and easier for reason, because of the principle of equality of treatment. That's what Professor Robondale was talking about in discussing my previous answer. Let me just say just 1 minute on the SMEs. Well, it depends. I mean, it is questionable, it is debatable whether the European Union is dealing actually with European SMEs. And so it's even more debatable if the European policy could have some impact on non-European and namely Asian SMEs. In the wish list of the European Union, naturally, there is a huge idea of the importance of SMEs because of the fact that in the European Union, they are the huge majority of enterprise. But they tried several times to develop specific legislative for SMEs, and they did not succeed. Never. So, well, it's possible that the policy of the European Union have some impact on Asian SMEs. But in my opinion, the impact will not come from the current acquis communautaire, from the current European company law, but will come because of a new development that is under discussion currently in the European Parliament, that is the proposal for a directive on the due diligence in the value chain of the European companies. Why? Because these European companies should somehow, but perhaps we are talking about this later, but should guarantee somehow the fact that they will take into account the respect, for instance, of human rights or of environmental pollution and so on and so forth, also enacted by the companies that are working for them, even if these latter companies are not placed in the European Union. And so even if they are in Asia, in Asian countries. So for this reason, yes, this, in my opinion, is a policy by the European Union that could serve also for promoting somehow small and medium-sized enterprises or small and medium-sized enterprises sustainability in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Alessio. And the point which you highlighted, they became rather more visible and they were felt across the globe post-Brexit. Because, like, for example, I can definitely talk about the corporations from India having businesses across Europe. Now, they were operational in London. Now, they are facing these consequences. Now, what to do? And even the pre-Brexit, the European Union members, and then respect to the property rights especially. And now what they all are facing, because in UK, what would be the fate of them? I'm talking about the European Union members and the citizens of European Union. Thank you, Professor Alessio. Now the next question is for Professor Xiaowei. Professor, EU's engagement with China with respect to corporate social responsibility is one of the examples on how EU is more than a trade partner for its Asian counterparts. Please throw some light on the initiatives taken by EU with respect to labor rights and sustainable environmental standards. I would expect an Asian perspective from your end, Professor.
Okay, thank you. It's really my honor to have this opportunity to share some of my opinions on the corporate social responsibility with all the distinguished professors. And so to answer the question, my general opinion on this question would be that because in terms of the corporate social responsibilities, there's no one fits for all approach. That would be true in the European countries, and that will also be true in the Asian countries. However, although there will be no uniform answer to this question, however, my viewpoint is that we still need the interaction among different countries and also the partnerships among different countries. So in terms of Asia, actually, the European countries actually we all know that most of the European countries, they adopt more strict standards in terms of the regulations on corporate social responsibility. And so the influence of the European countries on Asian countries would be on the structuring of different soft laws or different kind of dialogues and the corporations among the countries. So EU actually structured several dialogues and projects and initiatives to promote the corporate social responsibility in Asian countries. I would give some examples. For example, in the year 2015, there is a program where there was a conference called the Asia-Europe Meeting Labor and Employment Ministers Conference. And actually this conference actually adopted the comprehensive guidance on addressing the problems of the responsible supply chains in Asian countries. And also there's another project called the Responsible Supply Chains in Asia. This is a pilot project developed by the EU along with the International Labour Organization and OECD. And this project also involves 6 Asian countries, including China, Japan, Myanmar, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And the purpose of this pilot project is to promote the responsible conduct of the businesses and the investors. Also, another example would be the initiative to addressing the problem on women's economic rights protection. So the purpose of this project is to eliminate the gender inequality and promote the women's economic power. And this project is called a project on promoting economic empowerment of women at work in Asia. And this pilot project is also targeting to solve the above mentioned problems, and it involves 7 Asian countries, including that of China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And also the European countries and the Asian countries, oftentimes they would conduct some of the communication. For example, there is a famous communication in 2014, which was called the stronger role of the private sector in achieving inclusive and sustainable growth in developing countries. And that the topic involved in this communication was job creation and also to promote the relevant businesses in Asian countries to engage in responsible investment, sustainable trade, and to implement some other strategies that can be considered as a responsible behaviors. And also there are other specific programs to promote the protection of the human rights. For example, there's a Switch Asia program, which is targeting with promoting sustainable processes, services, and consumption patterns in Asian countries. And also in terms of environmental protection, there was a Switch to Green program being launched by the EU. And the purpose of this Switch to Green is to promote the investment and to facilitate the green business in Asian countries. So this is the initiative took by the EU to promote the environmental protection in Asian countries. And also in terms of labor protections, there are some other initiatives also took by the European countries. And so the CSR actually, just like I mentioned, the landscape of CSR is actually, it's very hard to give it a uniform platform or uniform term of standards all around the world. However, the different countries, especially the countries in European Union and countries in Asia, they're in the past few decades, they spare a lot of efforts in unifying or in incorporating in this area. So although it's very hard to uniform the laws, the hard laws in this area. However, in terms of in areas of soft laws, especially those directives, those quasi regulations, or this different levels of corporations among different countries would still take effect in the future. And I hope that this will bring the faster progress to different countries, especially in countries in China, so, and in other Asian countries. And so that the business in this Asian countries, they will no longer pursue for the short termism, and they will pursue the long termism to care more about the environment, the labor rights, and other social concerns, and to take care of other constituencies of the corporations in order to make the company more sustainable. So this is basically my view shared on this question, and thank you, the moderator, for asking this question.
Thank you very much, Professor Xiaowen. Now, we are happy to have among us Professor Yu. So, Professor Yu, I have a question for you with the background. The objective of competition law enforcement in the EU has been believed to be single market integration through effective competition, whereas in the US model, which is influenced by the Chicago School of Thought, the objective is that of total welfare or consumer welfare with little regulatory intervention. Do you think there is an inherent conflict in the two philosophies? If yes, how should the conflict be reconciled? When it comes to the study of EU competition law regime and its influence on the Asian economies. Over to you, Professor Yu. Professor, can you hear us? Okay, so Alessio, before Professor Yu joins, to the last question, not the present one, which I addressed to Professor Yu, would you like to share some light from the EU perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope that Professor Yu can solve the technical issues. Well, in the meanwhile, well, yeah. Naturally, as Professor Xiaowen has already pointed out very well, there is not a solution that fits all, and naturally, the European the issue of sustainability in general is increasingly important from a general point of view. And so the European Union has, in the last years, in the last 10 years, I would say, developed the different schemes. These schemes, however, are rather different in their general development. The first was the so-called non-financial statements directive that dealt with the information relating to pollution and to human rights respect and to respect for employees and so on and so forth. But it was limited to the big companies. And this was a little bit strange, or, well, it was understandable, because the idea was not to have too many costs over the small and medium-sized enterprises. But the big companies are not specifically the most representative European companies. And they are just, well, they are just a handful of companies. And this was the key issue for this, for the not working properly of this project. And so, for this reason, this directive is undergoing amendments. There are proposals for the amendments in order to expand the range of the interested companies, and so the companies that should declare and state their specific policies in the field of environmental, social, and governance, and so on and so forth. The second initiative is a very recent initiative. It is it dates back to March this year, and I already started talking about that before. That is the European Parliament that issued a proposal for a directive stating that the member states should regulate the fact that the companies established in those member states should state and should take care better or should have a due diligence on the entire value chain of their production and of their outputs. That means that they should take care also what happens outside the borders of the European Union. And I think that it's the most relevant, perhaps, initiative of the last years. There are many, and more are coming in the autumn this year. There will be a new initiative, or it is likely to be a new initiative on the director's duties, and they should take care of the constituencies in the company other than the shareholders in a way that should not be so different from the chapter 172 of the key assumption is that this is still to come. Actually, we currently have just this new proposal by the European Parliament. Is it likely to be approved? In my opinion, no. In my opinion, no, because it is too much ambitious. And it is coming from the European Parliament and not the European Commission. And it's, well, when I was talking about the balancement of the powers between the European Union and the Central Union and the member states, we must also think about the balancement of the powers within the Union itself. And the fact that this proposal comes from the Parliament, in my opinion, should not guarantee too much for its approval in short time. But I keep it short because I hope that Professor Yao has already solved the problem. So
Professor Yao, if you can hear us, would you like me to repeat the question before I go to the questions we have received from the audience? Professor Yao, can you hear us loud and clear? Professor Yao, you are not audible. Okay.
Probably he's still experiencing the problem.
Okay. Do we have Professor Hans in the meeting? We do not. Okay. Now, so I would, now we'll, before Professor Yo attempts successfully and is able to, we'll take at least one question from the audience, because other two questions directly, indirectly have been responded. It is question number 2. That with the pandemic, and it's open to both the panelists as well, with the pandemic having visualized the structural violence faced by workers at the bottom of supply chains, the importance of collectivization of labor is more poignant than ever. As specialist in company, the concerned person has asked, may I ask you about how can corporations consent be mobilized to allow and not criminalize trade unions? Any specific lessons from EU for Asia and from Asia as well for others? So anyone can take it.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you are audible, Professor Yo.
Yeah, I'm clear?
Yeah, you are. You are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your time and attention, everyone. Yeah, sorry for my interruption. And what should I say about the issue?
The objective of competition law enforcement in the EU has been believed to be single market integration through effective competition, whereas in the US model, the objective is that of total welfare or consumer welfare with little regulatory intervention. Do you think there is an inherent conflict in the two philosophies? If yes, how should the conflict be reconciled when it is and its influence on the Asian economies?
Okay.
Is the question?
Yes, I got this questions or issues before, and I want to share some my personal ideas. If not completely, please raise your question or your opinion, everyone. I think the competition law in EU has a little difference from the US model by the way of their basic philosophy. Yeah, one side and the other side, as the professor just mentioned. So the reason for this difference, I think mainly and firstly, belonging to the first reason is the difference on the economic development history. The EU or European has a very complex history of economic development after the as we say First World War and Second World War. So the law or policy of competition mainly to unite every member states to rebound or recover from the injury of war. So the first choice is to set up one united market to facilitate all kinds of resources through and goes very smooth and reasonable price. So the competition policy from the first stage of European should focus on this in very junior step. Then after that, maybe EU competition law system also should remember this and should to strengthen this, not only to accept accepted, more and more countries into this system, European system, and to obey the European competition law system. And then should, EU, the choice after that is to maintain the different speed of developments among these members to keep the common rules, to keep reasonable price, to keep maybe same speed of developments. So in this, or under this background of development, the European competition law, as the competition law we mentioned always, should stay and keep the first aim or first objective of its own. On the other side, the European competition law, or we call it the antitrust law, in some way is so special. It's a very almost independent developed or created, linked closely to the philosophy of market economy or market model. So not only in the Chicago School of Economics or the Harvard School of Economics, they just different from each other about the tools, about the ways to keep real free competition, just the difference on tools or the ways. So they want to return, or they want to give the real choice or real freedom back to the persons or companies in the market, not give the power or give the choices to the government. So in another way, competition law or antitrust law in US is some kind of the freedom authorization to whom. The basic stone for the philosophy is the authorization to whom. So personally, opinion, I think the US, even by far, still keep this the basic line that trust the market and trust self-regulation more than the more intervene of government. But when the time go into the, this century, especially this, especially the recent year, the 2019, 2020, and today, we are astonished to find some kind of common change or common phenomenon in both US and the EU, that the governmental agencies of competition law, EU and the US, they are becoming more powerful, more active to raise investigations and cases against the big company and big money. Yes, they have good reason that we are losing some kind of free competition and some kind of free choice of consumers. But the common phenomenon of common active enforcement of competition law, these facts maybe confuse us that we have some kind of feeling that US and the EU are coming closer than before in their competition law enforcement. But we should keep in mind, I think, that basically they are different. They are different from the starting point of competition law. The difference still there. Maybe this year's recent year, the common phenomenon, common enforcement activeness is a shortage. It's a shortage. Something happened under the coronavirus crisis and economical rebound need. So, from the perspective of influence on Asia's economy, I think every Asia countries or states should consider the recent developments with, compare the recent developments and common phenomena with the long history of the difference between the EU and US. Every country should keep keep itself, independently to consider what the competition rule or road to choose to follow the EU mode or US mode. So it's open topic or open issues. Wait for everyone to follow and to make more research. Yes, it's my little analysis and sharing. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Yo. And well, on behalf of everyone, I would like to thank all the audience who has been present. But especially, I would like to share the credits with Professor Alessio, Professor Chauvin, Professor Yo for your valuable inputs. And I regret that one or the other question which has been so asked by the audience could not be taken. But I hope due to paucity of time, they also realize that we have other sessions to commence. And in short, I just would like to suggest that, there is a good quote of Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. I quote, "Life of law has not been logic, it has been an experience," I unquote. So nothing can be strained or restricted to a period because it's an experience and with that you grow. So the law then and law today and law tomorrow, they would be three different things, but they definitely would be offshoot of what are logic and the reason we all possess as a humankind and how we incorporate it in governance and regulating the relations. And that's what the European Union law and others suggest. So I thank each and everyone having a valid reason. Over to you, Dr. Manvi Singh, for the last.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ravandale, and thank you to all our panelists for joining us for this particular session. I would request our viewers to stay tuned in. We are going to begin the 12th technical session, that is on making European studies relevant for Asia at 6:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So we're going to take a short break of 10-11 minutes between now and the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 12th session of our conference. We have a wonderful panel of distinguished speakers today. And the topic of the session is making European studies relevant for Asia. Now, I will present our distinguished speakers. We have first Professor Michael Byram, Professor Emeritus of the University of Durham, and also guest research professor at Sofia University. We have also here Professor Maria Pilar Canedo, professor from the School of Law of the University of Deusto in Spain. We have with us Professor Ashish Deshpande from the Symbiosis Law School, as well as Mrs. Priya Pujari, a lecturer at the Manipal Center for European Studies, which is also a Jean Monnet Center of Excellence, located at the Manipal Academy of Higher Education. And for this session, our distinguished moderator will be Professor Abhijit Vasmatkar, who is an assistant professor at the Symbiosis Law School, Pune. So, Professor Vasmatkar, you can start this session.
Okay, thank you so much, Kalina. A very good evening to one and all from India. I, Professor Abhijit Vasmatkar from Symbiosis Law School, Pune. In the capacity of the moderator, welcome all esteemed panel members, past participants, and hosts. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for giving us an opportunity to speak and have views of the experts on making European studies relevant for Asia. We all know that with the advent of 20th century, the pendulum swung towards introducing unprecedented changes in the world order. Concepts like state, sovereignty, territory, boundaries, culture, practices have crossed their traditional bounds to create a new regime of understanding. Education as a sector is also equally influenced by globalization and global processes. Intensification of interstate relationship has played a very crucial role in exchange of ideas and knowledge. We are aware that today the world is facing many challenges, especially in this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Events that are occurring in one part of the world are having long-term ramifications on the other part. In this context, a question comes to our mind that can we tackle these growing multi-layered issues and global challenges? And if yes, how? Answer lies in providing transformative and transcontinental education that may prompt solutions to these growing and ever-evolving problems. People will always try to check foundations of their own legal system, of their own other system, and try to have some innovative solutions from the other. As countries across Asia continue to rise and becoming more assertive global powers, the role that higher education has played and continue to play in this process is an issue of growing pertinence. Furthermore, understanding the relationship between Europe and Asia, fostered by historical and contemporary knowledge transfer, including higher education, which is crucial to analyzing and encouraging the process of both regional integration and intra-regional cooperation. The holistic study of European studies in Asia will widen the intellectual horizon through pedagogical learning and intellectual exchange across all regions. So with this backdrop, I would like to request Professor Dr. Michael Byram, who is a visiting scholar to Sofia University, Bulgaria, to express his views on Council of Europe and how this institution is different from that of European Union. More importantly, my request would be to speak upon and to highlight the audience on how Europe and European values are received and pursued in Asia. And if this is a hindrance to making European studies difficult or easy to be accepted in Asia. Over to Michael Byram.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for your stimulating questions. Some of them, to begin with, I can be fairly factual, and then I can speculate a little bit about the relationship between Europe as seen through the eyes of the Council of Europe and Asia. Factually, as it were, to begin factually, then the Council of Europe is an association or an organization, to be more precise, of 47 countries or states, member states, 47, as opposed to the European Union, which has 27. 47 member states take us from, in the east, Russia, if you like, and the very far east of Russia being Vladivostok, as it were, and then to the far west, that would include Greenland. And then from the north, Norway, as a Sweden on the one hand, and the Mediterranean countries like Greece and Turkey on the other. So the Council of Europe is a very wide-ranging group and organization of states. It was founded in 1949, if I remember rightly, and is a cultural organization and an organization which is founded very explicitly on its values. So if you look at the Council of Europe website, you will see explicit reference to its 3 pillars, as they are called. The pillars being human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Now, perhaps I just should say at this point that I'm not an employee of the Council of Europe, quite the opposite in a sense. If anything, I'm an employee, or was an employee of a university in Durham, and where I'm now retired and also working with colleagues in Sofia as a guest professor. So I'm not representing the Council of Europe. I'm giving you my perspective on it. But I think those values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are very important. In addition to that, which you will find, as I say, on the website, and which have been present in the work of the Council of Europe from the very beginning. In addition to those 3, there's, in recent years, in recent decades, one can say now, there's been also a very strong emphasis upon the value of respect for diversity. And that, of course, means in practice respect and care for the multitude of ethnicities and nations within Europe, both those which have existed here in a sense forever, whatever that means, what one might call the old indigenous minorities, and the more recent post-1945, post-1990 new minorities or new groups. And that respect for those groups and how they are integrated into the whole society of Europe is a 4th value, which is very important for the Council of Europe. And it is that 4th value, in a sense, which has led to a very strong emphasis in recent times, since 2008, to be more precise, a very strong emphasis on the notion of intercultural dialogue. In 2008, which was declared to be the year of intercultural dialogue and which was supported by the European Union, but also by the Council of Europe. In 2008, the Council of Europe produced what is called its white paper, in other words, a kind of policy declaration of its perspective on the way in which Europe would develop and what is needed in Europe from a cultural perspective, not so much an economic, but a cultural perspective, and the ways in which there would be some kind of, yet to be determined, integration and collaboration among all the states and minorities of the two kinds that I've mentioned. So intercultural dialogue became a very important key phrase. And one of the things that which I'm now become a little bit more personal and a bit more speculative, if you like, one of the things that came out of the white paper on intercultural dialogue, which had a subtitle which was Living Together with Respect and Equality. One of the things that came out of that policy was a determination to provide something in education terms which would help young people and older ones, but young people to understand the ways in which Europe works and to develop the competences of intercultural dialogue. So there is now a framework of intercultural dialogue. The actual title is the Reference Framework of Competences for Democratic Culture. But behind that title is also the notion of interculturality and intercultural dialogue and the competences needed for an intercultural and multicultural, diverse, democratic culture. And I'm mentioning these things because this is a competence document, a competence model, which many people in this field would recognize in education. It would have all the skills, attitudes, and knowledge which are quite well known in intercultural education. And it is indeed, in a sense, a bringing together of a lot of work over the past decades. But very importantly, it includes competences which are values competences. And those are then specified as the four elements that I mentioned: human rights, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for diversity. And what is defined and described in that document are the competences and different behaviors and ways of demonstrating your competence for those four key values. That means then that very explicitly, this document, which is now being described as the flagship for work with the Council of Europe to bring together European integration, a flagship, really important document. Those four values then are very explicit. And those four values may not be recognized in quite the same way in other continents. They are very explicitly European values, but at the same time, I think they are probably, for many people, recognizable within their own continents in Asia in particular. We're now talking about Asia, but I can also think of other continents, of course. But it's also possible that these values of human rights, democracy, respect for diversity, and the rule of law, the words will be the same on other continents and countries. The question will be how they are understood in other continents and countries. And it seems to me that what can be, as it were, learned, and to what extent this might be a hindrance or not for young people and older people, but people in education in Asia, what could be potentially a hindrance, but at the same time a stimulus, is that those values, those four values, may be understood differently and indeed may be not recognizable immediately at all in some Asian countries. But the whole point about intercultural education and intercultural values is that by looking at other people's values, it makes you think more explicitly and analytically, and I would say critically, about your own values. So provided, to answer your final question, your second question about hindrance and so on, provided the approach to these other values and the ways of thinking about the world is an approach which says, okay, let us consider other people's ways of thinking about these words and the values that lie behind them. Let us compare and contrast them with our own, not in order to find which are better. It's not a matter of comparison to find better or worse, but comparison to be able to understand ourselves better. Then I think it will not be a hindrance, it will be potentially a stimulus to reflection, and that I think is good education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Byron. One question I have, when we're talking about these democratic values that are to be accepted in other continents, what can be done from the educational front?
The best in education, whether it's at school level or university level, the best way to promote democratic practices and then value that are behind those practices and underpin those practices is to do democracy in the institution. In other words, the people, the students, if you like, of whatever age, whether they're 5 or 25 or even 35, they should be practicing democracy. They should be part of the way in which a school or a university is governed, and do it at the right level. Even 5-year-olds can be part of participation in how we decide what we're going to do as an institution. And in that way, then they can practice and reflect upon what lies behind their practices.
Thank you so much. It's really insightful. I would like to now move to the second expert, Professor Dr. Maria Pilar Canedo from the University of Deusto, Spain. I welcome you, ma'am. Yeah. I request you to reflect a little on your core expertise on competition law. And the first question goes to you is, what purpose does competition law serve in today's society? And one more question is there to in your list, and that is, what can those who are interested in joining the field of competition law learn from the experiences of the practitioners of competition law? Over to you, ma'am. Hello, Professor Maria.
I think that perhaps Professor Maria has some connectivity problem.
Yes.
So perhaps you could move.
I can move on to the other speaker.
Speakers.
Yes. And when she is in the back, we can take their inputs. Yes. Next question, we have set up 4 questions that goes to Professor Ashish Deshpande and Ms. Priya Pujari.
I lost connection.
Yes. Okay. Professor Maria, are you there now? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was locked out.
Okay, perfect. So I request you to give your inputs on those 2 questions. Yes, yes, please continue.
Okay. Thank you. So what I was trying to explain is that competition law, as we know it nowadays, was developed because we needed to protect or to develop democracy in our modern societies. One of the most relevant reasons why competition law was developed in the United States was that some big companies in the beginning of the industrialization were taking decisions that were going in a direction that protected their own interests instead of protecting the interests of society, the interests of citizens. So the reason why competition law was created and the reason why big enforcers were put in practice was that our legal systems wanted to control the activity of those big companies in order to force them to take decisions that, of course, respecting the will and respecting the rights, protected the rights of the citizens and the general interest. And this is the competition policy we have developed inside the European Union. So it is really relevant for me to consider or to underline the relevance that competition law has in order to protect the general interest, to protect the rights of the citizens. Because when we allow private companies to take decisions in order to protect their own private interest, their natural will, their natural tendency is to increase their benefits in a way that is not going in the same direction as the general interest. And then the reason why we implement competition policies in our societies is to allowing those big companies to obtain reasonable benefits, respect general interest. So what is the objective or the aim of the competition policy in our societies? Protect general interest, protect democracy. And then when we develop systems in the sense of protecting competition law and competition institutions, what we obtain are objectives that are always beneficial for individuals. We obtain, when we have competition, better prices. We obtain, when we have competition, innovation. We have better quality in products and services. We obtain an indirect objective, which is really relevant for our societies, which is creation of job opportunities. And then I think that all those things together go in the same direction. That implies that when we have fair competition in a market, fair competition in a society, we are going in a direction that protects equal opportunities of companies for entering the market and equal opportunities for companies for offering products and services to society and to citizens. And then we obtain something that I think is really relevant, which is that we are able to offer good products and services to a much more open number of citizens. When we have closed markets, we, of course, have some citizens, a part of the society, that are able to reach those good services or good products because they are able to pay for them. But when we are able to open the markets and let different companies to introduce innovation in the market, then we obtain a very relevant aim, which is lowering prices. And this implies that much more people are able to reach those services and to obtain those good quality products. And the reason why we have and we underline the relevance of competition is that not only that we are protecting the market, which is something really relevant, but that protecting the market, the aim that we are reaching is protecting society. So I think that the purpose of competition and why competition serves society is this equality, this democracy, this protecting the interests of citizens towards the interests of big companies. I think that this idea that was behind the creation of competition law at the beginning of the development, that I was explaining at the beginning, that those big companies in the United States that were taking decisions protecting their interest instead of protecting the interest of society, and the government imposing those companies controls and decisions that protect society is exactly the same situation that we are experiencing right now with big techs. We have the big tech companies that are offering a really interesting services for society, for citizens. We are all enjoying those big services and those good services that we are receiving for the big tech companies. But we are experiencing a situation where it is not clear whether in offering those good services, they are also reducing the rights of the people. And competition authorities all over the world, in the States, in Asia, in the European Union, we are trying to reconsider how we are going to tackle this problem, because we need to assume and accept and enjoy the big benefits of those big technological companies, but assuming that perhaps we need to control their activity in order to protect the rights of the citizens. And I think that this is one of the most relevant topics that we have in competition policy.
Okay. Professor Maria, I have a very pertinent question in this context to you. That on one side, you are talking about innovation and creating intellectual property, like patents. On the other side, you are talking about breaking this monopoly that is created by these big industries. So how can we have this in the balance, and how Europe has succeeded in ensuring this balance between innovation, IP on one side, and competition on the other?
Well, I think that IP is really relevant. We have experienced right now the situation of COVID, and we are all receiving as a really relevant result of the activity of those companies. This, what we see, the vaccine as a way of fighting this big pandemic, and I think this would be absolutely impossible without IP. So we need to assume that the reason why we have IP is that we want to obtain the benefits of the results of these activities for society. This being said, what I think is that we need to find the balance. We need to obtain a balanced answer to the situation where we are able to obtain the results of this intellectual activity and this innovation and investigation, because we assume that this is really, I was going to say relevant, but I would say necessary for society, but assuming that we need to create limits to this economic activity, because otherwise we are going to leave outside those benefits a huge amount of people in the world. And this is something that we are, of course, not assuming. We are, of course, not accepting as something that is a valid answer, because as I was saying at the beginning, the aim of competition is to protect society, to protect citizens. So I think that the European Union is always, I think that competition law inside the European Union is perhaps one of the best examples where we have very short and precise rules that are able to be applied in a very broad margin of markets. And this is one of the cases where we need to go case by case. We cannot give general answers that are good for any situation. I think that COVID crisis has shown lots of relevant points. Industrial policy was being seen in the former years as something perhaps problematic, that we need to open the markets to all over the world. We know that we have extraterritorial application of competition law. The principles are the same, and it is really relevant for the world that we receive and send products and services from one place to the other. But we have seen right now that this is something that we need to balance in order to face these kind of problematic situations that we perhaps cannot deal with the traditional rules. So intellectual property together with artificial intelligence, I think are those topics where we were able to give, I think that useful and interesting answers, but we need to rethink those answers all the time. Right now inside the European Union, we are developing the DMA, which is a new way of watching to the markets, because perhaps with the traditional tools, it is not possible to face this kind of new situations. And this is the reason why we are reflecting again about those problems.
Thank you so much. I have two more questions to you.
Okay.
First question is, when we are talking about prioritizing social interest by giving importance to competition law, then do you think that this blanket protection cannot be another given, and there cannot be a division between primary products and secondary products? Like when it comes to medicines, wherein competition policies shall be taken above the intellectual and the property standards, meaning privacy can be given. And when it comes to secondary products that are not so useful for the people, or maybe falling under the second category, in relation to which the IP can be another given more importance over competition rules.
Well, what I think, I mean, I have devoted my whole life to competition law. So I really think that competition brings welfare and brings good to society. But this being said, I am also convinced that competition law is not an aim in itself. I think that competition law is relevant when it brings welfare to citizens. And I think we need to balance competition law with different principles when there are failures in the market, or when there are reasons of general interest that we need to protect over competition. And I think that perhaps those situations that you were underlying are perhaps some of the most relevant examples where we need to find balance between the different principles that are fighting in a certain situation. And perhaps in those situations, in certain situations, competition needs to go behind general interest. So I think that this is absolutely true. But we cannot assume that this is something that the companies can apply without control. We have suffered right now, I mean, we have experienced in the former months because of the pandemic, we have seen situations where companies were trying to agree in certain conditions, for example, that in a normal situation, in a situation outside the pandemic, would have been prohibited and sanctioned by the Commission, by the European Commission, or by the national authorities of competition. And the companies were asking the competition authorities if we were going, I work right now in the competition authority in Spain, and they were asking, are you still applying the rules exactly the same as in a usual situation? And of course, the answer was not in particular cases, because of course, we need to protect the big principles that govern our society. And I think that some of the examples that you were giving are those that can be more relevant, protecting of the health of the citizens. And then, of course, we need to reconsider the rules without allowing the companies to use those big concepts of health or general interest in order to hide behaviors that go against general interest, which is also something that we in competition authorities see quite frequently. They use big words that we all agree upon, like social care, like healthcare, like environment. They use those words because they know that we are aware that we need to protect those big concepts, and we need to protect society developing those big concepts, but behind those big words, they are still going in a direction that increases their benefit in a way that is not accepted by society. So we need to be really careful with these situations. We need to protect general interest. We need to balance. We know we need to be aware that competition is not an aim in itself. We assume and protect competition because with competition we protect society, but we are just reducing the competition when there's a direct link, a causal link between the protection and the activity. And we cannot accept those behaviors when behind those big words, they are still increasing their benefit against general interest. And I think this is really difficult and really relevant for competition authorities.
Right. Thank you, Maria. Last quick question.
Okay.
Any two takeaways for Asia from Europe? Any two takeaways, meaning best practices from Europe that can be fetched to Asia?
Okay. Well, what I think is that we need to learn from each other. So I think that competition principles are almost the same all over the world. We learn from each other. So there are no tips that we have and give you because you have, I mean, we all have more or less the same principles. What I think is that cooperation, international cooperation is really relevant because we are facing right now situations where the companies are acting globally and we are trying to control them locally. And I don't think this is efficient. So I don't know, working in a competition authority, in a European Union competition authority, my feeling is that controlling the administration is something really relevant, for example. And what I've seen is that we have been focusing in the activity of companies, which is really relevant, and companies act globally and enter into activities or into agreements or into behaviors that they implement all over the world. And if we focus on the effects locally, perhaps we are not giving an efficient answer to society. So we should have to open our minds, not only our markets. Our markets are open. Perhaps we should have to open them more and more because this, I think, creates welfare for citizens all over the world. But I think that if we cooperate in controlling these kind of behaviors, the efficiency would be increased in a relevant way. And
Certainly,
I think this is something.
Professor Maria. Thank you so much for your inputs. And they are definitely to be taken into another consideration when we are talking about improving competition and the policies. Yeah.
Okay.
Next speaker
Thank you so much.
for the day is Dr. Deshpande. And now onwards, the scheme would be Dr. Deshpande. I'll be asking a question to both Dr. Deshpande and Ms. Priya. And once responses of both are recorded, then I'll be moving on to the next question. So the first question to both of them is, would you consider European studies to be a continually evolving discipline? How do you demonstrate its status today? What is the exact nature and scope of European studies? Where do they stand? And this answer is required to be given keeping in mind the importance of European studies for Asia. One more another question that goes alike to this question is how the content carried or taught, rather I may say, under European study can be relevant for another Asia, or how can they be made more relevant for Asian students? Over to Dr. Deshpande.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Good evening, one and all, once again. So this question is whether European Union studies is evolving in Asia. My answer is in a positive sense, yes. So as per the need of time, as per the need of whatever the current scenario is there, European Union studies is evolving. so far as Asian nations are concerned, and it is suitable so far as the requirements are concerned. So that is the first answer so far as my side is concerned. And if we go into the details in which particular field, so this is a time of expertise. So each and every area, each and every segment, we will take an example of historical study, we will take an example of law, we will take an example of politics, culture, whatever scenarios are there, each and every field has an, this is the word of expertise, micro expertise. So everywhere this is evolving. So this is reaction from my side. Thank you.
Okay, sir. How can, what contents can we have under European study, let's say a model, if we consider this to be a model, then what contents we can have to make it more relevant to Asian students?
The specific contents, I can give this answer in a positive way again, that the specific contents which are required. If we compare European and Asian studies, if I will quote my own experience and my own example. So 5 years back when I have done with my doctorate study, so I have compared European and Asian prosecutors. So at that time I could see gray areas so far as prosecution system in Asian nations are concerned, specifically in India. So in that sense, what kind of the best practices be followed so far as European nations are concerned? So at that time, it was not Europe and Asia, but it was India and France. So whatever the best practices are there. So gray areas to be identified, and on the basis of that, there should be work.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Deshpande.
Thank you.
I can pass on this same question to Ms. Priya. Ms. Priya, can we have your responses on this?
Thank you so much, Professor Basmatkar. And first of all, let me begin by thanking the organizers, OP Jindal University, and also Project EURASIA. In fact, I don't think there's a better time for this project to come in, especially, and also the theme of the session when we talk about making European studies relevant in Asia. Let me first, I think this is an existential question for me who is associated with, let me be a little prudent here, one of the active centers for European studies in the country. So, and this becomes a very existential question because the kind of question that from my experience we've received from our prospective learners, prospective students who come to our center, the question is, what is European studies? And how is a European studies program different from, let's say, a program in international relations or maybe a program in geopolitics? So these are the kind of questions. I think these questions already point to the problem or the kind of problems that exist when it comes to European studies. And the problem that I want to bring in here is that there is being an overpopulation of certain disciplines, and in that sense, it's political science and international relations that have, let's say, for a long time dominated the European studies discipline. And this, however, the reality is very much different. If you actually look at European studies program across Europe and in America and the rest of the world, we see that European studies today has evolved, has moved beyond just talking about political science or seeing it from an international relation perspective. And the beauty of it is that the multidisciplinarity, that within European studies, you can employ multiple lenses, multiple disciplinary lenses to study this region. So today you have European studies program of very diverse nature. You have European studies programs studied from, let's say, more sociological perspective, from cultural studies perspective, from literature perspective, from anthropology, from economics, from business, from education perspective. So you see that European studies has broadened across the world. And also, if I have to talk about the state of affairs of European studies in India itself, I think there's tremendous development on that front. If you look at the program that we run, the Masters in European Studies program, we encourage this multidisciplinarity, that students actually study Europe as a region from economic perspective, from business perspective, from cultural studies perspective, from intercultural studies perspective, from literature, from education. So there's a diversity of disciplinary lens that is employed to study European studies. And I think OP Jindal University has also taken that attempt forward to study Europe, to bring in a legal perspective to European studies. Similarly, Symbiosis is doing the same as well. And now coming to the question of, I think more important than in discussing what content can we teach under European Studies program, it's about how do we actually teach and research in European studies, the how, the epistemological challenges. I think that's at the forefront of European studies, especially when we talk about studying European studies. You see the kind of challenges that we face is a question of Eurocentrism. It's a question, especially when you place European studies in the north, south, and the east-west discourse. Let's say if you put them in this discourse, and it's a question of colonialism. It's a question of decolonizing the entire knowledge production system. So that's when I think it's important that we question how do we actually teach and research in European studies. I think there's nothing better than this, the kind of, with European studies is that you employ that you can actually, what I think that's the beauty of the European studies is that you can, regions learn from each other, that we can, like, just like for Indian scholars and for Indian academicians, I think it's, and especially what we do at European studies is that we look at how we can shape European studies, how our indigenous perspectives, our approaches, our methods of teaching can actually contribute and shape European studies. So I think more important than questioning what do we teach in European studies, I think it's a question of how do we teach European studies.
Yeah. Very interesting, Ms. Priya. Let's move to question number 2, and going again back to Professor Deshpande. Deshpande, do you really feel that the vision behind dissemination of European studies is constantly changing in order to maintain its continuity, its status, its dynamism? And another aspect of this could be, can there be more possible approaches in the field of study, mainly talking about European studies, by taking other aspects also into consideration like politics, religion, ethnicity, etc. One more this thing can go as an addendum to this is, I want you to give a general view on the future expectations that are associated with the implementation of European studies in Asia. This last part is very important, and I would like to have your and Priya's views on this part. Over to you, Dr. Deshpande.
Sure. It is this question is connected with the as per the time, as per harmonious with the time, and whatever the situation is there, means is it changing as per the need of time? My answer is again in affirmative sense, that is yes, it is changing as per the time, because again I just want to connect it with my own experience and my the way when we went as a part of EURASIA project in Krakow in Jagiellonian University. So at that time, as a part of teaching, we had one module. So Dr. Lukasa has taken that session for one day. On one of the Saturdays, we had that session. And the session was on museum as a mode of teaching. So first of all, we people were under impression that there will be field visit. Yes, we had field visit, but before that we had online visit. So use of technology was conducted. There was a use of technology. And first of all, there was an online visit to the specific website of that museum. We had what we can say, we had orientation, and we have seen the photographs in different angles, the videos. Then there was a creation of curiosity in the minds of the audience, and followed by that feedback was given, and then in post-lunch session we went to that particular museum. So yes, with the time, as per the requirement of time, definitely there is a change so far as the modus operandi of European Union teaching part is concerned.
Over to you, Professor Priya.
Professor Vasmatkar, could you repeat the question? There was an internet connectivity issue, so I couldn't really hear the question. So could you repeat the question?
Yes, please. Second question is relating to the vision behind dissemination of European studies in Asia. We have seen that this vision has been changing constantly. And this vision is changing in order to keep its dynamics, in order to keep its what we call as broader objectives in the mind. And we wanted this the field to be ever evolving. One more aspect to be covered while answering is that when we are talking about the dynamism of this another field, that is another European studies, do you think that the existing field which is covered by this another study needs to be expanded, covering like another politics, religion, ethnicity, diversity in mind? And lastly, I want your special views on future expectations that are associated with the implementation of European studies in Asia. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for those
Thank
questions. And those are really insightful questions. And also, honestly, I mean, it's very difficult to answer this question in a very short term in that sense. So let me talk about, when we talk about expectations of European studies in the future. Now, if you see, just living from where I was talking about in answering your previous question, is about the question of what can European studies offer for, let's say, Asian countries, for Asian universities. And here I will speak specifically for Indian universities. I think, as I would agree with all the other panelists as well, Professor Byram and also Professor Maria also pointed out as to how European studies, I mean, I think the beauty of area studies program is what you can learn from each other, how you can critically engage with each other, and how simultaneously learnings from both regions, let's say, can simultaneously shape a lot of problems. Also, when we talk about the kind of world that we're living in, it's a changing world. And we know from our experiences of the pandemic that today problems are no longer defined by national or regional boundaries, that problems are global in nature, which means that for these problems, we need common collective solutions. And for these collective solutions to emerge, I think it's important that each region is made aware of other. Just like we need European studies in Asia, I think it is also need for a similar, let's say, twofold dialogue that needs to begin. That there's also a need for having more Asian studies program in Europe. And that's probably how both regions will learn from each other. And again, going back to the point of the way European studies has evolved. I think it has evolved in a significant manner. If you look at, as I was telling you, it's an area studies program. And if you actually pay attention, if you closely look at the history, the historical trajectory of how area studies program came into existence, it's quite understandable that it was mainly seen from a foreign policy or international relations perspective. And slowly we see that European studies has evolved to include much more disciplinary contributions. And in that sense, let me also make a clarification that European studies is not European Union studies. European Union studies is something that's emerged recently, and I think we have to thank the initiatives and efforts of the European Union in promoting European Union studies.
I can have a blend of two questions, that is question number 3 and question number 4. Taking into consideration the paucity of another time. Quickly, in a minute, I would like to hear from Dr. Deshpande his views on how can we motivate Asian students to take up European studies, meaning I'm talking about the modus operandi and the initiatives that can be taken. And while answering this another question, do you think that commercialization is another hindering, meaning the amount of another money which is involved, or another kind of expenses that are not involved, it is causing a kind of hindrance for Asians to take up studies in European Union. And along with this, the answer is how can these studies be more beneficial and to the Indian students, basically Asian students, and thereby what changes can be made in the modus operandi or maybe under the contents of this, so that more and more people they can start taking up these the European studies. Over to you.
Yes, sir. First of all, we have to take into consideration research, because in each and every field, research play a very dynamic role. Take an example of any field, research. So comparative study play a dynamic role in order to understand the shortcomings. As Professor Maria has said in her lecture, and Professor Priya was also saying that each and everyone means we have to learn from each and everyone. We can't come to the conclusion that this is the best or that is the best. There are certain pros and cons for each and every policies and all. So comparative study should be done, as and when Asian students are dealing with a specific issue, or it may be for higher education or any specific certificate course or whatever the education they are taking. So at that time, they should comparatively analyze the scenario, the policy. If that is the law, then the specific statute, then definitely they can go for European studies and come to the conclusion. And it will be better, it will be in-depth research, so far as my opinion is concerned. And answering to your question number 2, that what are the hindrances? So awareness is one of the hindrances. If we take an example, so far as Indian students are concerned, so most of the students are getting education in the local colleges or local institutions. So at that time, they may not be having that much of influence of international faculty exchange or student exchange or international programs or any kind of facilities. So that is one of the hindrances. And another hindrance I can say that economic, that is the poverty, can also be considered as a hindrance. Because if we take an example of the Indian universities, I don't think that each and every university in India or institution in India is offering European Union studies or internationalization. Are you getting me? So if there are specific institutions or specific high profile universities wherein such kind of the programs are conducted, considering the exorbitant fees, in spite of having willingness, the specific students who may be or she may be having caliber may not go for getting admission. So that can also be considered as an hindrance. So
thank you, Dr. Deshpande. You made a very valid point that we need to spread the awareness about European studies among other universities also. So that can be taken as one of the agendas whereby more and more MOUs, more and more collaborations that we can have with universities, and more flow can be ensured from those universities to maybe the Europe, to study about Europe. Yeah, Priya, you have only 1 minute to sum up your contribution, so you can be quick and to the point.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Basmapkar. So coming back to the question of how do we actually encourage more and more Indian students to take up European studies, I think I agree with Dr. Deshpande on this, that there needs to be more awareness. I completely agree with him that there's been a lot of misconception about European studies and area studies program in general. It's not just with European studies, and that's got to do with area studies in general in the country. And also, let's not forget the kind of, there's also a cultural underpinning to it. The mindset that we have in our country towards social science and humanities program in general is also, let's say, these are more systemic challenges that would take really a while to overcome. But in many sense, European studies programs in India, in Asia in general, have a lot more to offer to each other. And I think research is one that we need to really push forward. Research.
Thank you, Dr. Priya. Professor Galina. Do we have any questions to panel members?
From the audience, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid there are no questions. You don't have received any on your email?
No, I have not received any. I have checked my email just now.
I see. So there are probably no questions from the audience.
Okay. So can we close the session with a vote of thanks? Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Abhijit, and thank you all of our brilliant panelists. There were some really thoughtful and thought-provoking reflections. And to our audience, I will say, please stay tuned, because at 7:30, the 13th session of our conference will start. And the topic of that session will be the EU model for regional integration lessons for Asia. So thank you very much again. And well, I hope our next meeting will be in person and outside of this online environment.
Yes, we are also very hopeful. Thank you so much, Dr. Galina, and all the esteemed panel members. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye.
to our viewers, I am pleased to announce you the beginning of session 13 of the Dissemination Conference of EURASIA hosted by JGU. And the title of the session we will be having is the EU Model for Regional Integration Lessons for Asia. We have a panel of distinguished speakers today. We have here Professor Hans van Meerten, who is a professor specialist of EU pension law from Utrecht University. Then we have Professor Mercedes Guinea, who is a professor at the Department of International Relations at the University Complutense of Madrid. Then we have Professor Kshitij Naikade, assistant professor and deputy director from the Symbiosis Law School. We have also Professor Sakti Prasad Srichandan, assistant professor at the Center for European Studies at the School of International Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University. And last but not least, we have a distinguished moderator, Professor Dipanshu Mohan, who is associate professor at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. So over to you, Professor Dipanshu.
Okay, thank you, Galina, and it is truly an honor and a distinguished, I think, opportunity for a few of us to be able to connect today and get a chance to be part of this, what I would consider a very comprehensive round of discussions that have been happening since yesterday, and I think this will go on till tomorrow. And I've been following some of the sessions, and yesterday the diplomats dialogue was something which I think brought out some very interesting points across the kind of challenges the European Union has in front of us in terms of greater integration interregionally with, let's say, regions within Asia, and the big elephant in the room, that's China, which I feel is going to maybe feature a little more prominently as part of our conversation here. So without taking much of our time, and I know we have a few an excellent, I'd like to first of all congratulate the organizing team for putting together a very lucid, elaborate concept note and list of questions, which made a lot of our work easier in terms of planning for this. But I'll give the flexibility and room and accommodation to our fellow panelists to be able to have the flexibility to respond to each other's questions as well. We received a list of preferences. So I want to get started, and I'd also like to welcome Professor Hans, who is joining this session with us. So to get us started, let me just probably start by reading the concept note that was shared. I'll start here and in quotes, in contrast to the strong sense of a European collective identity and European symbolism fostered by the EU, the regional organizations across Asia have not yet undertaken an identity creation enterprise of a similar magnitude. From South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, that's SAARC in South Asia, and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the SCO, across Central and East Asia, the aversion of the Asian states to attribute a supranational identity to its regional organizations is clearly evinced in that these bodies remain a mere tool for limited cooperation and a platform to leverage the member states' position in international relations. With international financial institutions calling upon strengthened regionalism as the key to prosperity and economic growth in Asia, scholars have constantly looked at EU's successful regional integration model for theorizing, and I would probably extend and say empirical lessons for Asia and countries within Asia as well. Several scholars have attributed the success of EU integration over the last 7 decades or so, right from the treaties of Rome to the Maastricht Treaty. There's been a lot of discussions within, I think, particularly Southeast Asia and South Asia, on where we can learn from the European model of regional integration. As most of you and our audience would know, the Western Europe, particularly Western Europe, was one of the most disintegrated and conflict-ridden areas in first half of the 20th century, while the second half of the 20th century gave us a completely different picture. To identify the lessons that Asia can draw from EU regional integration, it becomes essential to objectively interrogate the factors that led to the EU's rise, including the role of an arguably created collective identity and whether and how Asia can adapt these factors in the political and economic context. So I want to start by introducing some sub-thematic lines of questions that were shared with us. And I know we have Maria, and I'm going to take the liberty to address all of you with your first names. So pardon me if there's any issue. But Maria and Kshitij had, I think, raised this very key point around looking at Europe's and the European conceptualization of this collective identity, and to what extent has it been, what you consider as successful or not being that successful in being able to ensure that. And I think this is an important point to get us started, right? So maybe let me start by asking Maria to respond to this question, and then Kshitij can jump in. To what extent is the European collective identity based on the creation of the other? The political crisis and human rights abuses that have been seen in the EU since the increase in refugee flows in 2015 is in part arguably due to the fueling of the region's threatened identity itself. And most of us have been doing a lot of research and trying to understand the rise of right-wing populism. So with the rise of xenophobic forces across the world, would the development of an identity which is based on othering in Asia have implications for a sustainable and inclusive future? That's the first part. And the second, with the growing demands of democratization and the focus shifting to human security, how can an identity, in more or less a collective identity, that reconciles inclusivity and the sense of regional belongingness be envisaged for Asia? Maria, off to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I think it's a great idea to share our knowledge and our experiences from so many parts of the world. I will speak as a European. I work on European integration studies from an international relations point of view, but also as a Spaniard, because I think I have a big problem. That was what I wrote in my email some days ago. I have a big problem with the idea of the collective identity. I don't think that there is any collective identity behind the European project. So I'm afraid I'm not able to answer to your question. I think that the factor who joined European countries in European integration is a political project. And this is completely different, because an identity is a longer process of acquiring common factors that I think that hasn't arrived in this time to European Union. The first things which joined the 6 European first countries into a community, into a supranational community, was the project of building a lasting peace in Europe. So they put together the 2 factors needed to produce armament, coal and steel. That was the common project. Then in the 60s, in the 70s, it was a common market to bring growth, to bring welfare, and to make Europe big again in the world, because in these days, the decolonization war making European states less important in world politics. In the 90s, it is a sense, and in these days, it's a sense that we are less and less important in world politics, and to reach size in globalization that can make us speak to United States or to China, because European states are too small to be relevant international actors. I also study European foreign policy. European foreign policy has lots of problems because we don't found common ground on many, many issues. And for me, the reason that impedes to have a common policy is the lack of a real European identity. We have common interests, but not a common identity, okay? And European integration in these days is more a question of states and interests than a question of citizens feeling European and wanting to do sacrifices for the European federal state. I don't think so. And I think that that idea of not thinking of collective identity, but of a common project, a common political project, can be really useful for Asian states. But you have to find your common mobilizing project.
Okay, I think, no, fair enough. And in fact, as Maria, you mentioned, the European Union project was also largely more of an economic, I mean, the way we studied economic history back in United Kingdom, I think this is a decade back, the entire discussion on the European Union was situated on how much of trade and integration was possible for the facilitation of, people-to-people exchange and mobility. So I mean, there was a sense of commodification that underpinned the discourse around exchange. And the commodification was facilitated by the idea of having a common internal market. And that may be, and that's a good way to get us started. Maybe that could be the way we can think about, and I would maybe say that ASEAN has done that to a significant extent already. There's a lot of lessons SARC on its own, and the SCO can maybe integrate. Kshitij, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for providing this amazing opportunity to discuss these things, because we discuss this in classrooms in front of few students where people have an opinion about the same, but it's very important to know what the perspectives are about the, from the other side of the board, from Europe. So it's very interesting where ma'am kind of spoke about her experience, not just as a European citizen, but also as a Spaniard, especially in the backdrop of when you're talking about the Catalan movement and the secessionist movement over there. So again, in that kind of backdrop, I think her understanding of what she looks at as the collective identity or whether it's a collective movement becomes very important. The question that kind of you asked is has about 2 to 3 aspects to it, and she has covered the first part of it. I would like to take the conversation a bit ahead by kind of focusing on the second part, where they're talking about how in the last 5 to 6 years, or probably in the last 10 odd years, the rise of xenophobic forces, around the world, will that change the idea of other in the Asian context? And I understand why Asia has been included over here, because the 21st century is referred to as the Asian century. We're looking at Asia dominating the discourse, just like how Europe dominated in the 20th century. But I kind of think that it's not really a new trend. It's a part of this gradual rising right-wing shift that you must have seen all around the globe at this point of time, whether it is in Europe, whether it is in Asia. And add to that the refugee crisis, add to that the various terrorist attacks, the phenomenon of global inequality, or issues like various human rights violations have all just added fuel to this particular fire. This whole conversation is all about us versus them. Even in the question we have mentioned or have read about the idea of others coming up. So in these contexts, you need to really make somebody the villain, and hence the whole insider versus outsider issue comes up. Even if you look at Europe per se, the right-wing ideologies, in the last 5 to 10 years have just gone from strength to strength, whether it is Marine Le Pen in France, whether it is the riots that took place in Sweden lately, or whether it is even a context like Germany. I was reading about it, how the rising number of mosques in Germany is a matter of great concern. And that has led to the rising vote share for the right-wing political parties, which were till very recently in the fringe. And we see the same trend here in Asia as well. So the trend that we see in Europe is kind of being mimicked over here. So what I personally feel is, like when I was reading this particular question, is that it leads us to a larger question about nationalism. And for long, the idea of nationalism was looked at in a very kind of a binary terms. But now time has come where you kind of want to elaborate more upon it and look at it from the perspective of, let's say, good nationalism versus bad nationalism, where you're looking at a progressive understanding of nationalism, or like how Will Kimlicka might put it as the civic understanding of nationalism, where you're looking at a more social movement, you're looking at a liberating movement, we're looking at political forces coming together to get independence against oppressive measures, oppressive regimes. But today, when you're looking at Europe as well as Asia, when you're looking at these xenophobic forces, we are looking not at progressive nationalism, but we are looking at ethnic nationalism. You're looking at chauvinistic nationalism. You're looking at expansionist nationalism, forces which are divisive in nature. You're looking at authoritarian regimes, and this has got nothing to do with political parties per se. Here you're talking about ideological shifts that have happened that has led to the idea of the other becoming very prominent. We talk about Islamophobia in today's times, and nowhere else in the entire world is Islamophobia debated on these lines like how it is going on in Europe at this point of time. Even somebody like Samuel Huntington, when he speaks about the clash of civilizations theory, where he talks about how the upcoming wars or conflicts are not going to happen between two countries or between two bordering nations, but between two civilizational fault lines, is again nothing but a progression of this very phenomenon that we are again discussing here about xenophobic forces.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I can talk more about it, but
we'll come back to this, but I think you've raised a lot of interesting points. And actually this discussion on the competing visions and realizations of nationalism, I think requires what you would consider as a two-way exchange. I mean, India's example in the larger scheme of things within, I would say, South Asia and Asia has offered that perspective for at least in most of its post-independent history on how various kinds of ethno-linguistic diversity and sub-nationalisms can coexist and cohabitate, right, by itself. I mean, of course, that in itself is being threatened as the way we are seeing it in the last, decade or so. But I'd probably request Professor Hans and to jump in if he has something to offer in response to what Maria and Kshitij just said.
Well, thank you very much also for the invitation and to be here. It's a very interesting subject, identity as such. I myself, I am into pension law, European pension law, and that's where the identity question hits basically in full the discussion, because there you see the different dimensions between the national approach, as you already said also before, and the more EU supranational approach. And we see that pensions in Europe, but worldwide basically, are organized nationally. So it's really a state matter. It's a state competence. And the EU tries to harmonize or to grasp, to get grip of this matter, because of course it sees, that in the end, if you don't reform your national pension system, it puts severe pressure on the national budget, of course, and the affordability of basically the euro in the end, the common currency that we have in most countries in Europe. So the need for reform is big, but at the same time, we see national member states almost objecting or struggling, with the reforms taking place, whether it be in Spain or the Netherlands or Germany or France, you see it everywhere. It's a competence also of the unions mostly, of the trade unions. And so they don't see the need. Yeah, well, they do see the need, of course, but they try to object, for example, to the increase of the state pension age, for example. In some countries in Europe, it's still pretty low. It's still 63 or 64, or maybe even less, and again, that puts severe pressure on the budget of the member states. So again, the EU tries to get grip of this matter, because it sees, to what it might lead if you don't watch out, basically, because the train is already off the track in some areas. But it's a difficult matter, and several attempts have been undertaken in the past, by looking at pensions more as a financial product. But most unions and trade unions and most participants in the different member states, they don't see it that way. They see it as a social construction, basically, if you will. So we have again here the clash, basically, of the views, whether you see pensions as such as a social matter, basically, or as a financial product, more or less. And in that last respect, the EU has, of course, more competences. It has not so much competences in social matters, so it is more coordination function, but it has no real legislative powers, to act in social matters yet. We see that changing. We see that changing because the nature of pensions, because of all kinds of EU regulations that are coming our way, is regarded more and more as a financial product. For example, the SFDR regulation, the disclosure regulation, it sees pension schemes as a financial product. And that, of course, means that the whole protection of the social structures that we were used to are about to change also, because it's becoming more individualistic, it's becoming a more individual approach to pensions. It becomes also more of a matter of consumer protection, if you will. So the classic, basically collective second pillar, are labor connected schemes, are more and more replaced by individual schemes. We see that not only in Europe, but we see that worldwide. In China also, I gave a guest lecture a while ago. They are also struggling, of course, with the aging problem. We see the aging problem everywhere, worldwide. Again, not only in China or India or Europe, in the US, everywhere. It's the same problem. And they're also struggling exactly with this same issue. So how do we then deal with the fact, that it's becoming more individual? It's putting a lot of constraints on the national budgets. How must we then organize the way we have been organizing our pension systems in the last 200-300 years? Completely different.
So Hans, just to jump in, and I think you've raised a very important point. One of the key limitations of the European Union project, right, politically speaking as well, which has been debated post the Eurozone crisis of 2009 and 10, was the fact on establishing an economic integration plan without having a fiscal union. Exactly. Created a lot of difficulties for European nations. And given what Kshitij and I think Maria earlier pointed out, this fact that you don't have a social identity which collectively has been made in any way, realizable, and you have what you would consider as an economic identity, if one had to, really use the word identity in some way or the other. But if that's the way it is, how do you sense with the current political climate the impact of this, affecting? I mean, for example, you're working largely in areas of pension law. How is this affecting the discussion around social security or the regionalization of social security? Given, is that something even conceivable? Because if that's not the case, this has some important lessons for countries here, that is within South Asia, which has even struggled to have, even a dialogue beyond security strategic relations, to our own economic project, so as to speak. So any thoughts on that? And let me then have Sakti and Maria coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But I see Maria nodding, so maybe it's good to give the floor first to Maria.
Okay. Maria, do you want to come in?
What I have to say.
Yeah. Do you want to come in, please?
The thing I want to say is that all Europeans share a common sense of a human being and his role in society. It is said in Article 2 of the Treaty of European Union, and you can see that our conception is individual. We think that human rights are individual, but we are among a society, and we have to work for the society, and also we can expect some support, some benefits from the society. But this is a common sense of identity. But after that, state by state, we have very different social models. For example, in South Europe, we are supported also with social, community, and family links. And the public system is much smaller, it's much weaker, okay? In Northern, it is really, really strong. And also we have different philosophies over economic philosophy and how to fund public systems, how to fund the state. So I think that is a problem. But this is not to say that we can do things together to support states. For example, during this pandemic crisis, the Commission has put the program SURE in place.
Yeah.
A program supporting the unemployment schemes. And this is a way to support social systems, but respecting the particularities of each of these systems. Okay. I don't think that it has which is specialists agree with me.
Fair enough. I get Sakti in here, and the pandemic, Sakti, has really turned the table on itself when it came to processes of what you would consider as intra-regional forces bringing countries together. There was a lot of discussion, as you would know, with India being the world's largest vaccine maker, that it could really help and support a lot of the lesser developed countries in parts of at least Asia and its own neighborhood, right? Bhutan's entire vaccine policy, as you would know, was hinged upon India's supplies. And it did supply for the first doses, but India itself ran out of vaccines. It didn't plan its own vaccine procurement strategy well enough. And we have now a country from the European Union, that is Denmark, supplying and coming into the aid of the Bhutanese. So this raises a lot of important questions on the fact that how the role of regional cooperation in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic had put this opportunity in the case of the SAARC and ASEAN regions to really step up and come into the aid of one another. And as Mari mentioned, that the fact that there is the idea of having a common sense of belonging that in itself underpins what as human beings, crises like, could you comment the own?
Professor Mohan,
your
voice is breaking.
Anyways, sir, you may continue, sir. Dr. Shakti.
Connection is sometimes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Professor Mohan, your voice breaking. Okay. Am I audible? May I go?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Mohan. Regarding this pandemic, by now we must have understood that this pandemic cannot be fought by a single country on its own, and you have to have coordination and cooperation with different countries if you have to succeed in this different kind of war. So when talking about how the regional cooperation can play a role, the challenges are definitely of two kinds: of immediate, in the sense how to support the infrastructure situation, supply of medicines, as Professor Mohan just mentioned, and sharing best practices and funding. And the long term and the most important thing is that we have to bring back the economy affected by this pandemic, because most of the Asian countries, whether they are part of the ASEAN or they are part of the SAARC, most of them are poor. No doubt in Asian countries there are different kind of countries with different level of development, no doubt about it. But though challenges are same, but the response has been different from each of those countries. But regional cooperation can play an important role, because regional cooperation can pool resources together. If you have a regional cooperation, if you have a mechanism already in place, then that is a blessing in this period of turmoil and disruption, because you can pool the resources and divert those resources accordingly. So when we talk about SAARC and ASEAN, first starting with SAARC, SAARC, whether SAARC exists or not, we don't know. Because since 2014 was the last SAARC summit, and after that, due to thanks to India and Pakistan rivalry, there are no summits, and they have put conditionalities with each other to bring the SAARC mechanism on track. So there is no SAARC at all. But when the pandemic hit last year, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi convened a meeting of SAARC leaders, but that meeting was not a part of the SAARC mechanism, but it was just a meeting of leaders. And he just proposed that let's SAARC countries fight this pandemic together. Even in that meeting, an important announcement made regarding SAARC COVID-19 emergency fund, which was not, that fund was not a part of SAARC charter. That fund doesn't come under the SAARC charter. It is a different. It is a standalone mechanism by which countries will be given assistance accordingly. But again, in that funding mechanism, there was so many issues. Pakistan raised about its legalities, so many issues. No doubt they have just collected 20 million US dollars, and they have those fundings are still with them, and they are just diverting. They are investing in their own country, and some countries like India also supporting other countries. But I think India and SAARC lost a golden opportunity to revitalize, reinvigorate SAARC in this turmoil, because crises do give opportunity for greater integration. But this time we missed that boss. We missed that we could have achieved so many things. We could have just reignited the SAARC spirit again, but that could not be possible at that time. Thanks to again India and Pakistan rivalry. Then talking about ASEAN, again in ASEAN, there are different kind of countries. Some are very developed and some are low-income countries. And when the almost all countries, they were affected, but they responded differently. At ASEAN level, there were coordination. No doubt, in ASEAN countries, the COVID-19 affected those countries like anything, because those countries are very integrated in the sense when we talk about labor movement, trading relations, etc. So when the borders were closed, it affected their economy. So after that, the ASEAN countries, they have come with ACRF, ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework and Action Plan. And accordingly, they have now trying to invest in those areas where they can, their economy can bring back to normalcy. And I think if they can just put more resources, because they have already the mechanism. SARC does not have such a mechanism. They have a mechanism for cooperation, whether we talk about trade, whether we talk about economic, whether we talk about any cooperation kind of thing. But that's why whatever their problem they are facing in their cooperation at the moment, they can just rectify it. They can just put those into track when the situation improves. But that is not the case with SARC.
Okay.
Because SARC has no such kind of cooperation.
All right, I'll just get Kshitij here, because there was a point that Kshitij, you had emphasized that you wanted to come in largely with respect to the, in responding to this question, which is an important question, just based on what Sakti was saying. And pardon me, I'm just in a horrible network location. So if my voice breaks, then just go with the flow with what you have to say. What kind of interventions can be made in India, for example? Now, India is an important player, because as China occupies more than 85% of the intra-regional trade happening within ASEAN, as a point that needs to be emphasized clearly, right? And India has what you would consider as 75 to 80% of the economic weight. It doesn't do as much in volume, but it has a larger role and responsibility in the SAARC region. So what kind of interventions would you suggest, like to be more specific, for the long-term benefits that can be made in terms of improving the intra-regional dynamics, or how to drive away what I think earlier was mentioned about the point that you spoke on, the nature of insecurities that are stemming in sub-regionally. It's not just true of Europe. We've seen that as the impact of that coming into parts of South Asia as well. I dare not say maybe, but the last 2 terms of the current elected government, we've seen a huge shift in the sense that there is a certain effort to ethno-linguistically homogenize, the political project as well. So what is that you would suggest in terms of what SAARC can do? I mean, India primarily can do in the SAARC region.
Okay. Thank you for bringing this up, because this is very important and is in connection to what Sakti sir was actually also speaking about. Even in that question that you're particularly referring to, there are 2 parts to that. They're talking about that. They're talking about the European integration and the power capabilities, and how SAARC can actually take help from them, or like SAARC or India or the subcontinent probably can take help from them. Now, if you would have asked me this particular question about 2 years ago, the answer would have been definitely an absolute no. This topic has even been discussed in the Rajya Sabha, in the upper house, and in the government has also said that regional cooperation has been adversely affected due to the cross-border terrorism, interference, and internal affairs, and the member states being intrusive in the internal politics, referring to the whole Kashmir issue. However, more than reviving the SAARC, what I personally feel, and this is where I want to take up from what Sakti sir was speaking about, is that it's important to revive the SAARC spirit. And this has to be taken on the lines of the EU spirit. The pandemic, fortunately, unfortunately, has offered us this particular opportunity to revisit this particular SAARC spirit and join ranks and start afresh. So what exactly has EU done good that the SAARC can probably replicate and look at implementing it in order to have a remote possibility of its revival? Firstly, I personally feel, and just give me about 2-3 minutes over here to kind of elaborate on my particular point.
Sure.
Firstly, they need to improve or kind of work towards improving the existing lower trade compatibility that is there amongst its members, which probably doesn't exist in the Europe at this point of time. Unlike the European Union and the ASEAN, which was also mentioned, countries in South Asia are less industrialized, and therefore the intra-trade or intra-country trade is primarily either agriculture or agricultural commodities, and thus inter-regional trade is not much of an incentive. So when you're again talking about comparing or taking inspiration from the European model, we are probably not being fair. We are discounting the fact about non-tariff, tariff barriers. Lower trade compatibility is is a glaring reality, and therefore one of the prime reasons for the dismal kind of unification or the unity of ASEAN. So India should actually work aggressively towards improving this particular trade capability. Even the World Bank says that of the existing estimated value of $70-80 billion trade, we are not even utilizing 1/4 of it. So we should take a leaf out of that. Secondly, we should help in reducing the conflicting understanding of national interest and the insecurities that come. So it's very interesting that while India is wary about China and the growing external influences in this region, the other countries in SAARC are driven by their insecurities and their perception of the fear of Indian hegemony. Previous prime ministers like I.K. Gujral and the heads of state have tried to have a more conciliatory kind of attitude on Pakistan and SAARC. It is very important to revive that. And this is one of the most important lessons to learn from countries like Germany, France, Italy, and other important superpowers in Europe. That is that's a model that we need to really look at. And most importantly, this is what I think I want to speak about, is that the lack of democracy in South Asia. We are looking at, let's say, a constitutional crisis in Nepal. We are looking at, terrorism and instability in Afghanistan. We are looking at religious fundamentalism in Pakistan, Bangladesh. So the countries eventually end up becoming inward looking with not much enthusiasm to achieve collaboration in the subcontinent. Now that is something that we don't do in Europe, even though, Maria actually pointed out towards her Spaniard example. But primarily, I think SAARC has to be relevant, or if South Asia has to actually come together, that the whole size, growth, symmetry, along with the lack of sustainable democracy in the subcontinent has to be changed. India alone cannot change it, but at least it can accommodate the interests of its neighboring nations. And it's something that will also improve the fragile bilateral ties that we have at this point of time. Bangladesh is wary about India because of the CAA, NRC, and the citizenship issue. Nepal kind of is not really for us. The Tamil issue is kind of really big on us. So that is exactly something that we need to take heed from Europe at this point of time, where in spite of the Greek economic crisis, in spite of the various other financial problems that they have faced over the years, the perceptible unity of trade ties is something that I personally feel should be the thing way ahead, especially in a post-pandemic world. Sorry for taking too much time.
No, I mean, this is important, and I just now like to come back to Professor Maria and Professor Hans. I think there's a couple of points that have been raised. See, this was echoed in the remarks of the public lecture that Ambassador Mohan Kumar gave yesterday, and I think he makes a very important point. It is in the interests of India to have a more regionally integrated EU, which is moving beyond the sense of the work and the reforms that it has done in terms of having laws in place for better economic integration, the move in terms of having more labor mobility across countries, and at the same time, what you would like to maybe have for India is to develop a greater sense of partnership with the European Union, which allows it to counterweight the growing set of importance that EU has with China, right, in terms of its own relationship as well. So maybe Professor Hans, and I know that the kind of work that you've done has looked largely at pension law, and I have a question there which maybe I'll come in later with. But because you mentioned on the issue of social security and relating it to the question of identity, national identity, it would be great to know your thoughts on how social security for labor, perhaps in form of a collective regional scheme, can play a role in allowing for the spirit of integration to be, because this is something which, China's own relationship with its people, right? An authoritarian state, a single party state, is rested upon a social contract which rests on social security, employment guarantee of sorts, right? That is where it has made its market reforms work better. So can such kind of standard setting be possible, let's say, for the EU to be more robust, which offers lessons for Asia? Anything that you'd like to add based on what you heard?
Yeah, Thank you, and thank you also for the question. We basically also see two developments now in Europe. We have the European Pension Directive, which is the IORP directive, which is about IORPs, so pension funds, classical pension funds. The classical relation where you work in a certain company and your company offers you via a pension fund a collective labor pension agreement. That's basically the standard until now. And also it was until now, and it still is until now, a matter of social partners, of course. So employer, employee, and there's of course a social protection element attached to it. And one is looking for ways in IOPA, for example, where I'm also part of the European Supervisory Authority in Frankfurt, is looking for ways to revise the IORP directive so that more and more pension funds be auto-enrolled, as it were. So more and more participants can join a mandatory pension scheme, basically, so that they have mandatory a sort of social protection mechanism scheme in place. But I think this is all thinking in a way, because we see clearly the other trend going on towards individualization, towards mobile app functioning. You see the youth basically on their mobile apps, all kinds of, capital, basically, even insurance products concluded, on their mobile phone, even savings. It's all going to be very transparent, very easy in use, very, apart from an employer even. So we see those two trends, and we see also at the same time the European Union developing the so-called PEP. It's a pan-European pension product. It's a completely individual pension product, completely digital it can be, easy to use. And I think I see much more future in those developments, where you see an individual, be it employed or non-employed, on his mobile phone, concluding basically a savings app for later, it's blocked until pension age, whatever that is, And we see those developments, and also, and that could be very interesting in China, also, and in other regions in India as well, for to be able to have a sort of an arrangement like that. So you disattach this basically from the classical way of social security thinking, but at the same time, you make sure that all these mechanisms are secure, of course, so that there's no cowboy-like behavior possible, by financial undertakings, because sometimes you have to watch what they do, So you need to safeguard all kinds of protection elements in those matters. But to make it more attractive also for the younger generation, I think you should not develop a classical second pillar occupational pension scheme way of thinking. I think that's gone. Those days are gone. We need to think of new ways to make it more attractive, more transparent, more socially acceptable. And I think the PEP, the Pan-European Pension Product, is the way. At least it's my personal view.
No, thank you. And thank you for that. Maria, would you like to come in and just basically on this point that I mentioned, this the broader point on having a more functional partnership between the EU and Asia. And I think that allowing for regional clusters like SAARC, within to be able to reform or at least move towards the kind of efforts that the European Union did pretty much early, late back in the 60s and 70s, and maybe learn from the lessons that maybe EU was not able to undertake in terms of the political reforms that may be required for better regional integration, of course, but also a more prosperous and progressive neighborhood.
Well, it's a complex question. How I see now our relations with Asia. Nowadays, I think that trade relations can be developed, but we are now in a world of creeping protectionism. Also, the last European trade agreements are plenty of protectionist measures. We can put as an example the Mercosur agreement, which has been okay, it's a great step to have a close trade agreement with South America, but it was a step back in terms of measures promoting trade, promoting climate change, promoting social measures. It was not a good agreement in those terms. And I think this is not good times for regional agreements. In Europe, we have lots of problems. Some of them comes from the nationalist forces that we have talked before, but also because of the global environment. The global environment nowadays is full of protectionism, of competition schemes between powers, and European Union goes the same way, okay? How I feel that the main factors for an effective regional integration are, I think that the main factor is a common sense of purpose, to have a common political project. And then after that, to agree the terms of that project and to build the structures needed to carry out that project. That's in our scheme, in the European scheme, it was supranationality with common institutions which govern shared competencies. But I'm afraid that it is not possible in other regions of the world, because those regions have, I can say, a sacred sense of sovereignty, and they are not disposed to share sovereignty with neighbors. Yeah. But I think that a good neighborhood relations can be carried out also by other means. For example, by confidence measures, by trade agreements, by schemes of coordination of policies, by solidarity and schemes of contributing to common problems. For example, common sea or common inside waters. Okay?
Climate change.
That's
climate change in itself. Sorry, just to add on. Climate change is an area which, as you mentioned, offers that promise. Sorry, please go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat it for me?
No, climate change, as I said, as a challenge. Climate change allows countries, particularly in the neighborhood, to have that sense of partnership in addressing a transition that is required in energy and the challenges that is there, as Sakti pointed out earlier as well, in terms of getting coordination. Most countries are facing, in South Asia, for example, flooding, extremity in weather. I think most of these issues have led to displacement of populations from Bangladesh and parts of neighboring regions. So maybe those are areas, apart from the usual rhetoric on soft power and, moving on with that. Thank you, Maria. I want to get Sakti in here. Sakti, just because we just have a few minutes. The recent signing of the RPEC, gave this sense of inclination that there's a trans-regional forum, which, with the decline of the US hegemonic role, allows for countries, particularly within Asia, to have a closer partnership, at least on trade in terms of essentials. India kind of opted out for it. And there was a lot of discussion whether it was the right move to make or wrong move to make. But where do you see the roots of revived economic regionalism in Asia to lie? And I think let's think broadly in terms of expanding our outlook, because we focused a lot on SAARC here. But can we take into consideration examples from the way ASEAN has integrated or has a better economic integration space to move forward?
Yeah, Talking about RCEP, the signing of RCEP is it's a tremendous achievement in the sense that the period we are going through with geopolitical turmoil, pandemic, and many uncertainties, signing of RCEP is a great achievement. And moreover, 90% of world population and 30% of world population and 30% of world GDP belongs to this area. So RCEP has the potentially can play an important new functional role in this region, because there are so many countries, they have differences, they have political problems, they have so many issues between them, but they have still, they came forward and they joined hands for this. And most important, but one thing I want to underline here, that when we sign a pact or trade bloc or trading regime or anything, we expect some benefits, which are very important for them. For ASEAN, they are expecting that RCEP will turn out their economy. It will lead their economy to in a better condition. And at the same time, the Oceania countries and the East Asian countries who are part of this grouping, they are going through a secular stagnation in their economy. And China's involvement is a natural process. The way China has developed and the way China has attained economic might, the RCEP is a natural process and natural next stage of its economic activity with BRI and all that. But one thing we have to remember here, that if the whatever expectations are there, if we are not getting the expected result, then this neo-functional kind of arrangement or the benefits, the neo-functional coordination that takes place, if we are not getting the benefits accordingly, then this kind of grouping cannot be sustained. Because the problem is that RCEP has imbalance already. China, with its economic might, has upper hand, will remain upper hand. India could have been a balancing factor, a moderating factor in that grouping, but due to its geopolitical reasons or whatever reasons, it did not participate. That's why there is little imbalance in the grouping. If RCEP is to sustain itself and to achieve some success, it's important that all the participants, they should get benefit and not overshadowed by China's might or eclipsed by China's might. Because it is important that the stage at this stage, the RCEP is a shallow integration. It is not a foolproof integration, and shallow integrations has its advantages and disadvantages. Because talking about the TPP, that was, the rules were stringent, but RCEP, shallow integration, the rules are not so stringent. It could achieve something, it may fail in course of time. But it depends on how the members, they carry forward this mechanism.
Thank you, Sakti. And I think we're almost out of time now, and I've got my marching orders to wrap up now. So I want to thank each one of you for taking the time to be present in here. I mean, there's so much that we can discuss. I thank Professor Hans, Professor Maria, Professor Kshitij, Professor Sakti for the time. We have to understand one thing, which I think is a common thread of discussion. There is a breakdown of social trust, which is, I think, now affecting populations worldwide, whether it is the European Union, whether it is, I mean, one of that, the reasons for that is deeply embedded social and economic inequalities, which is, I think, perpetuating itself across the globe. And I think that's making it very difficult for people to even trust each other, right? And that makes and allows for our politics, as Kshitij earlier pointed out. And this was a question that, of course, I couldn't relay across from Professor Galina. But this is something which we, I think, ought to bring it out and light more often into the discussion, that any opportunity to integrate more rests on how we can restore that element of trust amongst communities. And we need to start by doing so more nationally and then allow for it to spread in the neighborhood. And that needs to be cultivated over a period of time. None of that will happen overnight. Before trade happens, there's a lot that we need to do to be able to let people get back. And I think there's a lot for countries like India, China to do in that regard, rather than just having those discussions focusing on one of the other ends. So thank you, everyone, and I wish you all the best and safe health. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you. Thanks to, well, it was a great session, very vibrant. I have the feeling that it could have lasted much longer. So thank you all. I hope we meet someday. You will come out of my computer and we will meet for real. In the meantime, to our viewers, please, as they say, stay tuned for our last session of the day, session 14, which will be dedicated to interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies, and it will start at 8:45 p.m. sharp.
Thank you, guys.
Hello to our viewers. We are starting the last session of for today. This is session 14 of the EURASIA Dissemination Conference hosted by Jindal Global University. And the topic for this session is interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies. We have a brilliant panel of speakers today. We have Professor Chandrika, who is professor at the Department of History and also head of the Center for European Studies at the School of Social Sciences and International Studies in Pondicherry University. We have Professor Manika Kamtan, assistant professor at the Symbiosis Law School, Professor Thibaut Weigelt, associate professor at the Jindal Global Law School, and our moderator this evening will be Professor Upasna Mahanta, a professor at the Jindal Global Law School. So over to you, Professor Upasna.
Thank you very much. I must, at the outset, say that it is an absolute privilege and an honor to be part of this very, very distinguished panel. I understand this is the last panel, so I'm sure we've had a long day, but I hope that we could, have an interesting conversation around this rather very exciting topic that we are going to discuss today, which is interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies. As a moderator, I just want to introduce very briefly the session and then move over to the speakers and the panelists so that they have enough time to talk about the subject at hand. We have a few questions and I will throw up those questions and we can go from one panelist to the other and discuss it. And we will try and keep some time towards the end to take on audience questions. To give a very brief overview, and before I invite the panelists to give their views, interdisciplinarity is something that we are all talking about today, and rightfully so. And but what is interdisciplinarity? And we understand that interdisciplinarity transcends traditional disciplinary boundaries. However, it is more than just a curiosity about the other discipline, right? And it is about a much more deeper interlinkages between disciplines in the context of which we are situating our conversation today. And somehow interdisciplinarity is also talking about the partial response to social problems that various disciplines have offered. And how do we then be able to get a more holistic understanding of social problems by going the route of interdisciplinarity, right? So these are some of the important questions that our focus on interdisciplinarity throws up. And within that, when you bring in the question of gender and gender studies, gender studies, when it emerged as a discipline, it itself forced disciplines to sit up and take stock of their own biases, the own presumptions under which these disciplines work, and the power hierarchies that operate within these disciplines, not only in terms of how these disciplines have developed, but also in terms of how these disciplines are taught, how these disciplines are talked about, how research and conversations and discourses within these disciplines develop. So therefore, I think bringing together the idea of interdisciplinarity and gender studies, particularly when we talk about European studies today, which is an interdisciplinary field in itself, this panel is going to be an exciting one. Some of the questions and this is something that has also been shared with the panelists, but some of the questions that we want to talk about, what could be the possible outcomes of bringing in this conversation of European studies and gender studies together? What is this conversation centered on? Historical conditions, regimes of domination, tales of resistance, or
and emancipatory movements, right? So what kind of implications does talking about gender equality, gender empowerment have for European studies, and vice versa? So some of these questions we are going to be addressing today. As a moderator, there are 4 questions that I'm going to be throwing up to our distinguished panelists. I'm going to first introduce the first question, and perhaps we could have the panelists comment on that question, and then we could move on. I would request the audience to hold on to their questions, if any, and put it in the chat, and we'll try and take it up towards the end. All right. The first question that we would want to discuss is that as against interdisciplinarity, which is a free flow of disciplinary insights into a certain theme, interdisciplinarity is pairing for facilitating a dialogue between 2 disciplinary traditions. This pairing, although can be the result of scholarly impulsion, should be well thought out, mindful of the ontology of the discipline, their intellectual proximity, core values, and the professional output, and most importantly, the social outcomes their interchange produce. Beyond these that we have just outlined, what should be the consideration for an interdisciplinary conversation? How have such considerations, such conversations manifested in the interdisciplinarity in European studies and gender studies? So that's the first question that we want to place out there, and we would request our panelists to comment. The first panelist that we want to go to is Professor Dr. Chandrika. Professor, you are the first one to comment. I would request you to keep to a time limit of 3 to 4 minutes so that we have the time to go to all the panelists, and also to sort of move forward to address the other questions that we have in hand. With that, over to you, Professor Chandrika.
A very pleasant evening to one and all. And I am very happy to be on this panel on the interdisciplinarity of European studies and gender studies. And I would like to begin my discussion by narrating an incident that happened recently. And I think it was reported in the media in the month of May. This happened in Belgium, actually saying the borders between Belgium and France. A Belgian farmer was annoyed by a stone in his tractor's path. He removed that stone, probably by 7.5 feet, into France, actually. He did not know the importance of this stone because it was no ordinary stone. It was part of the long border, this nearly 620 meters long border between France and Belgium. And this border has a history. It goes back to 1890. And this was after Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo. These 2 countries, France and Belgium, they decided to draw this border. But this did not lead to any kind of problem between the 2 countries, because it was immediately found out, and we find the towns and the mayors nearby settled it without a dispute, actually. It did not create any international stir as such. And the mayors of the towns close by on both borders, they resolved it, and the farmer was directed to move it back to its original location. So when we talk about territorial boundaries, they are fixed at some point of historical time, and they are seldom redrawn short of border war. Of course, we have some exceptions. Occasionally, history also tells us about man-made borders which are brought down, as was the Berlin Wall. You know about that? And unlike natural and human-made territorial boundaries of regions and nations, we have interdisciplinary boundaries which are not fixed, they are not definitive. When we talk about the interdisciplinarity of European studies and gender studies, what we are talking about is the dialogue between 2 multidisciplinary fields. And And therefore, we find they are informing each other. European studies per se evolved over a long duration of time. Whereas European Union studies are of recent origin, and that happened in the post-Second World War scenario. Therefore, how one understands the views, one understands and views European studies differ from one disciplinarian to another discipline. And talking about gender studies, it's also a multidisciplinary field that focuses on complex interaction of gender with other categories like race, class, ethnicity, sexuality, nation, and religion. And scholarship in this field has demonstrated how traditional epistemology, traditional theories, they have analyzed society, their social analysis, reinforce the inequalities and hierarchies. And therefore, we get only a partial explanation of social problems. Understanding gender role, they are across historical periods, and its different cultural context is the critical methodology that informs European studies and vice versa. And if at all we look at the intellectual history of Europe, that reveals the critical tools of such an understanding also were mostly evolved in Europe. One cannot imagine gender studies today without reading Simone de Beauvoir, without reading Michel Foucault, who contributed greatly to our understanding of gender, sexuality, and identity. And I am teaching early modern Europe in Pondicherry University, courses on art, religion, and culture in Europe, and about states and nations in Europe, about modern Europe from French Revolution to the Holocaust, apart from introduction to European integration. And Europe and European studies have always fascinated. And the history of art, history of religion, culture, history of nation states, revolutions, revolts, local, regional, national, supranational identities, demos, all such aspects necessarily call into force theories and conceptual tools of gender analysis, without which the political, economic, social, legal, and cultural dimensions of Europe are not coming into full play. And therefore, I think this interdisciplinarity of these two multidisciplinary fields is a very relevant one, and which inform each other, which enrich each other. That's my submission.
Thank you so very much for that very, very insightful beginning to today's conversation. And I think two things that I take away, Professor Chandrika, from what you just said. One is this dialogue between two multidisciplinary fields, European studies and gender studies, which you argue is informing each other. That is one. And other, you're talking about how gender studies itself and conversations around gender do not operate again in silos. And you cannot talk about gender without talking about the intersectionality of gender with religion, race, caste, sexuality, sexual orientation, so on and so forth. And how does that inform then the study, European studies? So these are my, at least, two takeaways from what you have presented. With that, I would like to go to Dr. Manika for her comments.
Good evening, everybody. It's indeed an honor to be part of this illustrious panel. And I would like to thank OP Jindal Global University and also my director, Dr. Shashikala Gurpur at Symbiosis Law School, Pune, for giving me this opportunity. I will not get into, because Professor Chandrika has already very correctly set the stage, And with regard to interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies, if what we are looking into today, a very interesting commonality between gender studies and European studies is also that they somewhere down the line they have developed through a synergy between thought and activism. So the European studies, which is an area studies, and as Professor Chandrika said, that is a multidisciplinary field wherein the one geographical location is looked into from different aspects like history, sociology, geography, and so on. And gender studies, as we all know, owes its genesis in the interdisciplinarity of it, that looking at gender problems in all other social problems, so in history, in sociology, in society, in law per se. So what can be the caveats and what can be our things to kind of directions when we are talking about interdisciplinarity of European studies and gender studies? I think when these two intersect with each other, which Professor Chandrika said is very important, because everything is having a gender aspect of it. Every problem is having a gender paradigm to it, which if identified at the very beginning, always helps into a very informed policy making. But if it is identified at a later stage, which most of the times happens in Asian societies, South Asian societies, it becomes a very serious problem. I think when we are talking about the intersection of European studies and gender studies, the one caveat can be not overlooking the multiculturalism, the theory of multiculturalism. For example, the ban on veil in France, I think is a kind of a red flag that the multiculturalism should not be overlooked when we are talking about gender studies and European studies. For example, in European Court of Human Rights, the ban on veil is when it was objected by some women, it was upheld. It was upheld as legal. It was upheld as legal and as not violative of the human rights. So I think I will not get, because Professor Chandrika has already set the stage in history, in the theoretical aspect of it. I think I would like to end my summation with this, that when we are talking about intersection of European studies and gender studies, the multiculturalism should always be taken into account because of very regular and very frequent motions of movements which are taking place. That is the world becoming a global village. So multiculturalism is one aspect which I would like to highlight in this panel, which should never be overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing in perhaps another aspect to this conversation. One is what you spoke about, the synergy between thought and action, and other introducing the idea of multiculturalism into this conversation about gender studies and European studies, and ways in which these two disciplines can and are interacting with each other. These are very, very interesting questions that are being thrown up, and I'm sure there will more questions that will come up from audience at some point to further elaborate on this. May I move to Professor Thibault now to bring in his submission about the first question that we flagged in this panel.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Much like my co-panelists, I'm also honored to have the opportunity to speak here. And I would like to just pick it up where Professor Compton has left it concerning the synergy of thought and action, and the point that gender studies has informed policy making in the EU. And I think multidisciplinarity, as mentioned by Professor Compton, is very important. And my point is a little bit similar to her example of the ban of the veil in France and the response by the European Court of Human Rights. And I think one consideration, or something that we need to take into consideration, is backlash and reaction. Because just as Professor Compton mentioned, gender studies has informed policymaking at the European levels. And so now we have, for example, several directives which legally protect discrimination. We have at the European Commission level, we have funding strategies to increase gender equity in research and so on and so forth, right? And against this, we have a caveat that actually, while this is progress in a way, it also triggers counter-mobilization. And one way to explain this counter-mobilization is, of course, to look at the societies where it originates and to attribute it to conservative or patriarchal mindset. Right? But in another way, and this is, I think, where European studies and gender studies can have a very fruitful dialogue, these counter-mobilizations can also be explained by reference to other factors than the patriarchal mindset or the traditional mindset. For example, one very poignant example here is what is currently happening in Hungary and Poland, right? While Hungary and Poland are very transphobic and very critical of the insights from gender studies as such, right? One way to explain then their opposition to gay marriages, to adoption rights, to trans rights and women's rights per se, is also to look at maybe beyond the ideological oppositions to the ground factors that facilitate these sex deterministic views of the Hungarian government. And here we can look, for example, at the reproduction crisis, the low total fertility rate in these countries. For example, between 1980 and 2020, Hungary's population actually declined by 1 million. And the situation is very similar in Poland. And so one way to explain the emphasis on the traditional family, on traditional gender roles, is to see that there's actually a public policy problem that, of course, has to do with gender, but is one that needs to be solved. And here, gender studies and European studies really can be fruitful by highlighting other ways that we can have family politics, that we can have politics that favor reproduction without
to have. I believe, about the backlash that, bringing in this interdisciplinarity aspect of gender into policy making, and something that earlier was talked about, bringing this conversion between thought and action. But how do you bring in that conversion between thought and action without triggering some kind of discomfort with it? And actually that brings me to my second question that I want to place in front of the panelists, and I want to rephrase the question a little bit, which is, the conversation about gender is not a new conversation, right? In any discipline, in any disciplinary context, the conversation on gender has been introduced. There is a lot that has evolved over the last few decades around the idea of gender and gender studies. However, and you may have seen this in the context of European studies as well, that the moment you talk about gender, one, there is a tendency to reduce it to talking about women. So there is a very contesting views within this interdisciplinarity also about what does gender stand for and what is it that a gender studies perspective should bring to the table. That is one. And the second is that there is also an attitude of adding women and stirring, meaning that without engaging into any meaningful conversations about how talking about gender, talking about other forms of marginalities that are deeply intrinsic with the social of gender, once conversion of these two disciplines, right? So that brings me to my second question, that how do you see this pairing of gender studies and European studies happening, this interdisciplinary pairing that is different from other popular forms of interdisciplinarity?
right? Meaning that it should not merely be a conversation about, yes, I'm talking about this and yeah, gender is important too, so let's have something about gender on this, like conferences having a panel on gender, and where the conversation about gender is just confined to that panel. So is there a fear of it becoming ghettoized? As this conversation is about gender and it sort of stays there without what Professor Chandrika said at the very beginning, that these disciplines have to inform each other. And how does that informing happen? And what do you propose the ways in which it could happen that it does not become a lip service to this idea of interdisciplinarity? So that is the second question. I have just added a little bit more into it to sort of, make it a more interesting conversation. Professor Chandrika, may I go to you to just hear your thoughts about this and more, please.
Thank you, Patna, for poking and stimulating the panel. Really, now the idea of a goal, the idea of public policy, as has been rightly pointed out by our panelist, Professor Thibault, that has come into discussion. And that makes me give an example of how we can meaningfully use this interdisciplinarity. Because we have this UN Sustainable Development Goals agenda for 2030. And we have this fifth goal, gender equality and women and child empowerment. And we also find that such a thing is part and parcel of the European Union policy, both foreign policy as well as public policy, that they highlight good governance, democratic traditions, citizenship, all these things with a gender perspective. Any policy statement that we have from France or any policy statement about gender equality that we find in the European Union or European Parliament documents, all of them talk about this gender equality. But we find that, as you said, there are certain statements which are kept as rhetoric. What is the reality? Is it simply a rhetoric or a reality? So that's the question. And we can do an in-depth study, because that day when Professor Sumit was talking about diaspora, migration, and now Thibault was talking about minorities. So I find that a lot of women now, they are moving, galloping around the globe in search of education, employment, and labor. And so much so, the phenomenon is now being debated as the gender feminization of migration. Okay, so the reproductive role of women has undergone a transformation in the context of the process of crossing the borders, facing socio-legal constraints in obtaining citizenship and adaptation to transnational cultural landscape. So Europe, with its attraction to people, because so much of diaspora into Europe is happening right now. It is a massive field for a dialogue between European studies and gender studies on how these problems of migrant population, especially women, and what kind of constraints they are facing in transnational border issues. So these can be made a field of study, and we are doing it presently as part of the MHRD project also. So definitely it's meaningful. Definitely it's not a rhetoric, but we can make it a recommendation for public policy. And we can have also a comparative perspective between select countries of India, Europe and Asia, and find out where we can emulate that. Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I think this is a very wonderful thing to talk about, and thank you for introducing that. How do you make public policy, particularly in the European context, to accommodate gender concerns in it by bringing in these two aspects of European public policy and gender studies? And I think migration is a very, very important side to talk about this. And we've seen how
that has become so relevant to talk about, particularly in the contemporary context that we live in, not only in Europe, actually across the globe. How it has become important to talk about migration and the unique challenges that women face, or people who do not conform to certain gender norms face when it comes to migration. And I find it interesting, Professor Chandrika, and at least at some point I want to go back to you to talk about it, and if the other panelists also, when they talk about it, to if they want to comment on this, because it is very interesting. I find that how within a conversation within migration also, there is a tendency to infantilize the experiences of women. You club together women and children. You always look at them as victims. There is very little understandings of women's agency, particularly in the context of migration. And there is so much that gender studies can offer when it comes to talking about women's agency in the context of migration, not look at them as mere helpless victims of circumstances, but also include them as part of the solution. Active participants in seeking solutions to the challenges of migration that we face today. And there, I think this possibility of talking about this interdisciplinarity becomes all the more pronounced. So thank you so much for introducing that. With that, I would like to go to Professor Manika for her comments. Thank you.
I think a very important point highlighted by Professor Chandrika about the migration. And the beauty about the interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies is this, that somewhere down the line, that this interdisciplinarity has resulted into the gendering the ungendered, So for example, in the Gender Equality Strategy 2020 to 2025, which is a European Commission document, it talks about that how AI can have can intensify gender inequality. So they're talking about gender and technology. Also about the migration, how this interdisciplinarity has resulted into the institutionalization of asylum and migration fund. They suggest that there should be an asylum and migration fund so as to institutionalize and to streamline the process and to make it more gender friendly. Also, I think another very important aspect and the highlight and USP of intersectionality of gender studies and European studies has been that it has integrated gender into traditional domains, into traditional disciplines. So for example, in law, history, sociology. So for example, not giving rise to altogether a new discipline, not giving rise to altogether a new research problem, but integrating gender also is also very important somewhere down the line when we are talking about the interdisciplinarity of gender and European studies and how it is unique and how it is so important. Because integration is also very important, because at the end of the day, what we are trying to do through gender studies, I think is our very ambitious project of gender mainstreaming, which is the aim of multidisciplinarity also, interdisciplinarity also, and transdisciplinarity also. That whenever the policies are being made, the concerns of both men and women, because at that point they were talking in 1985 in the Nairobi conference, they were talking about, so they use the word men and women. But in 2021, I think we should no more use the words like men and women, but of all genders, that the concerns of all genders should be taken into account. I think the uniqueness and the USP of interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies is also the mainstreaming of gender issues across policies. I think that's, and in AI, in technology, in crisis studies, in peace conflict studies, in racism, every problem, as I said, that every social problem is having a gender paradigm to it. And in area studies like European studies is also not, is not a stranger to all these problems. These problems are already there. And when we add a gender paradigm to it, I think it, as I said, that it leads to informed policy making. And there are certain solid steps being taken by the European Commission, by the organizations like European Institute for Gender Equality and so on. So I think with that, I would like to rest my submission that the USP is the mainstreaming of gender.
Well, thank you. So we moved to another interesting concept here, the idea of gender mainstreaming. And if I understood you correctly, Dr. Manika, what you're arguing is that the pairing of European studies and gender studies has the potential to be unique because it must inform every aspect of European studies. It should not be something which is confined to understanding one aspect of it through a sort of gendered lens, but a gender mainstreaming approach might inform every aspect of European studies. That is what you're proposing. And you're also talking about how perhaps we need to re-look at the way we understood concepts like gender mainstreaming conventionally, right? Because traditionally speaking, when we spoke of gender, it in the context of conversations around gender mainstreaming, it always boiled down to men and women. And I know it did not account for gender fluidity. It did not account for other kinds of marginalities that can happen. And that is something that you're proposing that must be done. A re-look at and reimagining the idea of gender mainstreaming itself, and that informing this interdisciplinarity aspects of European studies and gender studies. So thank you very much for that submission. May I now go to Professor Thibault for his comments.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to, I agree with what my co-panelists have said, and I have nothing more to add there. I want to step back a little bit and talk about epistemological requirements and also what makes this pairing different. And I think this also kind of is relevant to what Professor Campton has said of how we see men and women and about the gender mainstreaming aspect. And I think if we look by and large at European studies, right, I think what European studies, and this is coming from a lawyer, I've studied law and European studies, but how gender studies has been received, and I said this already in my first contribution, is that mainly through throwing women's perspectives in the mix in terms of discrimination and all. And Professor Upasana has already said, and I think this is kind of a reductive view. And I think this is kind of a pity in a way, because epistemologically speaking, both gender studies and European studies are very compatible, right? Here we are not dealing with two disciplines that have a different paradigm underlying them, where one, for example, would be positivistic and the other one interpretive, right? So here we have something that is really compatible. And if we look at prominent European studies programs at European universities, for example, we see that gender studies and insights from gender studies, perspective from gender studies have somehow been sidelined, right? So we see that, for example, the major topics in most of the programs is public administration, law, economics, and history. And then usually you would have a combination of electives to broaden your perspective, right? But I think here what European studies and even the law of European integration in particular could learn from gender studies is the methods and ways to think about a topic that are less doctrinal, less focused on interpreting text, and which focuses more on the lived experience of people. And on the other hand, I think gender studies, at least from the way that I know it through my research, right, when it interfaces with legal disciplines, is often very influenced by legal realism, where it is all about changing the law to better benefit the beneficiaries. And I think here in that context, gender studies can maybe also take over a little bit of the ways of thinking from European studies, which in a way at times, particularly if we look at public administration in European studies, is very result focused, result oriented. And I think that is, both disciplines that way have their forte, which they could share with each other, and which until now, at least that is my opinion, has not been done sufficiently. And that would be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful contribution, actually. I mean, it tells us what makes this pairing of gender studies and European studies unique in some sense. And what is it that the disciplines can learn from each other, both in terms of the epistemological requirements, but also in terms of deliverables and methods. What is it that the disciplines can sort of derive from each other? So that actually brings me to the third sort of submission or question that I want to throw out to the panel. And this is more, so far we had a conversation more about, the theoretical underpinnings of what does this interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies would mean. And how do we see this pairing happening, and what could be the unique dimensions of this pairing? Right? So we are talking more from the disciplinary perspective. Now, if we shift the focus a little bit and talk more in terms of students now, and there will be a lot of students in the audience, as to how do we then look at what is it that the students will take away from this kind of an interdisciplinary approach where we bring European studies and gender studies together? What kind of edge would these students have who are engaging in this kind of an endeavor over, say, students who are engaging in other kinds of disciplinary studies? So what is it? What is the takeaway from students when such kind of an interdisciplinary sort of conversation is happening between European studies and gender studies? I actually, for this question, because I know Dr. Manika, you've indicated that this is something that you would like to talk about. So I would want to go to you first, and then sort of open up this conversation to the other panelists. Dr. Manika.
Yeah, thank you. I think the benefits of interdisciplinary studies, irrespective of whether it is happening in the domain of gender studies and European studies, has always, there are documented research about it. There are several papers on it which say that, which have established that interdisciplinary studies have several important benefits for a student. For example, William Newell and James Davis in 1998, in 1998, they did this study, and they found that interdisciplinary studies develop the cognitive skills of students. It develops the original thought process among the students. It helps in reading, writing, speaking, and so on. So irrespective of whether it is happening in the happening in the domain of gender studies and European studies, interdisciplinary studies are always welcomed, and they always give a kind of added advantage to the students. As far as the interdisciplinarity of gender studies and European studies are concerned, I think area studies, when they are combined with something as passionate as gender studies, is this, that it gives a lot of empathy. It instills empathy among the students, I believe so. And it also gives a kind of an attitude and the capacity, both attitude and capacity, to respect and to acknowledge the cultural diversity, which is another very important aspect of it, that you appreciate the different cultural identities which are thriving together. And also to draw parallel among several cultural traditions. For example, a student in India who is a student of gender studies and European studies can also draw certain parallels. For example, I cannot think of any parallel right now, but I believe that there has to be parallels in histories. So I think, but with all that, I would like to, because the question was that whether the students of gender studies and European studies have an edge over other interdisciplinary subjects. I would like to humbly say that interdisciplinary studies are always welcome. They always give something extra to students. And I don't think that two interdisciplinary domains can be compared to each other. That is my humble submission, because I have been thinking about it. And I'm not able to convince myself that the students of gender studies and European studies will have an edge over someone else who is into some other interdisciplinary domain or interdisciplinary study. So I would like to say that I don't believe that a student of one interdisciplinary domain can have an edge over other interdisciplinary domain. Having said that, another very important aspect of interdisciplinary studies is the scope for collaboration. Scope for collaboration for students, exchange, exposure to students, because that's very important. We come from an era where we had to fight hard for exposure, because in those traditional universities, if you are laid back, then you are laid back. But today, because of the kind of educational infrastructure we are into, and institutions themselves make it a point that everybody gets it. So I think another very important added advantage of any interdisciplinary study, I believe, and more so in the area studies, is the exposure to the world out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a lot of food for thought in what you just said, actually. The first thing that I want to highlight is what you said, Dr. Monica, that perhaps it is not a very wise idea to compare the comparative advantage of students of one interdisciplinary study over the others. However, interdisciplinary study itself equips students to have, more critical thinking, to be able to have a holistic perspective on things, to be able to understand context in which certain historical events appear, and particularly, all of us lived gendered lives. So our lived experiences are always informed by, Professor Chandrika quoted Simone de Beauvoir, who said, "One is not born, but becomes a woman." So that process, all of us has gone through of living gendered life, either consciously or subconsciously, and perhaps engaging with an interdisciplinary study where we are looking at area studies like European studies, bringing in the gendered lens, it enables us to perhaps make sense of our own experiences and bring that in to what we are studying, right? I find it always very interesting, because when we speak about, and we were looking for an example, and hence, it came to my mind, because I'm a teacher of gender studies, political science, and whenever I talk about, say, British colonialism in India, one of the rationale for British colonialism was on the grounds of course, the barbaric civilizations, but one of the grounds on which that barbarism was sort of manifesting is the way they treated our women, right? So sati, child marriage, conditions of the widows were given as rationale for British colonialism. But at the same time, when we look at how and in 1920s, when the independence movement in India was at its peak, I find it very interesting. And I tell my students in 1921, when the British women got the right to vote. So it's very, very interesting how the conversation around gender got shaped, both in the context of the colonial world and in the context of those who colonized us. So perhaps these kind of understandings and contexts are possible to draw when you bring in an interdisciplinary aspect to studying area studies and bring in our lived experiences to understanding gender, and of course to the possibility of doing collaborative work. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Monica. Professor Dr. Chandrika, may I now request you to give your comments?
Yeah. Both of you have been highlighting about the collaborative effort actually in interdisciplinary studies. Okay, on the one side, as Professor Manika correctly pointed out, that we have cognitive ability of students increasing, critical thinking increases, knowledge increases, and all these give scope for research careers actually. But when we talk about the marketability of area studies, particularly in India, we have this UGC and we have some lectureship, column, research fellowship tests that are conducted which recognize certain basic disciplines. And European studies is not one of the basic disciplines that is recognized for job opportunities, such tests. But on the other hand, one should not get a narrow idea of job opportunities in this case, just marketability. In the scenario of globalization, and also what we find today, that European Union aspect, there is also an Europeanization that is going on. There is not only globalization, but within globalization and Europeanization is going on. So in that case, students have a good opportunity to open their blinkered knowledge, just open themselves to what is happening, the geopolitics of things, and what is happening in the world, globalization of education, and move out. So this is the possibility for students to choose a career path by moving out and understanding the context of global education. That is what my submission.
Thank you very much. It actually sort of conflates the question that we just played and also the question that I was going to introduce, is this idea of what is the possible career opportunities for students when they engage in European studies, area studies, and bringing in this interdisciplinarity of European studies and gender studies, what kind of possibilities that are there for students going forward. So thank you very much, Professor Chandrika, for bringing that to the table. Professor Tibol, can I just come to you now to hear your comments on the discussions that we are having currently?
Yes, I must say I much agree with what Professor Compton has said and also Professor Chandrika. I think the question of having an edge kind of views research and also learning as being in competition and as being in need of being ranked against one another. And I think that is something, if we pursue that view from the labor market, I think the surest way to land a job is not to study European studies, to say it crudely. Then you may as well try to get into an engineering college and get an engineering degree. With that being said, I think that the advantage of studying European studies and European studies in relation to gender studies also, or the other way around, is that in terms of methods, insights, theories, so on, you have actually a wide range of these that you learn, and this will enable you to actually become quite flexible in the labor market and to be able to work in many different settings. So for example, from my own experience, I can tell I did European studies and comparative law, and this really enabled me to go into other countries, to go into other disciplines, and to be able to quickly, independently learn and acquire new knowledge and then be able to use that knowledge. And I think that is kind of also the edge, if European studies has one, over other interdisciplinary pairings such as law and economics, where in a sense you become in German, we say an erudite idiot, somebody who knows a lot, but only in one discipline, right? And I think that is, in that sense, the argument for European studies is much like the arguments in favor of liberal arts degree in general. And that would be my comment.
Thank you very much. And it has been such an invigorating discussion. And we have 5 more minutes, I believe, and we have a few audience questions.
that we would like to take up. And I would want to flag that question, and perhaps we can go quickly. We have 5 minutes and we'll be able to take 3 questions. So I would request the panelists to quickly take up the question. If one of you want to take up the question specifically, please raise your hand and I'll come to you. The first question that is being asked is that, the feminist movement is also guilty of not doing justice to the narratives of women belonging to marginalized minority communities, women of color, trans women, immigrant religious minority, and the like. How has European studies managed to address this gap? This is the first question that I have. Professor Chandrika, I would like to come to you for your response. Professor Chandrika, you have to unmute. You're not unmuted.
Yeah, I'm rather talking about the historical context of the feminist women and women's studies and feminist studies, which were part and parcel of the women's movement. We have 3 waves of feminism, and we have this accusation that the feminist studies did not address this, that, etc. But these are all beginnings, and now gender studies is addressing the questions that are not being answered by feminists, especially the theory of intersectionality given by Cranshaw is being widely used, especially by Black feminists, to write Black women's lived experiences into the story of women's studies. But more than women's studies, we find gender studies, which also includes all the genders now, addresses the question of theories of hegemonic masculinity or other theoretical frameworks for understanding the gender inequalities and how we can address these gender inequalities. That is what happens. And we have also movements within the European Union and also in Europe. We also have some anti-LGBT movement that is happening in Hungary. You know all very well about that thing. So these are all what we say happens at the historical juncture. No final word has been said. Certain lacuna was there, that these lacunas are being addressed, but history is unfolding itself. You can't answer teleologically about what is going to happen in the future, but many paths are opening.
Thank you very much, Professor Chandrika, for that response, and I hope that answered the question of the person who's asked it. I'm going to quickly flag the second question because we do not have much time. It says that referring to the Pride Month, which was last month in June, how do we encapsulate gender equality in this regard? How does interdisciplinarity of LGBTQI in Asia, what potential can we sort of get from the European studies in that realm? Are there any trans policy in EU that should be something that Asia can learn from? Again, I think some of it, Professor Chandrika, you have sort of referred to, but may I go to Professor Manika right now to talk about this a little bit more?
So we had a Pride Month last month, and to understand that, for example, Netherlands, which is a European country, was 18 years ago, it was the first country to legalize same-sex marriage. And recently, the Northern Ireland has joined, legalized the same-sex marriage. I think that's a big precedent, which the Asian countries can obviously follow. But we should not understand, because the question is, how do we place interdisciplinarity? India, for example, Asia is also catching up. For example, last month only in Karnataka, it was the news that 1% reservation is being given to transgender people in government jobs. Or, for example, the 2018 Navtesh Singh Johar case, which decriminalizes 377. So I think we are moving towards that phase of the society where sooner or later, I think same-sex marriages will also be legalized in India, so as to legalize and so as to give streamline more and to humanize. For example, laws which adoption laws or surrogacy law, which at the end of the day, they end up violating right to equality of transgender people. So I think we are slowly moving towards that, towards acknowledging that transdisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity. And I think we have a lot to learn from EU. And I think one of the major takeaways is legalizing same-sex marriages.
Thank you very much. And thank you all the panelists for keeping to the time. Professor Tebbola, I'm going to come to you with the last question, which is, our theories of feminism and women, peace and security agenda are part of the conversation to understand peace not only as absence of war, but positive peace for inclusive development. That is the last question of the day.
Yeah, this is a very good question. And I'm afraid I can't give as good an answer. But I think, first of all, it depends on where we look worldwide in peace and development studies. I think in academia, yes, I think this has not yet reached the political realm, right? And if we look in the European Union, then we can see that at least women and women's studies and women's equality have become a topic, even if we look at the peace and security area in Europe. Right? So I have seen that this has become a topic there. A discussion of the policies that the EU now has specifically and the diplomatic position the EU adopts on the international stage specifically, I would not be able to answer it right away. But in a sense, what I would say is that women have become, and theories of feminism perhaps not, but women have become a consideration in European security policy, right? But as always, there is much that needs still to be done, in my opinion.
Well, yes, thank you very much for.
If I may quickly, if I may say, the last question somewhere down the line draws its inspiration from the whole idea of radical feminism. It says that men are at the root of all problems, that is environmental degradation or war. I think the inspiration for the question is in the radical feminism. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Manika, and thank you to all the panelists. And thank you for your insightful comments. It was absolute pleasure to interact with all of you today. Thank you so much for your time. May I now invite Professor Galina to give the concluding remarks.
Yes, thank you so much. It was so interesting listening to you. It felt like you could go on for a much longer period. Thank you, Pasna, for navigating this panel so well and so deftly, moving it into directions that spurred new incentives for thoughts and new ways this problem of these broad fields of interdisciplinarity and women's studies and gender studies are entangled and could be conceptualized. Thank you also, all of you, especially our Indian participants, for staying so late on a Saturday evening. And I just can wish that to meet you one day in the flesh, for you to come out of my computer and that we may have a real face-to-face conversation. Okay, so goodbye, stay safe.
Goodbye, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.